Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny from Santa Paranormal, where we try to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. My guest this week is Simone Key. Here in the States, we would most likely pronounce it Simone, but I learned we've been doing it wrong. Simone is a medium and a minister of the Spiritualists Nation Union. She was a tutor, that's a teacher, in the Arthur Findlay College in the UK, renowned for its advancement of spiritualism and psychic sciences. Miss Key was our friend Kathy Nadal's instructor. Simone has decades of experience, and she's about to give me a crash course on the heart, maybe soul's a better word, a crash course on the soul of mediumship via her unique gifts, experiences, and beliefs. Let's dive into the conversation. We are here with Simone Key. Thank you so much for joining me on Splintered Spirits this evening for you, I take it.
Yeah, it is. And thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really looking forward to it.
Simone, I got your name from a guest and friend of the show, Kathy Nadal, who really impressed us. And, you know, I don't want to make this about Kathy. I want to make this about you, because this is where I want to get deep into what you do and, and the world we're in. But I like to start this interviews now. I'm thinking about starting the interviews this way with my guests because I think it's fun. Simone, what do you think happens when we die, and what are spirits?
Okay. This is obviously what I'm about to say is, based on my experience, not of death, but of life.
I'd expect nothing else.
Basically, what I believe is that however we go, however we end our life on this planet, if you like, there's always those that meet us. No one's ever alone. And they're helped and they're supported to adjust to that transition from this world to the next. And what goes on, for me, what continues in life for eternity is our personality, our experiences, our understanding, and and the power of the spirit that's within us. And that power is the power that joins us all together in humanity, and with every living thing. So every animal, every bird, every plant, every tree, every mountain has all got the power of the spirit in it, and that spirit is, for me, it's a much higher frequency of energy. And for some of us who are religious, it's part of the divine. You may call God or whatever you want to call that power. But for us, it's a higher power. And that power is a living force through everything that lives. And that power is within me and within you and connects us all together.
So do you believe in God?
I do. Yeah, I do now.
In the traditional sense of like the Catholic, like in a God is in like what the Christians or Catholics believe is God, or do you believe in God as something else?
I've never been a religious person. I'm a minister, and I'm a religious because spiritualism is my religion. Mm-hmm. But how I see it, that power is a much, much higher power. And it has a hold on us if we reach out to it. And we can use that power and to help us and support us and help us to help others as well.
Okay.
But it doesn't have a face. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't have an identity. It's a power. And on a much higher level. Yeah.
Okay. I like asking that question, because when we start talking about these things, it's helpful for me, and I probably for our audience, to understand where the answer is grounded in, right? In terms of, and it's great because we want to hear different points of view and what those things are. So just so the audience gets also a little bit familiar with you, I would love for you to just explain. I know you were a tutor at Arthur Findlay.
Yes.
So I'd love to hear if you can just tell us briefly, like, what is Arthur Findlay, and then what does it mean to be a tutor there?
Okay. I was a tutor there for over 30 years. And I was a student to start with. I used to go to the Arthur Findlay college as often as I could in terms of, taking time off from work, say sort of maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And then I trained to be a tutor. And obviously things change over years, but in my day, it would take you roughly 3 years to get in to teach because obviously you want a very high standard of tutor. You know, and it's a place that's like no other in the world. And I have traveled a lot. It's a place where, you can walk in the door and you can feel the power of the spirit as you walk in the door. And of course, what it does is it brings together people all on the same wavelength, if you like. They're all looking for the power of the spirit, or they're all, looking to enjoy the power of the spirit as well. And so they go in, and obviously you have classes there, and that teach you everything from mediumship to from intuition to mediumship to trance to healing. There's also a huge selection of courses there. But it's like no other place, I believe, and it has a wonderful reputation, but it earned that reputation through being, selective in the people that teach there. You have to go through another kind of teacher training course to teach there.
Well, I'm going to probably jump around a lot because
Yeah,
this
that's right.
world is very new to me. And
Yeah, sure.
one of the things that I love about it, and talking to experts such as yourself, and I'm going to call you an expert because if you got through that system and you have been doing this for 30 years and you were teaching others, to me, you're an expert in the field. So it's like I want to know, as a complete non-expert, like
Okay.
how do you know, like, how here's a real simple question, like, you're saying people walk in the door and it's a place where you feel the energy, you feel the spirit, they're looking for spirit. How do you know if they're a fraud? How do you know if they're a fake? Like, what's the, you know what I mean? Like, how do you spot a fake?
And that's a hard one because, unfortunately, frauds are normally pretty convincing,
Yeah, they're
as in
really
they're
good at it.
usually part of what of the world. Um, the thing about extrasensory perception, which is what we're talking about here, is that you can see beyond. You can see a person. I could be looking at you, and I can feel it. I can see it. I can know it. That's the difference. So if somebody comes in and they say things like, "Oh, I'm such an amazing medium. I can do this and this." My first thought is, not necessarily what I would say, but my first thought is, "Okay, I'll believe you when you prove it."
So it feels like, in a way, it's like it takes one to know one.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, in the real
Yeah.
simple form,
No,
right? Like, it's sort of, you
yes.
feel it, you get
Takes
it.
one to know one. Yeah.
And now, okay, and when you and when you find someone and, like, they come in and they do something, and it makes you, gives you the old dog whistle, and you, like, turn your head like, huh, maybe they've got something. What is involved in teaching? How do you hone that person?
Okay.
What would be
First
the first steps to hone that person's craft to make them better, I guess?
I think first of all, you have to assess. I don't want to use the word judge, but you have to assess as an individual on an individual basis. In other words, you have to. I look for potential. That's my main aim.
Okay.
So when I'm looking at a student, I'm looking for the potential and hopefully helping them to recognize their own potential. You see, there are, of course, there's always going to be exceptions to every rule. So everybody, many people will come in and looking to see, where do I belong in the scheme of things, and am I sure I have an immortal soul, and all of those questions that come. But then my job is to look at them and be realistic, and say, look, I can see the potential you have for healing in a particular way, because there's lots of different ways you can heal.
Hmm.
And it may be, I'm talking about with mediumship, or I can see that you'd be a really good platform medium, giving messages from in a public arena, for instance. But I would have to be careful that somebody who was new wasn't overwhelmed with that information, because it can scare people,
Hmm.
but it could also have the opposite effect where it gives them so much confidence you can't live with them. I mean,
You can't live with them.
no.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
You know? Um,
Right. So it's like so you're looking at them, and I guess this goes down to like some of the things you were talking about or what you sort of specialize in. I was reading in your your bio, like you talk about trance a lot.
yes, I
Is
do.
trance is that different than I guess what I know the definition of channeling is, or is that the
I
same
don't
thing?
know because I think it's the same thing. I'm not sure, and the only reason is because there are words in the American vocabulary that are very different to the British,
For
and
sure.
that's one of them because we
Like
don't
elevator
use
and lift
yes,
or
and we
line
don't
and queue.
yeah. Or pavement and sidewalk.
Yes.
But for us, you see, we don't. I don't use. People I know that are Brits. We don't use the word channeling at
So
all.
tell us what trance is. What is trance?
Anyway,
And what's the
trance
basic
is
definition of that?
when the medium goes into an altered state of consciousness, when they allow themselves in their minds to be very passive, very subdued, and with it's a working relationship. It's not just the spirit world coming in and grabbing hold of somebody, but together they have a consent, which is that they subdue their thinking mind, so the spirit comes to the fore of their mind and takes control of their thinking with consent. That's what happens.
Is that dangerous?
No, not at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
No.
All
No,
right.
not at all.
Uh,
And
and
it's
and
just
so
because you've always got that you've always got control. No matter how much you allow the spirit to take control, you've always got control. It's your
okay.
decision. Yeah.
And then so then when you were saying when you look at someone then and it's like okay, you would be good at either like is what are the different sort of forms of like of trance in mediumship? You talk about healing
Mm.
versus, guidance or what is sort of is there a difference in sort of how you guide a
Yeah,
particular
because,
student, if you
so for
will?
instance, what I see with you, I would see on an intuitive level, on an everyday level, I would see that from my intuition. Whereas if I was in trance and the spirit world would see you from many different aspects that I wouldn't see you from. So they would, if I was working with, say, healing, I get out of the way, basically, let the spirit do the work because they know where the healing is needed. The person might tell me they've got a problem with their knee, but the problem may come from their back and or it could be through some kind of psychosomatic illness because we know the world is full of that. So if you've got a
Sure.
psychosomatic illness, there's no point treating the issue. You've got to treat the mind, and that's where the spirit world comes in. That they have much more of an understanding of what goes on with us than we do. They see it from a different standpoint, from an overall standpoint, where we see it more locally, if that makes sense.
Is this different than when you sit with a medium and they sort of are just relaying messages
It
to
is
a
different
person?
because it's a different
What's
energy.
that called? Is that called something different?
Well, yeah, that's called communication, spirit
Just
communication.
just straight
Yeah,
communication. Okay.
mediumship. It's called mediumship, basically.
Okay,
Where they
that's
just sit and just give messages. Yeah,
got it.
that's just
Okay.
mediumship. Yeah. Whereas this is mediumship. Of course, it's all mediumship, but it's on a different state. It's not. I'm not going to say to you for 1 minute one's better than another. They're different,
Sure.
and they have different purposes. Because if you're working as a medium and you're not in a position where you can go into the stillness and into the silence, then you're not going to be able to you're going to have to work in the way that you work, which is everyday consciousness. Whereas if I want to go into a healing into a deeper way, then I will go into the trance state. But I just know that there's room for everybody in this. That's the point. As
Got it.
long as somebody wants to help somebody else, to me, it doesn't matter how you do it, as long as it's
Oh, okay.
beneficial.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yes. That makes sense. Um, what is you brought up something. Is there a difference? And this is me learning getting a crash course in mediumship from you, in a sense. Is there a difference between mental versus physical mediumship?
Yes. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Mental mediumship is, as you say, is all about mind, you know. So, you know, when the spirit communicates, if I was to give you a message from the
Okay.
spirit, they would blend with me, with my energy, and they would think to my subconscious mind, and my subconscious mind then transforms those thoughts into clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience. You know, that's how it works. So, in other words, clear seeing, clear feeling, clear hearing.
Okay. Thank you
Yeah,
for defining those three 25-cent words that I was going to have to look up later. I
that's
appreciate that highly. All right.
that's okay.
Perfect.
But that's
Yeah.
how it works. You know, that's how it works with that. So, so sorry, I just forgot your question now. What was it?
No, no, it was between mental and physical
Oh,
mediumship.
a
Like
physical
what is
mediumship, right, okay. So everything that I do is mental mediumship,
okay.
and, you know, that's how it is. But some people work with physical mediumship, which, to be honest, I would rather not go into too much detail about because I'm not totally convinced of it.
So
So
it's more rare. That's a very
and
rare sort of
it's very rare, and genuine physical mediumship is very rare.
okay.
And medium and physical mediumship is what happens on a physical level. So, in other words, you know, if you move your lamp from one side of the table to the other, if that's moved and nobody's there to move it, you know, no hands are on it, then that's a form of mediumship, you know. But
You mean like telekinesis or something weird, like
yes,
moving
yeah.
things that are just with your
It
mind?
can see, it still can be it just moving stuff can still be our own physical energy can do that, you know, especially if you watch people who get very angry, very upset, you know, their energy can fill a room. You know, I can walk into a room and feel that someone's had a massive row in there. And then somebody else might say, "Oh, the spirit's not, you know, not very happy and blah blah blah." It's nothing to do with the spirit world, it's to do with our world.
All right. All right. And now with that now so and there's a I'm going to get to where I'm going with this and understanding all
Okay.
these things. So how would you define tarot cards?
They're just tools.
Okay.
They're
That's a
just tools.
tool for for that's a tool for like mental mediumship.
Yes, absolutely, because
Okay.
what you would use them just to give you guidance on what perspective to see within an individual.
Is it what do you think of tarot card reading? Is that do you find that is there stock in it or do you like you don't have an opinion one with it?
It doesn't do anything for me, but I can see that for a lot of people, because it's a science, that they're very interested. But we've got to remember that there's a lot of stuff out there that we can't all like at the same time, you know. But I can see that, you know, if it's somebody can be very interested in them, and they can, and those images on cards can help them define where to look within the person, you know.
Now, the
But
reason
you know,
I like talking about like this using these tools because one of the things on this
oh,
podcast is with my nephew, who I do this with. He's been doing this for probably about well for a long time, but he's been on TikTok for as long as TikTok's really been popular for about 4 or 5 years. He's got a
okay,
million followers, and I don't know if you've had a chance to watch. And he sits there right. He's live right now, um, and he's out there. The weather's nice, so he's probably cleaning headstones. He has a phone app where spirits you know it sort of manipulates radio waves and the magnetic waves into speech that are spirits and the response and look, let me say this because always everyone's like, oh, it's an app and it's probably programmed to do it, and maybe it is, and that's
yeah,
all fine,
yeah,
but it's like the thing that I'm always that wows me about it that I don't have an answer for. Well, there's two things. One, the consistency of it. He
right,
gets responses and other people copycat him. You can find them all over the internet. They don't get what he gets. And personality, because he can go to a location and he'll be like, "Oh, if we go down there, there's a real nasty ghost named Edward down there. He's going to make fun of me the whole time." And it happens every time.
okay,
And it's like, and he doesn't keep his locator on the phone. The geolocation's off,
yeah,
so to save battery and all that. So it's not like it's tracking and the app is then figuring out like do this the same time, right? So and it'll say things like literally like say John is an asshole. Like you'll hear that come through, and it's not pre-programmed. People and look, people probably think it's pre-programmed. I don't really care whether they believe me or not. It's
no, it
not,
doesn't matter,
and
yeah,
it's like, and it's just it's hysterical to me. We laugh, we have a laugh about it. He approaches it in a
Mm.
totally different vibe. So for somebody, and I'm saying to him, like, dude, I think you're some kind of medium. Like, I don't know
Mhm.
what kind of medium you might be. I don't know how you test for this or what you do, but
Yeah.
what you get is unlike what other people with the same. Anybody can download this app. If I downloaded it, you'd hear voices and stuff, but it wouldn't be the same. And it's like you get a call and response. You get what's your when he approaches grave. So he does cemetery walks. He does these graves walks. He never reads the headstones. He always asks what the name is because he doesn't want the app to then like hear what he says and then just regurgitate a word back.
Yeah.
So it's like he's been doing this long enough where he knows not to do that. So he'll do it. What's your name? And it'll be whatever it says, Kathy or Simon. And you're like, and then he looks and he finds the grave with the name on it. And it's crazy. And it's all live.
Mm.
He's doing it live. It's not pre-done. He's just like,
Yeah.
and it's when it happens, and it doesn't happen like with every time. He's out there for 8 hours a day. And it's like he might get 3 moments of like, oh my God, that's a real thing. So I'm like, is this guy a medium or not? Does he have something? And if he does, how do I how do I fine tune it? How do we hone that craft? How do we strengthen it? How do we
I think
prove
one of
it?
the things I would have to say first and foremost is that because he has let's say a penchant for graveyards,
Yeah.
it may be that that's his niche in terms of where his mind goes. He has made, and please don't think I'm speaking for him, but it
No.
may be that he connects a graveyard with dead people. I couldn't even tell you the last time I went to a graveyard. It would be at least 50 years ago, so it's not something I'm interested in.
Mhm.
I know the spirit isn't there because when they talk to me, they're always talking to me about life, not death, and they're never in the ground anyway. So, but it may be because he has a feeling of spirit when he's there that brings it to him, if that makes sense to
It,
you.
well, that's possible. I'll tell you. Let me tell you what his philosophy on spirits are. He has
Mhm.
his is not does not come from a
Yeah,
religious place or perspective or divine. We all have energy in our body. He does agree with
yeah.
on the energy front. Like we literally have electrical synapses in our brain that are popping off all the time.
Mm,
Energy, cannot be created or destroyed. So he believes that when we pass, that energy that is in us is released, and our memories, because we still don't know how the mind officially works and what that
mm.
is attached to that energy. And he
Yeah.
believes he's talking to memories. So one reason why, and I brought this up, I said, well, dude, no one remembers what their grave is. You never see it. That's something that you can't be memory. But it's like one of the things that we think it might be is it still it would be connected to a memory, or it's a loved one's memory of that person who visits the grave,
Mm,
or it's an imprint somehow of that energy, or that's we don't know the answer to that, and nobody I don't know how we'd ever prove that, but we've that is sort of one thing that he believes in. That's how he approaches it. We have tried fun little tests with spirits. So he found he believes he has spoken to the spirit that's really mean to him. That's in this one haunted place. He found that he knows who owned the building, and then he found that person's grave, and he believes he found a younger version, another memory of that same
yeah.
spirit. So we told that one spirit a lie, and of who I was to one, and not the other. And we told the other version that I was something else to see if the memories were connected. And then the other one uh, that we didn't tell called me uncle, and that we told him I was his brother. So
Oh,
we
I
told the
see.
other version. So it's like, and it was weird. It was crazy, right? Like, how did he know I was his uncle? Now, look, did it ever? We don't know if we ever slipped out that it was an uncle, or he heard it before. We don't know, but we're just going from. We tried to do this relatively quickly when my first visit there, and it played out. So I don't know. That's that. Anyway, it's a long story. I'm rambling, but that's kind of where his belief of what spirits are, and that's how he approaches it. So it's like so if he does have some sort of medium ability in some
Mm.
capacity, you think from your interpretation, what spirits are, he could be literally luring them in through that phone app, or like, and
Yeah.
that's a tool that sort of
Well, because he's open to it and he believes it and he's
he's
interested.
open, right? He has to
No,
be open and have the
yeah,
mindset.
absolutely, because if he's not, it wouldn't happen, you know? And he's obviously got to be sensitive as well. And so, because, there is a heightened sensitivity that comes with mediumship too. So, my thing is I'm interested in the spirit because it can help us, it can support us, it can encourage us, it can be useful, and it can be helpful if you're in the depths of despair. But the greatest message there is, for me, is the fact that no matter how much you despair, no matter how alone you feel, no matter how isolated you are never alone. There are always minds there to help you. All you need to do is reach out. But when you're in that state, not many of us can remember to do that, you know?
Simone,
But they're all there.
do you practice regularly? Like, is it one of those things where if you don't use it, you lose it? Like, do you get yourself into a state of mind um to channel
Yeah,
or to
there
trance
has to
with
be,
spirit,
yeah,
or to
that
communicate
you
with spirit regularly?
yeah, because I think in the beginning, especially, you do have to learn what frequency of energy you've got to link with, because it's all about energy. Our work is all about energy and it's all about frequency as well. And the mind of a medium is always the one that's fast. You don't get mediums who are slow. They'll talk far too fast, or their actions are very quick and all
You're
of that.
describing my
Because
nephew quite a bit, by the way. I
oh
mean, no,
right,
but it's
okay.
like you really are.
Because
He's all over the place.
yeah, and that's because of the frequency of the energy that you align to, and that's the energy that you communicate is much faster frequency. And when you get into the trance state, when you start developing that, that's hard for the medium because you have to learn to subdue your mind and to subdue your thinking and be passive. And not many mediums can do that easily, So but there are certain techniques you can use,
Well,
but
what
that's how
advice
it
would you
is.
give him? Would you say to him, like, I know you've never met him, so don't like.
No, it's okay.
Obviously, I don't expect any direct, but it's like, hey, man, you should try to meditate once a day. Like, is that something he should try to do? Like, what would be the first like thing? Like, if you wanted to do something, here's step
Well, you see,
one.
I think because of my background, which was, I'm, this happened to me overnight. I was invited into what we called a circle in those days, a development group. I was absolutely over the moon. I was being invited. I got expelled after the first night because I asked too many questions. So I was then asked to go into another group, and I got expelled after the first night in that one because I asked too many questions, because people thought that the questions were confrontational and they weren't. I wanted to know everything.
Right.
And from then on, I had to develop on my own. And of course, I've learned from a lot of people. Watched people, I've listened to people. But at the end of the day, it's all about you and the spirit world. They'll teach you. And I don't give advice. I really don't give advice. And the only piece of advice I ever give anybody is let the spirit world be your teachers. They're your
That's what
teachers.
I love that about you, that you ask a lot of questions and you take pieces of everything. Like, you know what? My wife would be so pissed that she thinks I should be in therapy, and I probably should, but I try to. When I did go to therapy once, I went to for the first therapist, and they said, okay, and I tell them the thing, and they're like, here, A, B, and C, and I'm like, oh, B makes sense. But then I went to a different therapist, and then they were like X, Y, and Z, and I'm like, oh, I can, X. I'm going to take X from you. And then I went to another one, but I never went
Mhm.
back to the same one twice. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You guys don't know me, but I'm just going to take those things and see if I could
Yeah, see which one fits.
apply them to my life, and maybe make myself a better person. But
Yeah. But
it's
no,
great.
I think that's the thing, and it's all about finding what's right for you as an individual. I didn't want to do this. That's the thing. I was an atheist. I didn't
Well,
want to do this.
I'm an atheist. Like both my nephew and I were raised the same way. We were raised Catholic,
Yeah.
And I would say we're both very atheist these days. We're
Well, I
just
think I was very lucky. I was very, very fortunate. My mother was a Jew, my father was Presbyterian, and because of them having different religions, they said my sister and I were not allowed to have any religious education at home. We weren't allowed to go to Sunday school or anything else, you know.
yeah,
We were told, we were brought up with the idea that you find your own religion if you want to. So
yeah.
I became an atheist. It was a lot easier. Life was a lot easier when I was an atheist, you know? So
But so what here? So I want to like tell. Can you throw out some examples over this incredible life and experiences you've had that have kept you believing? Like I know I'm sure there's always been catalysts and that happened, but there's always things like, man, that is
I
the
don't
moment.
first and
Is it,
foremost, I love the spiritual sense of humor with me. You know, they make me laugh a lot. And also it's about, what continues to convince me is the feeling I get when I'm in the power of the spirit. There's nothing like it in life.
can you
Nothing
can,
else
can
can
you tell
touch
me?
it.
Can you tell us a story
Yeah.
about when the spirits made you laugh? Like what happened?
Oh, they're very silly because don't forget it's me you're talking to, so
I love silly. We love
strange
silly. I'd rather silly than scared.
I
I
got a
love that
strange
stuff.
sense of humor. But I
Everyone
remember
always is like
I don't
ghosts and
wanna
scares. I want to hear something fun. I mean, that's fun for me.
yeah, no, I was working in Japan. I used to work there quite a lot, and I was working with a translator, and there was this little girl sitting opposite me waiting for a reading, and I was talking to her, and suddenly I saw a mango, a fruit, the mango,
Sure. Yeah, love
and
mango.
I looked at my friend who's a translator and said, I've just seen a mango. I don't know what the hell that means, not a clue. And then I realized, I said to the girl, have you just had a man go? And she went, yes, a man had left her. And that kind of thing makes me laugh, because there's absolutely no way I could look at a mango and see that.
Now, so when you say you saw, like you didn't see it physically, you saw it.
No,
How did you
just in
see
your
it?
mind's eye. You see it clairvoyantly. You see it in your mind's eye. Um, and it's I've got a I'm sorry, I've got a bit of a sick sense of humor. But another one was I was working at the Arthur Finney College, and I was working with, I don't want to make it too long a story, but I was working with trance communication, whereas in a trance state and the spirit communicator speaks through me to their loved one directly. That's how it works. Okay. So I'm going into the power, and as I'm going into the power, I can hear a voice through me saying, wow, wow, wow. And in my mind, I'm going, is that the best you can do? Is that it? I mean, this is horrific. I'm never doing this again. I am never doing this again. So, anyway, because I was in front of an audience, I just let the spirit do the rest. And this young girl came through wanting to talk directly to her mum. So at the end of the event, I thought to myself, I'm never going to do that again as long as I live. I was just so embarrassed, terribly embarrassed. And I went out of the room and I went into my own room. I came back in the morning and I was queuing up at the breakfast queue as we do. And this lady came over to me and she said, I just really want to thank you for last night. And I was so embarrassed, but I didn't want to say to her, well, actually, I thought it was a load of old rubbish because it was denying her daughter, you know. But I said, well, that's very kind, thank you. But she said, no, she said, do you remember when they said, wow, wow, wow? And I thought, I'm never going to forget that as long as I live.
Sure.
I
Right.
went, yeah, I do remember. And she said, well, I used to email my daughter every day, and I used to sign it "wow" because in America it's mum upside down,
Oh
and
my
that
God, I just got
and that
chills from that.
and that completely turned me around in terms of working in that particular way. I would
That's
have given up.
so specific and wild.
Oh, absolutely, it has to be for me. It has to be specific, otherwise why bother?
Oh my God, I got chills
Yeah.
from that. That
We
freaks
we
me out.
oh, there's a few of us within this work. You know how you can go to someone and they can say, I can see that you've had a few bad times in your life. And there's been times when you felt you're completely on your own. And there's been times when you felt, could I trust these? Well, you can talk like that. I can talk to you like that for about
Yeah,
2 hours.
everybody's been there.
And
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not saying anything. And we call that clairvagueness, you know?
Wait a minute. I gotta write that down. That is the best word of that's the word of the day. Claire vagueness.
Yes.
I love that. I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
Great one. That's a great one. Yeah, because right, that would be the hoax, right? That would be the charlatan. That would be the person who's like
Yeah.
trying to just like, you know,
Mm,
I get that for sure.
yeah.
Oh my God. Um, Simone, what does it mean now? So you're a minister now.
Yeah.
You don't work with Arthur Finley anymore, do you?
No.
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 So
No. Just
now you're a minister, and tell us tell us about spiritualism. Let's what are you up to now? How does this work? And are you still a practicing medium within that religion,
yes.
or is it just oh, okay? So tell me a little bit about spiritualism, and then I'd love
Well,
to know what that means.
I'm a spiritualist from start to finish, really. I believe in spiritualism. I believe in its philosophy, which are we
What is the
have
mantra of it? What is the
the
core
basis of our
line?
philosophy is seven principles. And they are, I'll do them very quickly for you. The first one
Sure.
is the brother, is the fatherhood of God. The second is the brotherhood of man. The third is the communion of spirits and the ministry of angels. The fourth is the continuous existence of the human soul. The fifth is personal responsibility. The sixth is compensation and retribution hereafter for all the good and evil deeds done on earth. And the final principle is eternal progress open to every human soul. Those are our seven principles. That's what we look at. They're the basis of our religion. They're the basis of our philosophy.
What does number 7 mean? Can you explain that one to me a
Well,
little
the
bit?
eternal progress of every human soul. It means that wherever you're at, whether you're in this world or you're in the next world, you have the opportunity to learn more and more and more.
Do you believe
But
in like a heaven and a hell then?
no, but I believe we create our own heaven and hell
I see.
as individuals.
Okay. Okay.
I don't believe they're geographic locations. I do believe they're states of mind.
Got it. What does it mean to be a minister, in a spiritualist
Well,
minister?
it
What is it?
a
What's
a
your day to day?
spiritualist minister means that I can conduct funerals or naming ceremonies or official services anywhere, but it also means that, I take services, so let me be I do them online most of the time now because I don't travel so much.
Hmm.
But, I take services and things like that, but other people could take services too. But as a minister, it's more really about being able to help people on a one-to-one. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Helping to help give them some kind of I'm not a counselor. I don't regard myself as a counselor, but I regard myself as a spiritualist and trying to help people who can't cope with life.
Is it mainly like a lot of grief work, like what they do with the Forever Family Foundation kind of stuff, where it's like,
It can be, but it can also be about someone who feels completely lost
oh yeah,
and lost their identity, they lost their personality, they've lost everything, and it's people like that that you come across that need your help. But it might be just a few words they need of encouragement and support, and others they might need more than that. It depends on the individual, of course. Yeah.
wow. Um, Saman, this has been great. I really thank you for this. I mean, this is like, yeah, I mean, this is for me looking at this world of mediums, and you've given me so much great information, and especially in how the feelings that a medium gets, and like what they're looking for, and how it. I loved your use of the talking about frequency and energy because that's kind of where
Mhm.
we're playing in, and it seems like there's some similarities in all of these things, and finding those and honing those, and I find that fascinating stuff. Um, and who's better than uh, you know you've been just around it for so long that it means a lot that you've taken the time to sort of walk me through that element of it in your
Very
life.
welcome. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
But I
Thank
think
you.
that I just think that for me, it's not just mediumship. Please Don't misunderstand me.
No.
My work is not just mediumship. It's hopefully helping people to open their minds to a greater power that can help them cope with life. It's not about death. It's about life. We haven't got to
That's not,
worry about death.
isn't that the same sort of thing as like AA in a way?
In a way, yeah, maybe. Yeah, except it's not with alcohol or without.
Right.
It's up to you whether you drink or not.
You
That's
could drink as a spiritualist, is what you're saying. It's like
well, we've got our fifth
we want the
principle
high.
of
We have a
personal.
higher power, but
Yeah,
we
but
still
we've got our fifth principle of personal responsibility, so you can't get away from that one. Yeah.
right. No, that's
But
true.
yeah, but
That's
that's
true.
the point. But it's all about, for me, it's about helping people to realize their power, realize that they've got more than they think, and they can make their own decisions. They don't have to rely on the next person to tell them what to do. You know,
I
And
love it.
for me, it's
Look,
all about empowering people,
yeah.
really.
Listen, I mean, it's great. It's any religion that sort of helps people become better, or and not treat other people like shit at the same time
Hmm.
is great,
Yeah.
right? Like as long as it's like live and let live, and then mind your own business, live and let live, then by all means, worship however you like.
Yeah,
It's when you start stepping on other people's freedoms, I guess that it's sort of like, all right, guys, what are we doing here? How do you call that a religion of any kind? But
absolutely.
and this podcast isn't about religion, or it's more like we're focusing really. We want to know what is happening, what is spirits, what is this other world, science, voices, communication that's happening with what you do, with what John does, with what Kathy does, with you know, the, you know, it, in all the different aspects of it, to try to sort of figure out, you know, what is going on, because there's clearly something going on. It can't all be. There's
You
plenty of
can't all
people
be
who believe
making it
that.
up, you
Yeah,
know.
there's a lot of
And I
people.
used to,
Yeah,
that was one of the things that you asked me earlier, well, what kept me in this? And what keeps me in it is knowing that I have, and no more than anyone else, by the way, but that we have the ability and the capability to reach out with our minds and get help from that other world, get insight, get information from them that should help us to live as in the best way we can. That's what it's about. And it's not just about giving people messages. That's the smallest part of my job. I do it a lot, but for me, it's the smallest part of my job.
right.
Giving people mums and dads and grannies and granddads, sons and daughters, as great as it is, because you feel you're part of that. That family. That isn't all I do. My job is, I'm very interested in the philosophy of life. And I want to think, what have I got to learn? That's the big one, isn't it? What have I got to learn? What am I learning from this? And so to me, it's all about finding peace at the end of the day, inner peace, how you
Right.
can live comfortably, and in a way where it's not hurting anybody, not affecting anybody else with any, as you say, negativity, but just living life in the best way we know how. And that's what I'm about. That's what I'm about, living. I'm not about death. I've got
Well,
eternity for that.
right. That's a great way. That's a great way to end this. And look,
Okay.
Simon Key, thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Really appreciate you being a guest here for us. And that's a great way to end, and it's a great philosophy to have to go throughout the
Thank
day.
you.
So thank you so much.
All
I
right. Good to see
appreciate
you.
Good to
Take
see
care.
you. Thanks for listening to Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time. Hey everybody. Jennifer submitted this ghost story on our website at splinteredspirits.com. So she had a cousin who she was really close to who passed away. She also had a giant heavy mirror, probably kind of like this one but with a wooden frame, hanging above her fireplace. She comes down one morning, the mirror's off the wall and sitting next to a picture of her cousin. Say what? She grabs a step stool, she grabs the big ass heavy mirror, she hangs it back on the wall. Do you see where I'm going with this? She goes to bed. She comes down the next morning, guess what? The mirror's off the wall. It's sitting next to a picture of her cousin again. She goes and grabs the mirror, but this time she says a little prayer to her cousin. She says, please, I know if this is you doing this, it's a heavy ass mirror. I'm putting it back up. I'm glad you're with me, but I'd appreciate it if you don't take it down again. She puts the mirror back up on the wall. She goes back to bed. The mirror stays on the wall. So Jennifer, listen. Take the mirror off the wall again, smash it, throw it in your trash can, because it's better to have 7 years of bad luck than a fucking ghost in your reflection. Thank you for submitting.
Not with me.
John, look at my phone.
Well,
Look at my phone.
oh shit. Can I pick it up?
No.
No? Okay. Dude, that is wild. Have you ever picked that up?
Yeah, I told you I had before.
Yes, yeah, that's right. They're asking what? They're asking what
You can
happened.
tell him it's okay.
It just gave me chills. So, Brian's mother passed away. He's been getting phone calls from her. And he just got one now.
What you just heard was the moment our friend Brian received a phone call in March of 2025 from his mother. His mother passed away in the winter of 2024. Wait until you hear the full message. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny from Santa Paranormal, where we try to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. If you've been listening or if you follow John, you know he communicates with spirits using what many in the paranormal field consider to be controversial: phone apps. Spirits manipulate the device to create speech from digital radio and or electromagnetic waves. But what if spirits didn't use the app to talk to us? What if they simply dial us on the phone and leave a message? Our guest this week, Professor Callum Cooper, author of Telephone Calls from the Dead, walks us through this very specific type of electronic voice phenomena, or EVP, and gives us some emotionally poignant advice on how to approach a call from a loved one that's passed, like Brian's did. Let's dive into the conversation. John, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, man. So we've got we got a
very
big episode.
powerful one today.
We do. We've got a big episode today.
This is definitely hits close to home.
We're gonna get going. We're gonna dive into this conversation, and our guest today, he is one of the leading voices at the intersection of science and the unexplained. Professor Callum Cooper is a chartered psychologist, a senior lecturer at the University of Northampton, and an internationally recognized author and researcher. With advanced degrees in psychology education and research methods, he has spent his career exploring what happens when science meets subjects like death, bereavement, human consciousness, and yes, the paranormal. He sits on the council of the Society for Psychical Research, serves as a scientific advisor to both the Forever Family Foundation and the Windbridge Research Center, and has earned numerous awards for his contributions to skeptical activism and science communication. His groundbreaking book, Telephone Calls from the Dead, which is this right here for our fans, Telephone Calls from the Dead, and we'll put a link to this in all of our bios for anyone out there listening. This book explores one of the most fascinating frontiers in afterlife research, which is unexpected calls from those no longer living. And today he's joining us to help make sense of one such call that one of our friends to the pod and to John's socials has received. So with that, we want to welcome Professor Cal Cooper. Professor
Hello.
Cooper, how are you?
Welcome.
I don't know if
Hi,
you could hear
John.
that. I don't know if you could hear that intro. Could you hear us when we were talking, or was it off?
Yeah, but flattered. I was blushing. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, wonderful. I'm glad. Thank you so much for being here. And I forgot, I should add here, by the way, this is a super handsome gentleman. It's like, John, I feel like in the paranormal space, we've got to up our game.
Yeah, for real.
All those list of accomplishments, would you have expected to see someone so young? Would not. It's like it's crazy.
You just got to keep battling on. If you
I-
want something, go get it.
Fair enough, man.
That's it.
So, Cal, listen, I like to start everything off with on this podcast with a basic question here on Splintered Spirits, and it's this: what do you think spirits are, and what happens when we die?
Well, that's
like
quite a big
starting
one. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
big
are
one.
spirits? Well, people have believed that there's this essence that may leave the human body at the point of death and survives on in some way that we can either experience or interact with or communicate with. And this is what people define as spirits. And that's what it would be if it were to be an actual thing that we had, concrete evidence for. It's an aspect of personality and consciousness leaving the body and surviving in some way.
Do you
So
believe it?
I accept that there's good evidence for it. I'm a scientist, and this question has come up so much recently. I think because I've been dealing with it for a good 20 years now about do you actually believe in the things that you're studying? Well, it's not about whether I believe or don't believe. I'm interested in the evidence. So I say, well, what if I was a midwife? What if I was into geography? What if I was into chemistry? Would really most people come to me and say, do you actually believe in this kind of process of birthing, like birthing pools? Do you believe in birthing pools, or do you believe in these kinds of rock formations? Or well, it's about evidence for it being good or evidence for its existence and so forth. So when it comes to parapsychology, how good is the evidence for telepathy? People, of course, experience it all the time because they talk about it. Whether it is actually that kind of process, a mind-to-mind interaction or not, people can relate to that kind of experience, the same as ghosts. So how good is the evidence for it? So my job as a psychologist is to look at what we already know of psychology and what could explain it without jumping to an explanation we don't have a process for. And then if that explanation doesn't apply, can we entertain this idea that it's a new process and it might be a mind-to-mind interaction and something might be leaving the mind while we're living to gain information or even beyond bodily death? So I'm all about how good is the evidence. I have no vested interest, as much as that might sound weird. I'm fascinated by the topic, but I'm all for the data either being explained away, which would be great, or the data showing that something new is there to be learned.
Love it. I love that answer. I really do. And your work, it bridges science and spirituality, obviously, right? When we're talking about, so how do your peers in academia respond to your research in parapsychology?
Well, all my peers at the University of Northampton, especially, they're all parapsychologists pretty much. We've got a very large department within psychology. I think there's probably 40 of us, and some of those are counseling psychologists and psychotherapists. And we've got 3 main research departments within psychology dealing with counseling and positive psychology and child and adolescent mental health. And then the other one is a group called EECS, Exceptional Experiences and Consciousness Studies. So that's parapsychologists, transpersonal psychologists, consciousness study researchers, cognitive psychologists, and neuroscientists. So 5 different domains, all under one roof, looking at unusual experiences. So every day I'm surrounded by people doing the same thing as me. I'm just leading some things. I lead the 3rd year module, and I'm supervising a lot of doctorates in that area as well. And even at the Californian Institute for Human Science, I'm co-director of parapsychology education with Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove. So in all of my kind of main work, I'm with parapsychologists. So my peers are all for it and think, we're doing groundbreaking work here.
Why is psychology like that? Why is that the role that seems to be the closest to paranormal events? You know what I mean? Like, what is that role and that connection with those two things?
Some would argue not. Like the weekend before last, I was with Professor Bernard Carr, and he's one of the vice presidents of the Society for Psychical Research. He was one of Professor Stephen Hawking's students, doctoral students. And naturally, he's a physicist, so he believes that many of these experiences could have something to do with multiverse and are actually more of an aspect of physics than they are of psychology. But still, we're dealing with human experiences. You've got a human who has had an experience who reports their experiences, so you can't not deal with psychology in the mix. But is their experience due to misperception or new perceptions we don't fully understand the processes for, or are they just witnessing aspects of physics that make it seem like they're having a telepathic experience, a precognitive experience, or seeing, visions of the dead, or sometimes visions of living people who are verified to have not been at those places at the time they were reported. They were elsewhere, like miles and miles away. So there, physics has an interesting part to play. But the paranormal is approached by a number of different disciplines. I've got colleagues here in the UK that have specialized in it from the point of sociology, from anthropology, from the media, and especially how the media portray the data and the kinds of shows that get put out there, and how best to put programs together to actually give, interesting portrayals, history, philosophy, theology, you name it. You can approach parapsychology from so many different angles. It's quite the tool, really, for kind of placing itself with other sciences and arts to actually explore why people embrace these experiences, find them fascinating, whether they believe in them or not, and explore what they really mean to us as human beings.
John, I saw you light up when you said like multiverse dimensions. That's something you talk about, like you don't know,
All
and
the
it's like
time.
you believe in it.
All the time.
So
You know?
Cal, I don't, for John here, I think I told you. So John's my nephew, and he has gotten quite popular on TikTok over the years for many, many years, doing other controversial things, which is like he uses spirit boxes and phone apps, talking to spirits at grave sites, which many people have always said don't have spirits there. And we're familiar with how we know the spirit box thing is very controversial, and people have their doubts and everything else. And I've seen all the copycats. My fascination with John here is that the responses he gets is less about the words used, but the personality behind the words used, and the
Mhm.
Q&A that he has going on there. And that's what I just find like it's bananas, right? Um, when he's talking to spirits. And that's sort of this idea of talking to spirits. I think, when I heard about your book, telephone calls from the dead, how did you get into that? Like, what was the for you, what was the catalyst that sort of led you down that path?
I think it was two or three things. One, I was reading books by, I don't know if you can see him there. No, I've moved him. Oh, you can see Eileen Garrett just there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But Scott Rogo's over there as well. So D. Scott Rogo. I was reading books by him and Raymond Bayless when I was an undergraduate doing psychology at the University of Northampton. And Scott Rogo and Raymond Bayless had done forwards for each other's books now and then. And I was just buying loads of their books at the time on eBay and Amazon, and they were going for next to nothing, because this is before I kind of repopularized what they were doing. So I was finding them quite cheap because no one was reading any of their material particularly.
Sure.
And I got one book out of the library called Apparitions and Survival of Bodily Death by Raymond Bayless. Read it from cover to cover while I was in the kitchen in the halls of residence and doing my washing in the laundry room, and you're waiting for your clothes to tumble dry, and I was just captivated page after page. And I thought, this is really well written. It's really accessible writing, and it's also very knowledgeable. This guy knows his literature, and he was, I think, the librarian for the Southern Californian Society for Psychical Research, and they were both members of both the American and British SPR. So I kept looking for their books, and then I found one titled Phone Calls from the Dead from 1979. And I bought a copy of that and just threw it on the pile of the other books because I just thought, well, there must be stuff like that written all the time, and I've just never bothered to look. Then MSN News, as was my main way of looking at news at the time, reported a train collision in California with a guy called Charles Peck being on one of these commuter trains, and there was a freight train coming the other way, and it was so big it was causing live news reports for the recovery of people that were on the train and what had happened. And apparently his family were reporting repeated phone calls from his mobile phone. They knew nothing of the train collision. And when they picked up the phone, they were getting static. And when they phoned back, it either went straight to voicemail, or they just got nothing. So when they saw on the news that it was the very train he was traveling back on, they thought he was trapped in the wreckage. So when they got calls, his wife, his son, his daughter, they were shouting, don't worry, Dad, the rescuers are coming, they're on their way. I think they'd actually got in touch with the rescue team and said, our father keeps calling from his phone. He must be trapped in there. So apparently they started working extra hard to try and find him. It was by about 3:30 in the morning, so 3:30 a.m., they found his body. Apparently he'd died on first impact, and they never recovered his phone. For me, as a psychologist, and even a budding one then, I was an undergraduate, I thought, well, you know, the phone's been smashed. It's trapped in the wreckage. It's just repeatedly calling the last people in the call register. He's on his way home, so it's going to be his wife, his son, his daughter. That's where he's heading. That's most likely the last people that he contacted. The fact that it was never found is no mystery. There must be so many things that in that collision just got smashed, thrown, were never recovered. But is the fact that the family took comfort in believing it was a phone call from the dead. The media pushed it as a phone call from the dead. So I thought, well, what's in this book that I've just thrown on the pile from 1979? That was 2009. So what's in this book? And I read it cover to cover. And my goodness, there were full-blown conversations recorded of 10, 20 minutes with people that the next day were found to have been dead a week or a couple of weeks or something like that. That's completely different. You're actually interacting with this person who is verified to have been dead for some time. And then following up with how the telephone works, whether there was a record with the telephone companies and things like that. So that's what got me interested. I started doing a few articles on it, even text messages from the dead, because text messages have become a new thing. And I found that there were some news reports regarding that. And I think by about late 2010, a friend of mine in Portsmouth on the south coast of the UK put me in touch with a publisher, and he said, you should really take all your articles, get some more material together. You should really kind of do a sort of a second volume to the original book. So Telephone Calls from the Dead really acts as a follow-on, because I talk about Rogo and Bayliss, but then I talk about where are we now.
No, yeah, I read it, and it's so. What if in all the cases you found, what have you found how do you distinguish between what is, a psychological projection, a coincidence, or a grief hallucination, in these respects, or in something genuinely anomalous, like how do you do that?
So what would be most likely down to conventional explanations? There's a lot where people say they woke up to the sound of ringing phones, believe their phone had lit up and someone had died at that time, or they got a text message but there was no sender information connected, and then the next day they find that someone has passed away or it's close to the time that someone's died. There's all these ones where there's little bits of coincidences that seem like those comforting signs of, well, your friend's passed away and you've gone to sit in the garden and a robin lands next to you, or white feathers suddenly start appearing, or you kick your shoes off and you hear some change land on the floor and it's a few pennies and things like that, and you think, well, I don't leave spare change lying around. Where's that come from? But then you start to make this link between the person that you've lost. So they're very kind of small coincidences, but you're making a meaningful link between them. So those, I would argue, there could be a number of conventional explanations where we could say, how many times has that happened and you've not noticed it and not drawn a link because no one's died? So it's just another daily occurrence. Oh, excellent. I found a quarter on the floor. Brilliant. Stick it in the pocket. You don't think about it. It's just great. You found some extra change.
Right.
But no one's died. But the fact that, someone's died and then you think a quarter's fallen from the ceiling, that becomes more significant.
This man's after my heart, by the way. You're after my heart. You look good. You're talking my language. Stop that.
Yeah. I tell you, you got to see, because Cal, it's like, John will jump in here when we get to the story, certainly for a lot more, but it's like he's mainly a live streamer, so most people are constantly digging into him about his beliefs and like, this is this, or this is what a spirit. He's like, you don't know that. Could be a coincidence. He's the most skeptic of the person skeptical of anybody doing it, right? Mm-hmm. So in all of your studies, the things that you've seen, Cal, are there common patterns across some of these cases where it really starts to point to something real happening beyond chance or error? Like, is there what would you say,
Yeah, so some of those cases start to push the boundaries beyond it. We could even talk about some of the ones from living people. So Scott Rogo had one himself, where there were intention calls. And you think, again, is this a memory thing? But then again, we've got some interaction here. So one of his it was 10 o'clock on a bright Thursday morning, and I was thinking about making a call to a colleague of mine at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute. Although I thought about making that call, I never actually did. But by 4 o'clock that afternoon, I got the surprise of my life when I got a call from the research assistant at the very psychologist I had thought about calling. He said he was answering my message when I asked what in blazes he was talking about. He said that at 10 o'clock that morning, a call had come into them. The caller had left my name, my number, and asked that the call be returned. And yet he's adamant he never actually made that call. Sure. Sometimes a whole conversation could take place as well. So that pushes the boundaries. And also when you have got someone who, you take the phone call and say, oh, it's Auntie Mary on the phone. She's called to say happy birthday to me. Isn't it lovely? Does anyone else want to chat with her? And you pass the landline phone around. So you've all spoken to her. And the next day you find out that she died a week prior. So you've got multiple witnesses. You've got a conversation taking place. It's something you could follow up with the phone company. In some of the instances Rogo and Bayless had, there was no record of that call taking place at that time, yet all other ones were logged. And so that's why Rogo and Bayless also started to think maybe if these are paranormal communications, they're taking place inside the phone, not through the phone line and phone system. It's the device itself that's being manipulated somehow. So those start to really push the boundaries of conventional explanations. And you asked about categories. They did find categories. They found themes. So those that might be more conventional are where you're grieving, you're at home alone, the phone rings, you hear a word, a voice, a name, sound of static, and you think that's that person. Or it could even just be someone going, Mum, Dad. Well, if you've lost a child, that could be enough to satisfy you that you've had a communication. But hands up, how many people are called Mum and Dad? There's a lot of people around the world called Mum and Dad. And so it could be a missed number. The kid suddenly hears this person wailing and crying over the phone. They put the phone down without apologizing or saying, sorry, I think I've got the wrong number. So for the receiver of the call, they've had the satisfaction in communication with their alleged deceased child. But it could go beyond that. So that's a simple call, just the words and phrases, no response. Type 2 are prolonged, speaking for 10, 20 minutes. After the call, you discover that person's died. Type 3 are answer calls. You make the call and have a long conversation with someone that afterwards you find out is dead, or a long conversation with someone who afterwards you find out was nowhere near a telephone to have taken that call. And you find that out because of meeting up with them or speaking to someone else saying they weren't home that day. They've been out of a house for a week because they've been away on holiday, but you called their landline and yet someone answered their phone with their name, voice characteristics, knowledge. They answered the phone call that you made. The final type that Rogo and Bayless had were those intention calls. You intend to make a call, you change your mind, it still takes place for the other person. And when I looked at these cases, I found that some of them would be a mixture of type 1 and type 2. So you could know someone was dead and yet repeatedly have calls from them and sometimes extended conversation.
And
Very
those
rare.
are those are the most common, right? Like that's
No.
Those are the most rare.
No, those are rare to know someone's dead and repeatedly have calls from them.
Got it. Type 1 and 2 could be okay.
Type 1 and type 2 are the more common ones. Type 1, the most common.
Yes. That's what I meant. Type 1 and type 2 are the most common in your book. And then it was like, wasn't there like a type 5 that you thought?
So yeah, I split it into, I kind of shifted there. So they had 4. So simple, prolonged, answer and intention. And I moved one category up to put a 4th one in. It was mixed calls. So the first 4 are all related to the dead. And the 5th one, the intention calls, are just related to the living. So I sandwiched mixed calls in as 4th place.
Have you now, dude, what's something that's given you complete chills in your research where you're like, that's a fucking ghost and that's real shit? Like, is there anything you could point to that was like, all right, that tell me.
I was gonna ask 2 things. That's very similar to what I was gonna ask.
Go for it. Ask quick.
What piece of evidence, what piece of data, and not like coincidental data, like hardcore data makes you go, I'm gonna continue researching this, as a forefront to what I'm doing, and a priority, if you will.
I suppose there's 2 in recent times that I really like. One was in my book, and it was a mixed call, and I think it was maybe from my early articles. A guy reached out to me and said that he was aware of parapsychology when he was doing his doctorate, because one of his supervisors had written a textbook on it, but didn't really teach on it. He just dabbled, and he was aware when Bob Morris took on the Coercial Parapsychology chair at the University of Edinburgh. He was a parapsychologist from California, saw that there was this opportunity to take on a professorship of parapsychology, and he won it over other people when Edinburgh took it on. And this guy said that he got this passing interest, and it made him think of a childhood experience. He knew of the Rogo and Bayless book. My articles had clearly sparked his interest again. So I called him Dr. Jones, and he said that when he was about 11, 12, maybe a bit older, his parents had split up, but they were still living amicably under the same roof for the sake, I guess, of finances and so forth. But they were just off doing their own thing. I think their parents had like separate living rooms and stuff, so they could just come and go and make sure the kids are okay until maybe, you know, something made it more convenient to go their separate ways. The mother had rekindled a friendship with a childhood sweetheart, and they mainly spoke over the phone. I think I call him Richard in the book. And so 2 to 3 times a week, she'd take the kitchen phone that got the long cord on it, and she'd go off into another room and shut the door and have these 10, 15-minute conversations. And this went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Then Richard ended up in hospital and was poorly, and then found out that he passed away. A couple of weeks go by, telephone rings in the kitchen. She goes to answer it, is away 10, 15 minutes, and she comes back and she's white as a sheet. And everyone says, well, what's wrong? And she said, Richard's just called. And then it happens again and again, 2 to 3 times a week. These calls come through just as they did when he was living. And she goes and has these conversations. Now, one time she goes out shopping around the time that these calls would come through. And Dr. Jones, because he later became a doctor in the social sciences, he said, as this young boy, he thought, well, what do I do? The phone's ringing. He goes to answer it, and he hears the sound of just shh and whooshing and the sound of wind, and as though something was about to make a noise on the phone. And he didn't know what it was. He just shouted, she's not here, and slams the phone back down. And he said in later life, he wishes he just held on to find out, well, what exactly is it that Mum was listening to? Who was she speaking to? And he had to wait for years and years and years to actually find out. So around the time that he contacted me, which is about 2009, 2010, I think she passed away the year before, somewhere around there. So late noughties. And he managed to get hold of her diaries that they were still in storage. She kept diaries that would hold like 3 years at a time. And he found that period of time and thought, what on earth were these conversations? And it's just bizarre. So yes, everyone's witnessing a telephone ringing. Yes, she's going away for a conversation. But these diary accounts say, Monday morning, my darling called to say that he loved me and would always be at my side. He says he comes on the wind to speak to me and make sure that I am safe. I have trouble sleeping. He says, now you will sleep. Goodbye, my darling. I love you. I'll be back to speak with you soon. Tuesday afternoon, my darling calls to say that he loves me and is still at my side. On and on and on and on for 3 years or so. Apparently the calls just faded out. So either someone was aware that Richard had died and they wanted to prank her because of some sort of fallout. It's a long-standing prank where someone has committed themselves 2 to 3 times a week to have these long-winded conversations with her that apparently have some audible anomalies in them, the static sound and wind, and she's taken by them, or something else is going on. So we've got these diary accounts, we've got his eyewitness account, and something that stuck with him for ages, so much so that it got him into psychology. But ultimately, who knows?
I would have ripped that phone straight off the wall, thrown it
So
straight into the garbage.
Let me give you the other one. Let me give you the other one that's so we've got a program over here called Uncanny that's hosted by Danny Robbins, and it's on the BBC, it's on iPlayer, and it's on BBC Radio 4 when people listen to it live. It's toured as a theatre thing. We've had the Uncanny Con as well, and I go on sometimes as a guest expert. So I was in Series 2 and Series 4, which was Uncanny USA, and now it's coming back for Series 5. But one of the early telephone episodes I wasn't involved in. My colleague, Dr. Kieran O'Keefe, was, and it's called Harry Called. So there's this guy called Will, who was a student at university, and he was with his friends, and they're all doing a Ouija board. And he thinks it's nonsense, and he sits to one side and watches them doing it. And they ask, have you got a message for anyone? And it says yes. And they said, well, what's your name? And it spells out Harry. Okay, who's the message for? WILL. And Will just said, I've had enough now, just stop. I'm really not interested in this is really silly. And he goes back to his halls of residence where he stays with the other students. Now, at that time, there was a payphone at the end of the corridor if you wanted to receive calls or call home to your family. And if you were out, everyone had a piece of paper on their respective room, so you could just pencil on, your mum's called at this time, leave messages there. And he goes back and there's a message on the piece of paper that says, Harry called. And so he asks around everyone and said, who's taken this? And he thinks it's his friends in the other place that were messing about with the Ouija board that have already called ahead and left this to creep him out. And his friends later said, no, we didn't do that. And everyone on the corridor says, we didn't leave that. And then this happens again and again. He'd come back with a message left on his door saying Harry called. And then one time he was in his room and someone said, there's someone on the phone for you. They say their name's Harry. And he goes running to the phone, picks it up. And he said there was a voice there. It was a man. And he said this was the early 1990s, but his voice and his characteristics were out of this time. It was like he was from a completely different time period. And he was just rambling on. I can't really remember what it was he was saying, but it was just talking and talking and talking. And so this led to more calls, and then eventually him waking in the middle of the night to see an elderly man stood in his room that he thought was this vision of this person, Harry. So these all built and built and built. And that one has become a favorite episode for Uncanny. People found it so creepy that these calls just became so persistent. There were other ones, just like with Poltergeist 2, people had reports of Fisher Price ring telephones and stuff like that. And some really unusual ones.
I wonder why that old man was really into Will, dude. It's creepy in and of itself, even after
Could
death.
be any reason.
You know,
so Professor, let me ask you a question. Is there enough data for rendition number 3 of your book?
Yeah, I mean, there's loads. I mean, I've got even just a folder just down by the bookcase over there. I've been gathering so much.
That's awesome.
I want to do a new analysis. One of my colleagues, who's a French sociologist, he in his own book, there is a French Phone Calls from the Dead book that's written by Laurent Kasparix, and he looked at about 25 cases or so, I think. But he sent those over. We're going to do it as an English, even though the book's out, I'm going to write it up as an English paper for the Journal of the Society of Psychical Research. So that's out. We're going to collaborate on that. But I've got more on the history and other things like that, and more cases have come in that I'll do another book that's not written. I mean, this is written like a research report. It takes you through my process of analysis, but I'll do a more casual one that's more about what have I found since then and what's some of the more unique history. We've also, I'm probably a few months away from finishing it. If you remember in my book, I wrote about an old-fashioned telephone, people creating them in the 1920s to contact the dead. And there was one by someone called F.R. Melton, Frederick Reginald Melton, who was based here in Nottingham. And I found so many things probably a couple of years ago in the local newspaper reports about him that I thought, well, you know, that pamphlet that he made, a psychic telephone, as it was called, instructions to build such a device, it was very scarce. I found it as a photocopy in the Californian Institute for Integral Studies Rockefeller Library in Rogo's archive. And then I saw a university in the United States a year or so ago also got a copy, and they digitized the whole thing and put it up for everyone to see. I thought, I thought it was unique. But
that's like straight out of Ghostbusters, man, where it's like they find the blueprints for the building and realize it's it's an antenna for you know what I mean? And it's like this guy built a ghost phone straight from, but having everybody build it.
They are out there. The instructions are out there. But I thought what we could do with my original publishers, who did Tricon Books, they said, oh, this would be great as like a little pocket-sized book. So we're going to reprint the original instructions, but the first half of the book will be an introduction by me to who was F.R. Melton and how reliable was he as a figure, because he seems quite a suspicious character. The newspaper reports say that he'd faked his own death at one point to escape his family. He'd not been paying child maintenance. He'd been arrested for being a political activist. And then this person claims they built a telephone to contact the dead.
Oh, dude, you're gonna John, you got to get these plans. You got to build this.
Yeah, I know.
This screams you. This screams you to do it.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about it.
So yes, more books to come. More books.
All right, so
awesome.
All right,
that's so cool.
All right, I want to bring Brian. So
are we doing this? We're doing
let's
this.
Do it. Let's do it.
Professor, this is gonna get crazy.
It's okay. Yeah, and he'll probably look. This is a real. So Brian,
come on down.
So John, you set the stage of what a mod is and everything else, and then
okay. So I do streams on TikTok and YouTube, and I have moderators. They are people that are part of my community that I trust to help me moderate the stream from trolls and whatnot and all that. So this is one of my, good friends. He is, one of my mods. He's been with me for years. His background in, military and everything else, he's got an extensive background. This is Brian. Okay.
Hi, Brian.
And Should I get into the whole where we were and what we were doing and
Well,
all that?
well, I think we have to understand what Brian. Tell us about your mom, Brian, real quick, so we understand when that happened, and then.
Okay. My mom passed away Christmas Eve morning at 2:11 in the morning in 2024. She was very sick. She was diabetic. 5 years ago, she lost her leg was amputated because of an infection, and she got another infection in her right leg while she was in the nursing home. And a long story short, it just went right through her body. She was septic. She was in ICU for the last like 3 or 4 weeks. And, I got a call. I was living out of state. I was living here in Pennsylvania, or not here, sorry. I was living in Pennsylvania. She was in a nursing home in Florida. I could never move her because she wasn't stable enough. And then I got the phone call about 2:30 in the morning that she had passed. And I waited and told John the next day. And yeah, so it was, it's hard. I lost both my parents now.
So, and when I first met Brian we were doing, we were just having a chat online, doing one of our episodes, and he was telling us that he gets phone calls from her. And this is what led me to you, Cal. It was like, this is a thing. Like, is this a thing? And apparently it is. And remember, we talked about that, Brian. We were all online, and you were telling us that this happens to you, and it's crazy. So now, John, set the scene in Indiana, what you were doing. I'm going to play you the tape where the
So we're at it's a famous haunted spot out in Indiana called the Randolph County Infirmary. And at this point, you've already received how many phone calls?
3.
3. So at this point, he's already 3 phone calls in since 2024.
The first one, was in the end of December.
Was at the end of December, so only a couple weeks after your brother passed. Okay, so we're
And
now
this is the end of March, right? March 23rd, I think.
Yeah. This is at the end of March. So we're sitting in the attic, which used to be an old courtroom, because this place had multiple purposes. And yeah, I got the spirit boxes going. I got everything charging up because the stream, battery gets eaten quick. And a few moments before the phone call, a spirit comes through and says, "Your mother is calling." And I was using an app called Vox, which was the one I was using at the time, and it says, "Your mother is calling." Now, none of us thought anything of it because there's a lot of spirit chatter, a lot of different things are being said. If it's not viable and it's not flowing with the conversation, I'm ignoring it. So we ignored it because it made no sense to what was going on. And then, as Brian's sitting right next to me, the phone call comes through.
So I'm going to play it. I have it. Oh, really? The image is just static because John's got his camera facing out into this empty room. But it's really the audio that we're really paying attention to. So I'm going to jump over and just so you can see what's going on here.
Lights in them. Mom's on the phone. Patch her through. I'm not sure.
Let me start that again real quick, guys, because it's always a little tricky when I do this video. It like jumps on its own. But
I'm not sure.
Let me turn the volume all the way up.
Some had lights in them. Mom's on the phone. Patch her through. Not with me.
John,
Just a few moments later.
look at my phone.
Well,
Look at my phone.
oh shit. Can I pick it up?
No.
No? Okay. Dude, that is wild. Have you ever picked that up?
Yeah, I told you I had before.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Dude, that's wild, bro.
Thing happening.
To come.
That's wild. Holy
Like-
shit.
Now see what I'm saying?
Wow. So, they're asking what? They're asking what
You can
happened.
tell him it's okay.
So, Brian's mother passed away recently, like very recently. And Brian, this is your dude. Either someone's, bro, I don't know if you want to read that text message. Either somebody is fucking with you, or no, you gotta read it. You gotta read it. If you don't want to continue the conversation afterwards, I understand. We could talk in private.
All right, so you could see that happened live. He received a call, and then there was a voice to text, on the phone that does it. Now, Brian, what were those when you've gotten calls in the past? Did you ever answer it?
I've only answered the first one, and it was it was just straight like static. There was nothing, I couldn't hear any voices, and it was just static. Nothing more than that.
And that was from your mum's phone?
Yes, because I had my mom's phone. Because
So just real quick, I'll speed this up. Just so you know, the phone is active.
Yeah.
The phone is still intact. It remains off and in your drawer.
right.
Just so those details. So there's still service connected to it. It can still receive calls and make calls. It hasn't been taken off. It's it's still paid for. So, but it's off and in his drawer for the most part.
Yeah, nobody else has that number. So
Okay.
Now, here's the message. And what's really interesting about it is the voice to text is different than the message that comes through. But I'm going to play it. Brian, here we go.
Brian, this is your mom. Can you give me a call, please, when you can? Okay, I love you. Bye.
So that was the message. And then this is the transcription. It says, Brian, this is your mom. Can you call me and let me know what's going on, please? It doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter when, but please give me a call. I love you. Bye-bye. And that's what came through on the text, on the voice to text from the message, right? That the phone does.
Mm-hmm. Is that
But
actually Brian, your mother's voice? That's your mother's voice?
yes, it is.
You're right.
Yeah, that's her. It's like John and I talked about, because I didn't listen to it until I was with John, being my friend and everything. And the long story short, it just sounded like when she was younger, like I remember her when she was younger. Like John brought up, no pain in her voice. She sounded good, so it's not like when she was in the ICU or anything like that. And I'm just.
And she was also, her mind was starting to go as well.
Right.
And you could hear it in her voice. But in that message,
You can't.
it sounds like she's,
It sounds like
doing chores in the house and picking up her phone to call her son.
Yeah.
So, Cal, what jumps out at you first in terms of tone, timing, voice?
Well, you place me at a crossroads, really, as to whether, in this moment I act as parapsychologist and you want me to explore conventional explanations. I mean, this is a very recent thing for Brian.
Yeah.
It's very impactful. Even I'm feeling it from listening to that and hearing the backstory. It's still very fresh.
Yeah.
And, Brian, you say you've lost also both your parents as well. And that's a big thing for anyone to go through, and know that you're now the next step in the next generation. So, I either have the secondary role, which is clinical parapsychologist, in that I can tell you all the things about other people's experiences and the fact that these naturally have a big benefit for us and a purpose in helping with grieving and coping. And it's more beneficial to have these experiences than it is to not, because when you don't, people try and turn to other grief work to try and cope and move forward. People find them very special and they revel in their kind of exceptional nature and think this is great. You're lucky if you have one. So some people might have more than one. Some people might just have something that's more on that symbolic level, but this is very direct. and seeming like this person is, you know, contacting you directly over the phone in some way. There's a number of things that jump to my mind, but I think for the purpose of a podcast like this, I don't want to break it down. This is something that I have to, as a parapsychologist and psychologist, think, well, Brian, if you wanted a one-to-one and we talked through whatever direction you wanted, do you really want conventional explanations for this? Or do you want to know more about the kind of therapeutic side? That's what we go down. So that's more the position that I would say at this point in time, as to I could go one or the other. I find it compelling. I find the timing compelling, and I understand how impactful that could be. And this is exactly what we're talking about, in terms of what these experiences can be like for people. That's the fact that you've got a voicemail like that is very compelling. But I've got ideas here as to what it could be, but I also know what kind of impact this is having as well.
Is it, I don't know if you want to answer this based on what you just said, but is it like from a scientific perspective? And we're not trying to debunk anything here, but is it worth it for us to go to like an audio forensics to see what that is? Or is it like, what would you,
No, my opinion is that's a genuine voicemail. But I've got other ideas attached to it. There's no need to. I see on some ghost hunting shows and stuff, when they're going out and they've got a dictaphone in the hand and they're walking around with it and their hands all over it, and there's all kind of muffled sounds and stuff, and people are trying to make sense of the random sound, and then they start to refine it through some sort of editing process. Well, that's not how EVP was ever done. It was reel-to-reel recorders, it was clarity of sound, it was soundproof boxes, and yet on playback there were bangs, scratches, noises, voices, which you should not get, from the clarity of fresh reel-to-reels or cassette tapes, and also with it being in a soundproof box. So this idea of walking around with one where you're creating all kinds of audible anomalies from your hands and everything else in the building, it creates chaos. That's a very clear-cut voicemail. You don't need to run that through anything. If Brian says that's his mother's voice, it sounds very clearly like a woman, and I understand every word that was said. It's Brian's mum's voice.
Wild.
And what's really wild, because again, I like to, not debunk, but look at things from a more logical perspective, especially when it comes to the paranormal. I've had, and we've all had this, and this can't be denied. You've had issues with your cell phones where people leave a message, and even if you check that message, it comes in again, and it comes in again. It comes in again. What's unique with Brian is that even after he checks these messages, they keep coming and they're different. And what's really wild is the fact that they're not old. Like, this isn't a message that he's gotten before from his mom. It's a new one, and it's new every time. So I can sit here and nitpick too on what exactly it could be or whatnot. But what I said to Brian was, how awesome is it that, of course, horrible, your mother passed away, horrible, but nobody gets these chances. That's to hear your mother's voice again, and to hear it clear, not in pain, not in distress, just normal, is amazing in itself. And that goes into what you were talking about, Professor, about the therapeutic side of it, which is, in my opinion, beautiful.
People revel in it, and when they see apparitions at the end of the bed, they'll say, the person looked glowing, radiant, free of pain. Or sometimes, if it's a friend, they looked younger than the point at which I first knew them. I met them in their 30s. They look like they were just coming out of their teens or early 20s. They seem like they're full of life and they're good. So that in itself, that you've got the communication, which is one that changes that person's worldview about life and death and continuity thereafter. But also this idea of this person being okay. You might have seen them in not such an okay situation at the end, that the whole thing's reversed and this person is free and they're looking down over me, and maybe I might have another experience again, but even just one is significant enough. And that's if we're totally leaving this parapsychological side of what's the explanation here. Have we got a conventional one that fits, psychology, physics, electronics, and what we know about all of those mushed together? Or does nothing seem to fit and we've got something new to explore? Right now, with Brian's case, unless Brian wants to explore this further, I would say let's look at the impact of this. And that's very impactful. It's very clear what's going on for everyone listening. It's very clear what's going on, and the story is very clear as well. how impactful is that? It's remarkable if you just take it as it is and think of, well, would I sooner have that in the grieving process or just nothing at all? I think many of us would want a little something like that, and a little nod and a wink, an actual voicemail message. If you just want to leave it as that and not dig for the explanation, take it as it is.
Yeah. Now, Professor, let me ask you a question.
Brian, thank you for sharing that too, by the way, man.
Yeah, thank you, Brian,
seriously,
so
thank
much.
you,
I
Brian.
can clearly see how much that's impacting you even now. So the fact that you wanted to share it in this kind of forum as well, I mean, thank you. And hopefully, you feel positive about it, and these are kind of good experiences when you do have them. You're not finding them scary or anything like that, or finding them a negative to moving forward with your life. But please don't think that there's no one to speak to. I mean, as I say, I come from a whole department of parapsychologists and counselling psychologists who are both, and there's all kinds of networks as well to actually understand these experiences more, as well as learning more about yourself moving forward. These aren't signs of psychosis in the vast majority of cases. Varieties of people all around the world have these kinds of experiences. They're cross-cultural, and they're more common than not. I think it's up to some surveys have said around 70% of people can relate to some form of experience post-loss. So they're very, very common. So you're one of the fortunate to get something as impactful as a voicemail message as your individual kind of sign. But yeah, if you want to explore it further, I'm here, and I can put you in contact with people as well if you want to talk to one and explore it further.
I'll make sure that you have his contact information, Brian, later. If
Definitely.
If that's something you want,
Again, Brian, thank you, man. Really appreciate it. I appreciate you so much. Professor, I have a question.
Go for it.
While all this was going on, did you know how you were bringing up the types, like type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, and all those? Did you notice an uptick or a downtick in the types that were coming through via a landline, as opposed to now more, cell phones and smartphones?
Dude, it's so funny. That was my next question. Has technology made your work harder or
I'm just
not?
curious if there was a change in the data with the types, or a decrease or an increase, or what the data look like. I mean, that's just fascinating.
So the simple answer is I don't have the kind of answer in terms of concrete stats because I was just finishing my master's degree as I finished writing that book. And so smart technology, smartphones were just becoming a thing. The iPhone was at 2007 when the first iPhone really kind of kicked off.
2006.
So I
Something
started
like
writing on this 2 years later, and then another 2 years later, the book was done.
So the data didn't exist yet, basically.
No, there was a few telephone cases. There was a few answer phone cases, just like Brian's case, like that I'd heard of or I'd seen in newspaper reports, and a few text message cases. Most of my stuff was historical landlines or current day landlines. So it's still the basic landline technology where whenever you dialed a number, it would kind of send a signal, and it would open the signal and close the signal. And so I even talked about, I love it when you see it in the film Red Dragon with Hannibal Lecter, and that they give him the telephone to a solicitor, and they put a plate over where the rotary dial would be, but he knows that he can just lift it up, press the the receiver down, and then tap it. So you could tap in the numbers, and you could call someone just by going 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 1, and then you could call someone that way. You wouldn't need the numbers. So it's very basic of opening the line and closing the line, and then it would find the telephone it needs to reach out to. This stuff is now way more sophisticated. You have got people started using them instantly as satellite navigation in their car. You were looking up things on the internet. Apps started to come in, so you could start to, get vouchers for things. If you've got Starbucks vouchers or other coffee shops or McDonald's or whatever, all these things built, and you're doing most of your things and your banking and everything else all through your phone, which is why people are devastated if they lose them. You've got your kids' pictures on there. You've got birthday parties. You've got significant events. You've got things you want to remember for later. Early on, when you just got a Nokia phone or something like that, you played Snake, you texted people, and you called people, and then later on you could take a really fuzzy, crappy, pixelated picture, but it was still the best thing. Oh my God, you've got some form of camera to hand because no one else is typically walking around with a camera on them. So since then, websites were being developed so you could send text messages anonymously and they would go through to someone's phone and then you'd start paying for them there afterwards. There is more space now for manipulating a call or a text message than there would have been with the landline. Rogo and Bayliss, even in 1979, only logged 2 instances they knew of voicemail messages because the voicemail machine with the tiny reel-to-reel cassettes was only just starting to come in and was only just starting to be a popular thing. And thereafter, things like VHS players and people having home videos and things like that. So everything was new. So I also wrote the book on the cusp of smartphones coming in. So I was still dealing with relatively basic technology. So something I really need to explore more and see how much, if I do like a basic survey of people's experiences again, just more so for the sake of the numbers and gather some of the accounts as I do it, I can see, was it a landline? Was it a smartphone?
Yeah.
I only have like
Interesting.
two.
Very
I only have
cool.
like
Thank
two more
you.
questions for you, man. And I really appreciate your time here with us today. And John, if you have anything else, by all means, jump in. But I guess it's like, as we wrap this up, how do you feel with all of your research and as we're going in hearing this stuff, and sometimes the tech is getting clearer, more traceable, or it's getting worse with more deep fakes and things like that. But do you think we're getting closer to understanding how consciousness persists after death in your studies? Do you feel like you're progressing, in understanding that?
You make an interesting point with deep fake and then AI. I mean, the amount of kind of fictional shows that have been made about, well, if we're using these all the time, we've got apps and so forth, then you could potentially have an app that's starting to, I mean, we even talk about Alexas and things like that. Mine's probably woken up, having said that. She'll start singing or something. They're getting your algorithms. They like it. They're seeing what you like and what you don't like, what music you're listening to and what you're not listening to, what you're ordering off of that popular website and what you're not ordering. And so it's building characteristics about you that other people could relate to. And you could say, well, that sounds like Gary's song list. It sounds like the kinds of things Gary would buy from that website. And the idea was in some of these fictional shows, well, it could record your conversations and your voice characteristics. So what if we had an app where after you've died, you go on the app and you say you want phone calls from, your deceased friend, Stephen, and you could just ring it every time and have a pretend conversation that's all AI and it's doing a deep fake. It's just getting all the characteristics of Stephen and putting them together and creating a logical conversation. We could do that now to some extent with the technology that we have. Only a few years ago, it was a thing of fiction, but we were catching up to it. It's quite fun when you look at even sci-fi shows. I'm a big fan of the sitcom over here, Red Dwarf. And a lot of the things they said in that, and even in Star Trek, have become an actual reality of technology now, where, years ago we thought, well, that's, nonsense. And they're playing around with little bits of things the tech guys have put together, but they've become an actual thing. Having a conversation with someone, I'm on an iMac right now, and the screen is that thin. And that was, something of fiction only, so many years ago, but now it's an actual thing. And you can have a video conversation with someone on your phone. That was in Star Trek and all sorts. We've caught up. So the room for error is far greater now when it comes to things like that. I've waffled well away from your question there, Gary.
Yeah, a little bit, but does that define consciousness? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Is it like, but because AI, you could
Language,
create.
yeah, but I always say, because people always ask me with my stream, hey, when are you going to start incorporating language models? When are you going to start using AI to decipher what the spirits are saying? And there's all these new ITC apps popping out that deal with language models and AIs. My whole thing is I have to look at it from a very bird's eye point of view. And what if spirits can manipulate the AI and we create something completely different? As sci-fi as it sounds, it's the truth. We don't understand, like, for example, we don't understand what and how your mother's spirit manipulated that phone. Right. We don't understand how they manipulate the devices I use or other people's devices. So who's to say that they're not going to take a language model and create something completely different with it? So we're trying to talk to, say, Mike, the spirit Mike. And in reality, that language model completely changes Mike into something else. And we don't know. We don't know how far the implications can go. So I see what you're saying, Professor. It's broad. It's the room for error, the room for manipulation is vast.
And that's why I don't think, even though I've written on it, and that's why we're having the conversation today, I don't think the telephones and the technology offer the best evidence for consciousness surviving death. So let me make a physical point. I can just grab it here. Hang on.
Sure.
So this, out of all the books I've got, this is the essays from the Bigelow competition in 5 volumes. I think there was like 206 successful essays that went through to be judged. So I think I'm in volume 5 with the essay that I was involved in. And it was $500,000 for the best evidence in 25,000 words for survival of permanent bodily death. And my colleague, Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove, he was the essay winner for that. He spoke about the telephones off the back of my research as part of his essay. But when it came to the one that I was involved in, didn't discuss any of that. My main 2 areas that I was asked to write with 3 other authors was best evidence from deathbed visions. So people dying on their deathbed over the last 150 years that we've kind of written on that topic. What are the best cases where it seems, how on earth did that dying person know about this other person who's come to them that's, is dead, but they don't know they've died, and yet they've delivered such specific information that's had to be followed up? And also, what haunting cases throughout history have also offered the best evidence? So I spoke about 2 cases, but one that was memorable was the Cheltenham ghost. It was also known as the Morton ghost. And it's also sort of the basis for the film and stage play, The Woman in Black. Now, in that case, the apparition appeared so often that they could experiment with it. Morton, who was the main author of the paper, who was a medical student, she'd seen the apparition late one night and started putting fibre across the staircase so she could see if it would break the fibre. And they'd follow it around the house. It would appear in the garden. They tried to corner it and reach out and touch it. And they had so many opportunities to experiment with the apparition because it was appearing so often. These are really powerful cases that, if you see those green books over there, the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, it was one of the early reports with a foreword by Frederick Myers, who was a massive scholar of the field, talking about the case. And then he wrote, you can see it in blue just there, the 2-volume book in 1903, Human Personality and Its Survival of Bodily Death. A massive piece of work, especially on what is human consciousness? What does it mean to us? And has it got this capacity for surviving bodily death? What's the evidence for it? So I think all of these other kinds of cases that we have more regularly day to day, sensing the presence of the dead, seeing apparitions, seeing them in dreams, as much interaction as we like through people professing to be mediums, we can easily put those people to the test and see if they really can deliver specific information, really specific information, and see if this is offering us any more information about, well, how powerful is human personality and can it actually survive? Or is something, traces of our memory at least, being retained somehow that we can pick up on? So there may be no survival of death whatsoever, but the mind is so powerful, it creates a memory bank somewhere. We've got radio waves and EMF and ultraviolet. Is there a psi field? In biology,
You're speaking my language,
biology, they call it a
Professor.
morphic field, and we could talk of all kinds of fields of information. Is it that? Is it maybe
that's John's theory. That's what John always believes is our spirits. It's our memories that were attached to the energy of us that's released, because we don't really know how the mind
Mrs.
works.
Garrett, Eileen Garrett, there, towards the end of her life, she didn't believe. She was a world famous medium, very, very rich, founded the Parapsychology Foundation in America in 1951. She moved over there and funded a lot of research. And by the end of her life, she believed more so that a lot of her information was telepathic. It was coming from the sitters. She was picking up on the bereaved's knowledge, or whoever she was working with, their knowledge of the dead. And that's why it seemed so impressive. She wasn't communicating with the dead.
Fascinating. And I like what you said about being specific. It's as specific as you get. I did an interview with a woman named Simone Key she used to be a tutor at the Arthur Findlay College. And she would say they had a word called, I loved it. It was like clairvagueness. as opposed to clairvoyance.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what you got to watch for clairvagueness. That's how you can spot a fraud. You know, like they're just giving you the big, broad things, and
Yeah. And
which
not
is
the
great.
details.
Yeah, without the details.
Yeah.
Professor, I got one more question for you, and I'll let you go. You've been absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you. We appreciate it so much. If you received one of these calls, what's the first question you would ask?
Who's calling, please? Who have I got? Who is it from? And that's the thing. If it's just some random dead person, I wouldn't really be able to help.
Let's assume it's somebody you know. Let's assume it would be someone you knew that had passed, someone you were close to, and they had passed, and you get a phone call from them. What would you ask?
Then I'd say you need to make me convinced. Give me some specific information that only I would know, that you would know. So it's got to be something like that. I mean, there could be a few things. So
you'd hit him from the science. You'd hit him right out of the gate.
It can't be a celebrity, because there'd be so many people that'd be able to impersonate them and what is publicly known. So it's either got to be a dead relative or one of the scientists past that I know of. I mean, it could be Rogo or Bayliss as well. You know, if they came forward, I would know so much about them because I've delved so much into their own personal history that, you know, there's questions that I could ask. So I would put them to the challenge of, this is great, you know, please stay on the line. I would like to actually have this conversation, but we need to go through some specifics here and make sure that we're actually genuinely establishing contact. You know, there was Konstantin Raudiver. Have you heard of him? Because of Breakthrough, the book Breakthrough. No. That was considered a really big book in the progress of the history of EVP. And Dr. Konstantin Raudiver was a psychologist, and when he brought out the book Breakthrough, it came with an LP. So you could listen to his EVPs as you read the book to hear these examples.
No, that's cool.
And after he died, there were claims in Germany, France, and the USA that he was repeatedly calling paranormal researchers to actually say, I'm on the other side and we're creating a telephone to contact the living, and you need to document these cases. I think the guy in America was called Mark Macy, and he'd written a few things on this, and he's got these recordings. And I remember kind of facing them with quite a bit of skepticism of, this is unusual. It sounds like someone impersonating Raudiver. I mean, he's got this very deep voice with the accent and so forth, but over and over again. And Mark spoke very positively about them, and, you know, absolutely head on involved with trying to understand this contact. So yeah, there's even been these figures who did the research returning allegedly afterwards and trying to get in touch with. It was like
Houdini. It wasn't like Houdini's thing. He gave someone a word.
Like, yeah, he died with a code, and allegedly the medium that he had kind of outed the most and spoke so negatively about was Arthur Ford. And Arthur Ford was the first medium to claim that he got the code, and apparently it was the code that Houdini had died with. Right. And so there's the controversy there, but that goes on and on and on.
Right.
I mean, that you see, God, I've got so many things in life. There's a little orange book there, and that's a book.
First of all, that's the most impressive thing, that you're able to quickly point to the book.
I can see it, but I know it's there. That book is by Hereward Carrington, and it's just called Houdini and Doyle, and it's about the relationship and the back and forth between Houdini and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And it's not as straightforward as some of the people online make out, that Doyle was deluded and Houdini had got it right. There was a lot of personal loss with Houdini and his mother, and especially wasn't satisfied unless a medium came forward with a message from his mother. You know, so that really pushes out the window any other kind of contact from other people that could be verified. Right. It sounds like Conan Doyle was staying quite level-headed, that any medium should really just be presenting satisfactory information. But eventually they fell out, but they really were a good working team. But you had to really push those personal kind of losses and biases out of the way. And I don't think they could reconcile those. And it's the same with Freud and Jung, how they went their separate ways. Sure. Both end up being fascinating parapsychology, but they really ended up kind of destroying their friendship.
Hopefully that won't happen to us, John.
Yeah, hopefully not, right? But, hey, you know, what's really interesting is like, it's funny because what I deal with in my field, if you will, with so much, I'm trying to think of the right word for it. Like, for example, you said it before, like all of a sudden a bird flies by or a butterfly goes by, and people are like, oh, it's a spirit. And I'm like, no, it's nature. You know, that's just a butterfly going by, right? So when I'm doing my thing and I am also super skeptical of the apps that I use for not only human tampering, but human error. Okay. Audio pareidolia, things like that. The chaos that you speak of, because that chaos is everywhere while I do this, even if I'm walking in a cemetery. But there's certain things I ask and it falls short. A lot of people don't realize it. When I go up to like a plot and I ask for, spirits, may we have a conversation? I get a reply. Yes. Okay, spirit, what's your name? Without saying the spirit's name. The app in question that I'm using is on my wrist, usually pointed up at the sky, or in back of me. It's not at the grave, so there's no visual context to the phone either, and then a name comes through. That's the sort of viable evidence that I look at. And that is why usually if I don't hear a name or it's some nonsense, I just keep it moving. Because it's all, it's regardless whether it's something coming through, whether it's radio or whether it's, something else, it's not viable to what I'm doing at the time. It holds no worth to me. So, but it's just everything you were saying, just like, it's great to know that I'm applying those, tactics to
That
what
you're
I
not
do.
totally 100% crazy. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
It's great to know that you're not a
completely
complete lunatic.
crazy.
That there are people studied and learned that are doing it in a much different way and not in field work like you are. But yes, it's great, man. It really is. Wow,
Professor, thank you so much.
We kept you for over an hour. I hope you had fun.
Guest.
I
Thank
had a
you.
good time here.
And Brian, you too, man. Thank you for
thanks,
Brian. Man. Thank you.
Professor Cal Cooper, everybody. Telephone calls from the dead. Pick it up. We'll put a link to it in our bios here for this when we drop this. That's it, man. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hopefully I will be doing an audio version of the book soon. People have been kind of poking me and nudging me like mad to do it, so soon there'll be. You can go to sleep listening to the book chapter by chapter, hopefully.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
That's who wouldn't want to listen to this voice? Make sure you got a picture on there. Have it read to you at night. It's like
you can be in bed with you at night, and
it's just like in a bath.
That's it.
Like reading, it's like who wouldn't want to be serenade-ish, gentlemen? Awesome. Anyway, all right, man. Thank you so much. So, how do we explain the voice message from Brian's mother who passed away? Technical glitches like delayed delivery, voicemail sync issues, or even phone number reassignments can sometimes bring old messages back to life. There's also the slim chance of a heartless prank. Psychologically, grief and memory can play tricks on us, but in Brian's case, the evidence would rule out both grief-driven perception and mistaken identity. Is it paranormal? A spirit manipulating electronics or sending messages through residual energy? Maybe. Either way, we are left with a mystery. Was it a fluke of technology or something more? At Splintered Spirits, we like to think it's something more. We want to once again thank Professor Callum Cooper for joining us and Brian for sharing such a personal story. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to Splintered Spirits wherever you get your podcasts and on all our socials. If you have a ghost story or evidence that you want us to review, visit our website at splinteredspirits.com to submit. That's splinteredspirits.com. Until next time, stay curious. What's your problem, Mama J? That's why I'd be keeping salt in a bowl on my dresser, y'all. An app told me I had a demon in my bathroom, and sometimes it smells real bad in there. You must be joking. Legend has it that keeping a bowl of salt can suck demons into it somehow. I guess that's magic and demon lore. But you want to know how to take care of that smell in your bathroom? You light a match. And then you shake it. You don't leave it lit. You got to shake it first and then put it out. Hope this helps. Like, follow, and subscribe to the Splintered Spirits podcast if you want to hear more. Hey everybody, welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me, Gary, and with me as always is John.
What's going on? Hi.
John, we got a good episode here today. Joining us is it's gonna be really great. It's a fun one. He's a pro. Joining us today is Dan Sturgis. Dan is an award-winning actor turned respected paranormal investigator, a graduate of the American Academy of Dramatic Arts, Dan's face has popped up in countless commercials. As an actor, Dan has been seen in tons of them, from national, regional, cable. If you can drink it, eat it, or drive it, Dan tried to get you to buy it.
Nice.
And you even may have seen his face in a few classic Law and Order episodes as well. But his childhood fascination with ghosts and Civil War history eventually pulled him into the paranormal world. After joining a local team in New York, Dan dove in head first and never looked back. He went on to form Sturgis Paranormal, a research group known for investigating some of New York City's most haunted historic sites, including the Ed Sullivan Theater, the restaurant, One If by Land, Two If by Sea, and of course, some of his life's work here at the Merchant's House Museum, where Dan and his team have been conducting an 18-year ongoing investigation. He's made appearances on Good Morning America, The Late Show with David Letterman, and of course, he's an on-camera panelist for Paranormal Caught on Camera, shooting now, where our own John Santa was once featured. He's got the ghost cred and the stories to back it up. We are about to welcome Mr. Dan Sturgis. Dan, let me bring you on camera, and thank you so much for joining us.
Dan.
John, what's going on, fellas?
Dan, it's a pleasure. Thank you for being here. You've got so much cred. We love it. We love
it. Thanks, man. Thanks. You guys talked me up well. I feel bad that I'm so drunk right now. Gatorade, Mom. It's Gatorade, Mom.
Sure. We don't know what's in it, though. Someone will test it later. Dan, we like to start
I'm
off.
getting jealous, Dan. I'm getting jealous.
I know. It's right. For you guys, it is happy hour. I mean,
Yeah. Well, yeah. And you're not far from me, John. You're right up the road from me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Well, we'll get into this because I think you guys share a lot more in common than you may even realize. So, Dan, I like to start everything off with this question with all of our guests, because what Splintered Spirits is about is not just about spirit communication, but it's really testing. We're sort of really curious about what John's theory of spirits are. He has a very specific theory. Mm-hmm. He thinks spirits are the fractured memories of the living, that our energy, when it dissipates from us, those memories are attached to it and travel however they travel to where they need to go. What's important. So I like to ask our guests, Dan, what do you think spirits are?
Well, guys, I basically agree with John there. When I talk to people and they ask me, Dan, what's a ghost? They ask me the same question. I tell them it's consciousness that has survived bodily death, and meaning that this shell, this body that we're renting for a little while. When that stops working, whether it be naturally or tragically, where does our consciousness go? Does it just fragment? I think it stays intact. I think consciousness bounces around. I believe in reincarnation. I don't know if you guys have done any research into that, but that's a fascinating subject.
I don't think we've even touched that one yet.
Yeah,
we'll get there.
It dovetails with the paranormal in a really, really unique way. So I believe that consciousness survives bodily death. And what, as a paranormal investigator, what I'm trying to do is, are we able to communicate with that consciousness? Can that consciousness communicate with us? Is it aware that, okay, I don't have my physical body anymore, but I'm going to go talk to John. I'm going to go talk to Gary. I'm going to try and communicate with these guys. And if they're able to, are they able to interact with the physical world? Are they able to, touch things? I've been touched on in an investigation. How did that happen? So it's similar to John's take on it. I just think consciousness stays intact. And that's what I believe, and I'm sticking to it.
So then it's fine. It's great. Now, our first guest was someone you know very well, Lloyd Auerbach.
Oh my God, Lloyd
himself.
Cool.
So do you look at, how do you distinguish between, I assume, how he defines a haunting versus an apparition, and a haunting is an imprint. How do you distinguish between what is a haunting versus what is an apparition, in terms of, are you really communicating, or are you just catching echoes of spirits?
Right. Oh, great question. Lloyd's my mentor, and when I was starting out and learning about all this stuff, I read all of Lloyd's books, and I was lucky enough. I went to go see Lloyd in a lecture here in the city, and we struck up a friendship. So a lot of my things line up with what Lloyd says. But an apparition, for me, in parapsychology, and I'm not a parapsychologist, but I know a lot of people claim that they are, but they're not. Lloyd is. But I think, an apparitional type of haunting, it's what the cool kids on TV call an intelligent type of haunting. And, residual haunting, you hear people talk about residual hauntings. Parapsychology is called a place memory haunting. And then poltergeist effects and stuff like that's a whole different type of haunting. So I go down the line. I try and use the verbiage of parapsychologists and the people whose books I read, because that's what makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So an apparitional haunting kind of is equal to an intelligent haunting, what people call it.
And how do you distinguish? Like, how do you know when you're out there? Like, okay, this is a conscious thing, or what do you find? How do you
Sure. Well, if I'm doing an EVP session and I'm starting to get answers, I've gotten direct answers to questions on an EVP. Do you play the piano? And we'll get I strike the keys in succession. Somebody will look in a mirror and say, do I look pretty? And then when we play back the EVP, we have pleasant enough. So these are direct answers to questions that we're throwing out there. So for me, that absolutely rings as an apparitional or intelligent type of haunting. Or any, can you open the door? Can you give me a knock? If you're getting an answer, an intelligent answer, can you knock 3 times? Can you knock 3 times again? Can you knock once? And that happens, that is somebody that's consciousness interacting with you somehow, and they're aware that they're doing it, and they're aware of you.
That's where I would run. Knock 3 times in here. It's like Gary runs 1 time. So where do you stand on this? Because the idea of, do you think spirits are stuck, or they want help, or do they want recognition, or what do you think is going on?
Right. Well, again, when we're dealing with spirits, we have to remember we're dealing with people that just don't have a body. So we're dealing with people. I don't believe spirits get stuck. If you're just consciousness, how do you get stuck? You have your own free will as a human being. And if you want to, go to visit your family, all you have to do is think of it, and you're going to be there. And so I don't believe spirits get stuck. It's really putting the cart in front of the horse. We haven't been able to prove that spirits exist, and so how can we put limitations on them? I think it's short-sighted to be putting limitations on a spirit. I mean, that's crazy.
How many times, John, do you get on your feeds in your lives people saying they have unfinished business?
So and I'm starting, listening to Dan. Me and Dan had very similar views, it seems, on all of this. But it seems like it's logical. That's the we're thinking in places of logic when it comes to spirits. But yes, I get that constantly. Spirits are stuck. Spirits need unfinished business. And I try to tell people that, listen, these are people. We're dealing with human beings without the meat sacks.
Right. And who's finished all their business? Who's finished all their business?
Everybody's
got unfinished business.
That's funny, man.
My dad, I was with my dad. We were all around him when he passed. And, 2 hours before he passed away, he was telling me what to do. He was like, hey, go down here to my toolbox and get this and get that. He had unfinished business. He was still taking care of things. So,
yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah. So, Dan, you've been doing this a long time, and you've seen a lot, and you've seen a lot of change. Now, technology is a big part of what John does, and I think it's a big part of, as I'm getting into this world, understanding a lot of things. Now, John is a big proponent of the apps, right? He uses them. And listen, we understand we are not delusional about the spirit apps and what they do, and how the pareidolia involved or
Mhm.
the messages. The thing that I, as a noob, find amazing when John uses it is one, I got the same apps on my phone and I don't get what he gets.
Right.
Sure, I get some of the same. There's some certain ones have certain built-in phrasings, get out of here, run,
Yeah.
all these stuff. But when John when John uses it, they get specific. He gets real Q&A. They get names. They say things that gets him kicked off TikTok for bullying because one of them's mean to him, and it's like, and people get offended.
Yeah.
It's and it's it is too. It happens too often to be explainable, in my opinion, right? And
Yeah.
it just happens too often. So you've seen the sort of evolution of tech in your field
Right.
as an investigator. What are how has it changed the way you investigate, if at all?
Um, Again, thank you for a great question. As far as the tech, when I first started out, I can always tell somebody who's just starting out. When I first started out, I used to have to rent a van to bring all my stuff on an investigation. I had miles of cable. I had monitors, DVRs. I had all the crap that you see on the Go shows, especially when the Go shows came out. I was like, I got to get some of that. I got to get me a FLIR camera. I didn't know any of this. Can I curse?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
I,
yeah.
I didn't know
for
how
it.
any of this shit worked,
Right.
but I was throwing it out there because I saw Jason and Grant doing it on the Ghost Hunter show.
The original Ghost Hunters, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and there's nothing wrong with that. But now, all these years later, my pack has like dirty gym clothes and an EMF meter and a recorder, and that's it. I think your best piece of equipment is a level head, and just understand that you may bump into things that you can't explain, and it doesn't mean that they're paranormal. It just means you haven't been able to explain it. Remember, thunder and lightning were paranormal a lot longer than they've been normal.
Yeah.
So maybe this stuff will just figure it out. But we have to remember Harry Price.
I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Harry Price is an amazing guy. He investigated the Borley Rectory, which is over in the UK. And he did this back in the early 1900s. He rented this rectory for a year, and he had a pencil and a notebook, and he investigated the crap out of that place and had amazing results. So you don't need a lot of the gadgets and the techie stuff. It's good to use as backup, but I wouldn't rely on that entirely because, as far as the apps go, I was just 2 weekends ago, I was in Ohio with a bunch of the guys, and they had these apps, and I was like, did you just figure out, the lifelong question of humanity? Did you just figure that out with like a $1.99 app you got off the store? Because that's pretty freaking amazing. That stuff can help. It can back you up, but I wouldn't. A phrase coming out of an app on your phone is not something that would keep me going back to a place. If I got EVP, if I got EMF spikes, if I got all kinds of other stuff, I always work with a psychic medium, always. And if I have this person and they're backing up what the app says, all right, then I'll think of that. But the app alone does not a haunting make.
Is there a piece of tech though that now you bring that you do sort of trust and you like and you?
I use I have a few tri-field EMF meters, natural tri-field EMF meters. And what they do is they filter out man-made EVP. Sometimes when you see these people walking around the shows and they have that little black EMF meter and they're going, oh, 2 milligauss, that's picking up man-made electricity. It's not what human beings give off. So why would you use that? You can use that to get a baseline. People who are hypersensitive to electromagnetic fields. Michael Persinger up in Toronto, I think he's passed since then, but he did a lot of experiments on how EMF affects people. And he is able to recreate of religious experiences, UFO abductions, ghosts, just by manipulating where the EMF is affecting this person on the side of the brain. He had like a God helmet, it was called, and he would put it on, put somebody in an isolated room, everything's all controlled, and suddenly they're floating out their window going up to a spaceship. So, and they're not, but they're able to, they're able to trigger a response from somebody's brain, and then that just tells the story for this person.
Based on electromagnetic fields.
Electromagnetic fields. I've been on plenty of investigations where, the people say, "Oh, I'm laying in bed and I hear all these weird things," and you look on the corner of their bed. Back in the day, I'm giving my age away. There's an alarm clock, that you plug in. Alarm clocks give off a ton of EMF, and EMF dissipates very quickly. So I tell the people, I say, you want your haunting to go away? Move your alarm clock, put it on the other side, and it goes away. It stops.
So it's like so a person could be more sensitive to that then triggers false positives, if you will.
False positive, exactly. And especially if you're on a paranormal investigation and you have somebody, this happened to me, who happened to be, and you don't know if you're hypersensitive. John, if you're hypersensitive to EMF?
I am.
Possibly. Are you?
No, I do. No, I know for a fact.
Yeah.
So let me break this down. It's funny that you're saying this. Yeah. I used to do a lot of like service work. I went up to a place up in Armonk called Wright's Mill. It's a very developed community, right? Lots of money. They were constantly building homes and whatnot. There was 2 houses in particular that constantly birds were flying into windows.
Yeah.
People would get headaches if they were there. I would step on the property. They thought the property was haunted. Right. I'd step on the property and my stomach would start to turn. I'd start to, when you're gonna puke, and right. I wouldn't be able to service the property at all. Wow. So yeah, that's how I know that I am sensitive to, such things.
Right.
And I actually don't use a lot of the gadgets and whatnot that a lot of investigators use for those reasons.
Right. I've always, and part of it, speaking to what you're talking about, Dan, I think some of the reactions he gets is, we haven't tested him and put him in any sort of God helmet or, checked his, wired him up or anything. But I feel like he might be giving off something that gets the responses he gets from spirit, whether, from spirits, or however it works via the app. We joke around, we call him the tech medium. Like he's like, he hates it, but it's like, I mean, I don't know how else to explain it.
I don't know. You look a little extra large to me, John. I don't mean that in a bad way.
That's what I'm saying. I'm a triple X, Dan. I'm a triple X.
Yeah, right on, man. Right on.
Are you concerned, Dan, or anything about where tech is going in what you do? With AI coming out, or like the apps that John uses, do you think that'll hinder or help in what you do? Because you're still active. You're still actively investigating.
Yeah, it depends on the person using it. And, if the person using it is going, okay, well, I've got this coming off. Excuse me. I've got this coming off the app. What else is happening? What else is happening? I don't think you can just go into and do an investigation with an app on your phone. You can, but if you really want to do something scientifically, or as close to scientifically as you can, because we're not scientists, we're all using scientific equipment that we really don't know how to use.
We use ovens, doesn't mean we're cooks, right?
Exactly. And
that's right.
That's so easy.
Yeah.
As far as like equipment, I'm excited about this stuff, and yeah, the stuff that's coming out is really cool, and it's people are thinking about how to do this. What's the best way to do this? And maybe they come up with an idea for an app. Maybe they figure out how to modify a piece of equipment. When I do investigations and I'm recording EVP, I never hold the recorder. If I'm holding the recorder, nothing ever comes on that recorder. I let other people hold it. But I always take a recorder and I disengage the microphone, right? because like what we were talking about earlier, you shouldn't need a microphone to pick up EVP, because a spirit doesn't have the body, doesn't have the tools. Now, how do our ears work? You know, somebody says something, I'm talking, I'm creating sound waves, and it's going into the microphone. It's coming out your end. It's tickling the little cochlea that are in your ear. It sends a signal to your brain. Your brain goes, "Oh, this guy's talking." If a spirit doesn't have a voice box or a tongue to manipulate sound waves, what's going in the recorder? You know, your questions. So I like to use one or two recorders that have the microphone disengaged, and you know everything is correctly time stamped. So you use the other recorders to hear your questions, not to hear the answers. And then I listen to the recorder with a disabled microphone. I haven't gotten full sentences. I've gotten noises. I've gotten murmurs. I haven't gotten an answer to a question that I've asked, but I feel like I've gotten close. And you know, maybe I just got a crappy recorder, and you know that's the reason why. But you shouldn't need the microphone engaged.
Yeah, what's the wildest thing that you've, like, you know, some of this tech or things that you've used has you picked up on? Like, what was a wow? What's a wow moment for you in some of your
Um,
investigations? You know, with this
you
stuff.
using the tech?
Yeah, or you know, like
Um,
where even if it something happened with that tech that you weren't expecting, or you know, you know what I mean, where it was like,
I got a good one. You know, I was in upstate New York at a old funeral parlor that a guy turned into a house. It was beautiful, right on the Hudson River. Um, and I was spending the night in the embalming room, as you do, and I had an old tape
as you
recorder.
guys do.
Yeah, right. And this embalming room was, you know, it's like they shut the lights off 100 years ago, turn the lights back on, and that's what the embalming room looks like. So it's very echoey. It's all tiled. It's all stainless steel. And I had this old, had this old tape recorder, and you have to push record and play in to record. You know, one of those old ones.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm Big Tough Dan. I was powerlifting at the time. I was freaking jacked up, and I said I'm gonna go down to the embalming room. Now, meanwhile, I'm shitting my pants down in the embalming room. There's nobody around me, and I had a tape in, and I had the tape recorder was on the stainless steel gurney that would hold the body, that had all the drains and everything for the bodily fluids. It was so creepy, and you know, it was a 90-minute tape, so 45 minutes each side. So 45 minutes, I'm 44 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sitting down there, and then 30 seconds later, it pops. It ends the end of the tape. So the buttons pop out, and it hit the metal table, and it just echoed in the tile room. And I screamed and jumped out of my chair and landed in like the other room, thinking, "Oh my God, something just banged the table," but it was my stupid tape recorder. You know, so you know, you got to beware of some of that stuff. But yeah, so that's been,
I would say that's not in the manual for how tape recorders are supposed to work,
Yeah.
and therefore it worked differently than
I know you can't
expected.
take it back to Best Buy and go, "Yeah, I was hanging out in a bombing room, and
Yeah,
somehow this was, you know."
Ghost sort of broke it. It's not covered under the warranty.
You
It
But,
know,
doesn't say.
I gotta agree. I gotta agree with Dan. There's like, especially like going back to the apps. One big thing that I noticed that, well, because a lot of people use these apps now.
yeah,
They'll sit in a room. They'll be, wherever they are, and let's say they know that other people have investigated. Let's say hypothetically a spirit named Mary, right? Very
mhm,
common name. I get it all the time. They'll say the name over and over and over. Mary, can you hear me? Mary, how are you feeling? And then, the app will kick out the name Mary,
yeah,
and people will get so excited over it. And it's like, and I support the apps. I use a bunch of different ones, but there has to be some form of logic when using them where it's like somebody programmed that to happen.
yeah,
It's constantly these things access your microphone, they
yeah,
access your phones,
yep,
and so those things have to be kept in mind. So going back to that, for example, like if I'm at a cemetery, I have these phones on my wrist. So I have one phone on my wrist facing usually out into the darkness.
Mhm.
And if I go up to a headstone and I say, Spirit, may we have a conversation, and I get a yes or a yes answer, this next question I always ask, it's repetitive. I know it bores people sometimes, but I always ask, what is your name?
Mhm.
And they will say, and I'll get the name sometimes. And
Oh, that's
usually,
awesome.
if I get that yes answer and I get that name, I get a conversation afterwards.
That's awesome. That's
Which is
awesome.
which is wild. But you're right. With anything, whether you're using the apps, whether you're using any sort of equipment, we have to have a logical mind. We have to be able to, you know, really not draw conclusions
Mhm.
without the proper evidence to back it up. And we have to be able to admit to ourselves sometimes evidence can be, what's the word,
Inconclusive.
Mhm.
inconclusive.
And just to
Yeah.
support what John's saying, because I've seen him do it. It's not like he asks what's its name, and it's not like another common name, John, and then he looks around and like, oh, there's a John. It's sometimes it's like
You talking
a
about
very
Chaz Field, like
yeah,
that one
like a
with Chaz
weird,
Field,
like a
first
name
Yeah.
that
and
would
last
not be
name.
programmed in. And
Yeah,
then
Right.
within the vicinity of the headstones, you find the headstone with that name, and
yeah.
it's really quite odd and
It's wild.
terrifying. It's wild.
It's still, Dan. It still blows my mind, and I've been doing it for years now. It still blows my
I'm
mind.
coming up there and hanging with you in a cemetery, John, man.
Oh,
It's
Dan,
not far
I would
away.
You will
love
love
it.
it. You will love it.
I would
And
love it.
and here's the thing. This is another great thing about the two of you that you both love, because Dan, you have a love for history and a
Mhm.
love
So do
for
I.
historic locations. And look, both being in New York, John goes to a couple of these places. So, um, let's just sort of the gossip stuff out of there. You've explored a ton of famous haunts. Are there any locations you think are overrated and others that deserve more attention?
Overrated. I think every place has a value to it. Whether or not it ends up being haunted or you just have an old building. Um, yeah, overrated. Now I'm going to say no. None of the
Okay.
places I've been to.
Well,
I'm
what
sure
makes you
there
think?
are. You go to Eastern State Penitentiary, which I've had a lot of luck, and they don't do the ghost stuff anymore. But if you're no, I'm going to say no, no, no.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
think
then what
places are
for
overrated.
the places for these historic locations, why do you think that they retain such spiritual energy?
Well,
Is it trauma? Just age? What's
I
the
you know I
intent?
you know we're giving off energy right now. And who knows where this energy is going. Lloyd Auerbach tells a great story. When
I hope
people
it's going
think
to the
of
bank one day, to be honest with you. I can use a little bank energy, you know what I'm saying?
tell me about it.
And
Tell me
it's like,
about it.
but anyway, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt
Um, Lloyd tells a story of a place memory haunting that he was involved with, where people were hearing other people having sex.
Oh yeah, we did
And
that.
Oh
We
yeah, we
covered
know
we
that.
the
We
talked
story.
about
covered that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. He
Right,
told
right.
us that on the
So
podcast.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's one of my favorite Lloyd stories.
It's a great one.
But those people weren't dead. They just moved to another house.
Right.
So it's oh man, we went off on a tangent. What was the
No.
freaking
Well, then tell me this.
No, this is
Let's
great.
jump to
Yeah, this
let's
is great.
yeah.
but let's jump to, because look, let's talk about the Merchant House. This is a good point to bring it up. That's one of
All right.
your. It's one of your. Obviously 18 years, 19 years now.
It'll be
19 years studying this
next week.
place. Why are you so fascinated with it, and why do you think that place has such spiritual energy? Let's talk specifically about this place.
Yeah, I believe that the Merchant's House is as active as it is because of the people that run the Merchant's House. The Merchant's House was, owned only by one family, lived in by only one family, and and again, I don't want to get. You can look up the Merchant's House online and find all the dates, but when they closed the doors for the Merchant's House, it sat empty for or unlived in for a couple of years, and then it opened back up as a museum of 19th century living, which would be like us making a museum of the 1990s. It's 30 years ago, and the people that take care of the house, the staff that runs it, love the house. You know, they love the house. They respect the house. When they come in, they go, "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Treadwell." When they leave, they say, "Have a good night," you know, Treadwells. You don't swear in it. You know, I don't curse in the merchant's house. I curse all the time. And but I respect the merchant's house, and I choose not to. And I think the spirits appreciate the respect that their house receives. Now, I've brought in some really amazing mediums, psychic mediums, and they have all, to a person, have said it's mostly the servants that are haunting the house, if you want to call haunting. When you say haunting, it sounds scary and evil, but you know, they pop in from time to time. The Treadwells, the family that own the house, pop in from time to time. They love the way when it's decorated around Christmas time. You go in there with an EVP, you know, to collect some EVP, you get them all night long because they're enjoying being there, and it's a happy place. Merchant's house isn't a scary place. So I love going there because I have these strange sort of connections, you know, with the merchant's house. It took me about 6 months to get my first investigation in. They were on the original season of Ghost Hunters, and after that show aired, they got thousands and thousands of letters, and they had a bad experience. And they were like, you know what, screw it. We're not letting any of these dopey ghost people come in here anymore. And you know, the everything in the house, the merchant's house, is an original to the house. If you're looking at a chair at the merchant's house tomorrow, that chair was sitting there in the 1840s. You know, people were using that. The sheets on the bed are the sheets that they slept in. The plates and the cups in the kitchen are the plates and the cups that they ate off of. It's all original. It's all original. Everything is where it was. So it's priceless. This place, priceless. And you know, Mr. Treadwell, Seabury Treadwell, he here's a little connection which gave me goosebumps when I found out. He was passed away on March 7th, 1865, right? So I was born, I'm going to give my age away, on March 7th, 1965, 100 years to the day. I don't believe in coincidence. You know, there's a reason I'm at the merchant's house. First time I walked in there after 6 months of buying everybody freaking lunches and donations and all kinds of crazy shit. First time I walked in, I was waiting for a member of the board to come from the offices upstairs, and I'm sitting in the middle of the parlor, and I started to cry. And I'm not a crier, you know, like I cry when I watch commercials sitting in my apartment by myself. But when I'm out being tough, big guy Dan, you know, I don't do that. And I was bawling. The guy came down, and I'm standing in the parlor, just a mess. And he's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I don't know. It just never happens to me. This never happens to me." It just, I connected to it. I connected.
You brought up one of the first things you brought up today was reincarnation. Do you feel there's some connection there with you in this place?
No. Okay. I mean, you know, I can't say for sure, but I had never heard of the merchant's house till, you know, maybe 20, 21 years ago. I've never had any kind of past life memories or anything like that. I just dig the house. I think the house digs me. The spirits are aware of me. They know my name. I have never caught my name on a recorder on an EVP, but the psychic mediums I bring in there going, "Oh yeah, Dan, they're comfortable with you. It's cool."
Now, have you decided that these are apparitions as opposed to like a haunting, an imprint, as Lloyd would put it, or what do you think's going on?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of both. We recorded footsteps one time. I was standing with a colleague whose name was Dan as well, not to make it all confusing. But these footsteps walked right between us, you know, standing on the second floor of a house, right between us. And I looked at him, he looked at me. I'm like, you heard that, right? And I don't think, you know, the wood was squeaking. I think we were meant to hear that. All right. And it was, I'm going to go weird now. It was imprinted for us to experience that. All right. I don't think they were footsteps. Again, ghosts don't have a body. How do they make, you know, footprint sounds, you know? And is that even a word, footprint sounds?
I get it, but we all understand how to be
create
freaked out by it.
Yeah. How do they create that noise if they don't have a body? So they have to imprint it onto you what they want you to hear. This is what Lloyd will tell you too, is a spirit or an apparition when it's interacting with you can appear to you whatever way it wants to show you. So did Lloyd talk about a case of an old woman and a young boy in San Francisco?
No.
And oh man, that's my favorite Lloyd story. But he was interviewing a young boy who was having apparitional experiences with an older woman, but this woman would show up to him at his age, as a teenager, as an adult, as an old lady. It was just whatever she felt like projecting to him. That's what she projected to him. So again, went off on a crazy tangent, but
No, it's great. No, it's great.
yeah. It's as far as the intelligent stuff, when you're getting interactions like that, when Lloyd is sitting across from a boy who's sitting next to an empty chair, and he asks the empty chair a question, little boy looks at the chair and then answers Lloyd, and he got a phone number. He got a phone number where this old lady who has passed away, she's in spirit, and she's communicating with this boy whose family moved into the house that she once lived in. He rattled off a phone number. They dialed it. It was an assisted living home where this woman's brother lived.
Dude.
Wow.
Dude.
How's that?
Wow.
Well, that little boy's a witch.
A medium. And it continued to see that woman when he grew up. His children saw that woman. So
what?
And Dan, you said that the child was seeing this woman in different stages of her life. Like
correct.
she would appear as like middle-aged.
Right.
And then next time older. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's wild.
She appeared to him first as an old woman. And when Lloyd asked, why do you only communicate with him and nobody else? She said her answer was, he's the only one that waved back. And then this little boy's parents were like, I remember seeing an old lady wave to us, and I just thought it was a lady like, out on the lawn or walking around. But the little boy was the first person to wave back and say hello.
John knows my theory on this too. If the movies are to believe, those old woman ghosts are the scariest there are.
I think any little kid spirit.
Little kid ghosts,
creepy,
dude.
Yeah,
Like the
freaky,
movie
right? Oh,
it's
listen,
nuts.
I gotta just recap on something that Dan said, which is so important. And I try to stress this when I'm doing my documentation to so many people, because I do this on social media. I
Okay.
get an array of questions. I will go to a place like the Algonquin Hotel, okay, or the Southern Mansion in Cape May. All right, two very beautiful places that do not have a bad vibe or a bad bone in their bodies. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just pleasant places to be. And we experience a lot. We experience that was the cat. All right. I heard something back there. It was the cat. I experience all these incredible, things happening. And I try to stress to people, hey, listen, these places can be haunted. And it doesn't have to be evil. It doesn't have to be bad. It doesn't have to be malicious. And it doesn't have to be angry. Sometimes it could be pleasant and happy. And above all, normal.
Yeah.
Like
normal. People are afraid of what they don't understand.
Yeah.
And if you walk into a place and a door shuts, how do you know that that's not a spirit or somebody that's in spirit trying to get your attention because they want to talk to you?
Yeah.
But if you don't understand, that when you pass over into spirit doesn't make you know all the answers to the universe.
We tried that, Dan. We tried to ask them for the March Madness NCAA picks, and they did me dirty on it. I did my bracket this year, and I absolutely got hammered. They picked all the wrong teams. It was a terrible choice. So yes,
I've never done brackets.
I love the bracket. It's my favorite thing. But it was anyway. Yes, we.
to
Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
People are afraid of what they don't understand. So if they walk into, say, the merchant's house, and they hear footsteps running down the stairs, I've had people just turn around and walk right out. Walk in and walk right out. I'm going, but it's not that place. You have to try and understand that we're dealing with some nice people, and they're people. Maybe they're having a bad day. People talk about evil spirits, and if a guy's a jackass when he's alive and he passes away and somehow he comes back, odds are he's going to be a jackass. He's not going to be.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. So, maybe these evil entities, these demons, which I don't buy into, maybe these people were just dicks before they died,
Yeah, Dan, look, Dan, you are speaking my language.
Right on, man.
You are speaking my language. I can, again, dealing with the social media aspect of it, a bunch of people in the chat, people are always screaming demons. People are always screaming all this wild stuff. And it's like, I like to call it paranature almost.
Yeah.
Like it's a form of nature we yet understand.
Yeah, paranormal is a terrible word.
I
I mean,
agree. I agree.
it's beyond normal.
Yeah.
It's what it translates to. But when people say something about paranormal, it immediately conjures up. Got to get the conjuring word in there.
Sure.
Immediately, brings up evil. Paranormal activity, all these scary movies.
Yeah.
When it's just something we haven't figured out yet.
Yep.
It doesn't have to be scary. I've gone on investigation on 29th Street in an old warehouse, and I got creeped out, man. We had set cameras up to let run for like an hour and a half. We were going to go get something to eat, and I forgot my phone. Right? I hate phones. I hate these friggin' phones. You're tied to them. And so I was like, now I got to go up and go get my damn phone. And I was walking across. It was the whole floor of a building on 29th Street. And I was walking to where our stuff was to go get my phone, and I just got creeped out. I was like, man, something bad is going to happen right now. And part of me was like, time to go. But part of me is like, you know what? You got to stay. You got to stay to see if something happens. And I was shaking. I was so sure something was going to happen, and nothing did. I texted the guys. I said, man, something's brewing up here. I'll see you guys in like 15 minutes, half an hour. Nothing happened. But I got really, really spooked. And it's difficult to, as an investigator, to kind of to not be influenced by a feeling, a creepy feeling. Who knows what happened? Maybe it was a little EMF was bugging me out. I don't know. But you have to put all that stuff out and say, I'm just here to collect data. I'm going to, I got this creepy feeling. What time was it? What was the temperature? What was the barometric pressure? All that stuff. And you got to data log all that stuff to see if there's any kind of patterns or correlations with the gigabytes of information that I have on my computers here.
So Dan,
go ahead.
Let me ask you this. Because when I document, I don't even consider myself an investigator at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more on the documentation side of things.
Right.
When I choose places to document,
Mm-hmm.
I go for history,
Yeah.
and it doesn't even have to be popular history. Like
Right.
where I'm at right now was a factory that started in 1865.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing crazy will happen. I've spoken to spirits here. One spirit in particular named Peter, and very prevalent, always talking about money, always talking about working. And when I asked management about it, I said, hey, do you guys know any Peter that worked here? They turned pale. They turned
Wow.
pale. They said, we had a bad experience with a Peter here that was a maintenance guy that worked here all his life. And he felt like he was being robbed, and he tried to break into our office, and then he fell to his death.
Wow.
And I mean, they turned, I wish I had the reaction. They turned pale when I said that name.
Kathy felt that. We brought Kathy Nadal in.
Yeah.
Oh, Kathy, she's amazing. Yeah.
And she was like brought up. She's like, I'm seeing splat. I'm seeing this. And it was about, like the guy who fell from the wind. I'm getting chills thinking about it, to be honest, because that's weird. That was really crazy stuff.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So would you say that history plays a big role, and even like micro history, like a place that had just a lot of people or a lot of emotion, or just a lot of living in it, if you will, whether it was work or home?
Sure. Would that give more of an opportunity for some kind of haunting, either an apparitional or like a place memory type of haunting? Yeah. Well, yeah, sure. The more you go fishing in in a pond that was just created and there's no fish, you're not going to catch anything.
You're not
But
gonna
you go
catch it.
fishing, you go fishing out in the Long Island Sound, odds are you're going to catch something. Not every time,
Yeah.
but
And you might not want to
you're
eat
gonna
it
catch something.
either.
So, what's that?
Said you might not want to eat it either.
Yeah, oh, the Long Island Sound. Yeah. Hey, my dad was a fisherman, and when that's all we ate was out of the Sound.
Oh, nice.
That explains a lot.
That's why he can hear ghosts now.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Dan, one thing you do that I definitely want to bring up, and John, I think this is a good person for advice. You visit a lot of theaters. Dan,
Yeah.
from the Ed Sullivan
nice.
Theater to the Belasco Theater.
Right.
What? Let me see. So, what is it about? What is it about a stage or a movie house? Why do you think that has, that kind of energy? What attracts you to the theater for this?
Okay, well, when I moved to the city, like you said in that really cool intro, thank you. I went to the American Academy of Dramatic Arts, and I made my way as an actor in New York City for a long, long time, and doing those silly commercials, which afforded me to be able to do lots of theater where you don't get paid, and like experimental theater, new theater. Actors are I hate actors. They're narcissists and whatever. Let's not talk about it. It's a different podcast. But I think there's a lot in a theater. There's a lot of emotional energy. There's a lot of superstition in theater too. You don't say Macbeth in a theater. Ghost lights. You leave a ghost light on. It's called a ghost light. It's not to keep ghosts away. It's to keep the guy cleaning the theater from falling off the stage. That's what it's for. And but people, it becomes a ghost light. So you said the Belasco Theater, which was haunted by David Belasco. It's a rite of passage for when there's a play in the house for the actors to sneak into his David Belasco's apartment. He had a duplex apartment above the theater. I got to spend the night in there. It's really, really creepy and really, really cool. And he was out of his mind. But it's a rite of passage for these actors to sneak into his apartment after the show and see how long they can spend up there. So, there's a lot of folklore. Oh, you're going to get scared by David Belasco. You might bump into David. You might, but you might just hear a rat knock something off a wall. Suddenly that's paranormal and it freaks everybody out. But, old buildings, the old architecture, there's lots of history to theaters, especially the big giant Broadway theaters in New York City. I don't know when the Belasco Theater was built, but it was, in the early 1900s. It's the first theater in the world that had an elevator, and they had that so Houdini could disappear an elephant below the stage. And there was an elevator that would bring the young ingenues from backstage all the way up to David Belasco's apartment, where he had a grotto and a confessional. He used to dress, they called him the Bishop of Broadway, and he would dress as a priest. And he would bring these girls into their confessional, hear all their sins, say, okay, you're all clean now, and then take them out, and then give them a whole bunch more new sins to confess next time they come up. He was a wild man. Wild man.
Great. Sounds pretty gross. The first,
the
original Harvey Weinstein.
That's exactly what he was doing. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
that makes sense. So, what? So we have in our hometown, in Westchester, the Capitol Theater,
right?
And John has now been given access to go in there.
Awesome.
What's some advice you have? Like, what's your approach? What's the first thing you do when you approach a theater to investigate or to walk around?
I try and get as much history. I try and get somebody that's had an experience there. An incredible experience. You're going to bump into, because actors are actors. Everyone's going to have an experience, but you find like a stagehand or a stage manager who says, yeah, this happened to me. It's legit. There's weird stuff going on here. I would have that person on the investigation. I don't understand why, when you go on an investigation, John, let's say, you're having experiences in your home and you call me in. I'm not going to tell you to leave. You're the one having experiences. They're attracted to them somehow. Gary gets the hell out of
I'll
there.
tell you to leave. I'll put that thing on the market.
Exactly.
The Capitol was known for is a rock and roll theater, right? Like
Sure.
this is like some of
I've seen shows up there. I've gone up
yeah,
there.
for
I think I saw a Black Rose up there.
Yeah. Yeah, from Janis Joplin to, it's a famous rock club
Yeah.
in rock
Yeah.
theater.
And theaters are mysterious. There's dark corners, there's strange shadows, there's backstage, there's where the orchestra pit, the lighting booth. There's all kinds of little creepy places where you can go and just be quiet. Ed Sullivan Theater was the coolest theater. I mean, it's Elvis performed there, the Beatles. But for me, the coolest place was on the top of the theater, behind where they would just store all kinds of crap. And I sat back there, and I'm not a person that feels spirits, but I was like, this is where I should be. This is where I should be.
Oh, as opposed to like being on. I was about to ask you, like, where's the most energy? Is it directed towards the stage where they were, or like where do you think that?
Well,
would
the energy is wherever you find it, and especially when you're dealing with like spiritual energy. I try and filter that stuff out and not be influenced by my feelings, and just kind of go with what I'm collecting or watching all the other people. When you go on an investigation, John, bring somebody who's never been on a paranormal investigation before, because it's a whole different energy. And maybe they're scared, maybe they're laughing, maybe they're having fun, maybe they think it's all BS. That energy is good. Who knows? If you bring somebody in there and says, you know what, John, this is all bull crap, what's the spirit's going to say? Oh yeah, watch this.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen? Again, like I told you, I used to power lift, and I would go to the gym, and for a long time, I didn't tell anybody that I did this. And around Halloween time, the Daily News or one of the newspapers would want to do something, and they'll do a Google search, come up with me, and suddenly I'm in the paper. And so one Halloween, I'm training, working out, and these big giant guys, 340, 350-pound power lifters, go, "Is that you?" I go, "Yeah." And they're like, "Is that real?" I go, "Well, come on, I got keys to the place. Let's go." And we'll go in there, and you hear a door slam upstairs, and they'll go, "Who's upstairs?" I go, "Why don't you go take a look, big boy?" And they're like, "No way, I'm not going up there." But it seems not that it happens on command, but it seems like just spirits, at least at the merchant's house, play along.
Dan, I got a couple more questions for you. You've been a great guest.
Good.
You've been here for almost an hour. I really appreciate your time.
Mhm.
Have any of your investigations, and you may have answered this, but like in certain things, have the reactions or the interactions rather with the spirits felt very personal or impactful? Was it like, really, did you feel this was directed to Dan Sturgis for your benefit?
Again, like I just said about actors, I was an actor, so of course I think everything's for my benefit. But I'm trying to think. I believe sometimes some of the stuff at the merchant's house, in particular that story I just told you, I thought that was for me. Like, all right, Dad, we're going to throw you a bone and scare the crap out of this big gigantic guy. Probably the most meaningful interaction I had, and it was with my grandmother.
Okay.
And I had a really big back surgery, and I don't know if any of you guys have had like a major surgery, but the recovery after that a major surgery really messes with your head, and you get low self-esteem. And I couldn't do anything. I had to have people pick up my laundry, and I'm not that guy. I'm used to doing things on my own. So I was feeling really down about myself, and went to sleep one night in my living room, and this was a dream. It was 100% dream. My grandmother came in from the kitchen into the living room. First thing she said was, "Don't be afraid." She told me she's in heaven with Cha-Cha, who was her little chihuahua, and with her husband and her family. And she gave me a pep talk. She said, "Listen, you got to keep doing this. Don't give up." She gave me a pep talk, and it was great. And she said exactly what I needed to hear. It was a dream. 100% dream. But I think she came to me in my dream. And when she left, after she gave me this pep talk, she got up off the chair in my living room, walked past me into the kitchen where it was dark, and that's the entrance to the apartment. But when I woke up, and I did wake up because I was sleeping, I was on one elbow and I was turned and I was looking into the kitchen. So in my sleep, I tracked her, going into the kitchen. So was did she come to me because that's the only way she had available to come to me was when I was in a dream state? Because your mind is running on a different frequency when you're dreaming. And was it easier for grandma to communicate with me through a dream rather than manifesting or doing something that I might not even register to me? I miss most of the paranormal things that happen around me. I'm like, oh, that was real. That was nobody came up the stairs. So that was really meaningful for me. And I was telling my mom about it the next day. It happened, like after midnight. I was telling my mom, I'm not the craziest dream. Grandma came to visit me, told me all this stuff. And it was grandma's birthday that day.
Wait a second, Dan. Someone's another spirit's being made, we think, and it's just sort of drowning you out.
It's so active around here.
Yeah.
It's not even funny.
So
Yeah,
when
you
I
would
was,
think I was in the city,
I was telling my mom about this, and she said, "When you have this dream?" I said, "Ma, I had it this morning at like 2:00, 3:00 in the morning. In the middle of the night." And she goes, "Dan, today's grandma's birthday. After midnight, it was grandma's birthday."
Wow.
So, did she? I'm going to say, yeah, she came to visit me, and that's how she chose to visit me. Grandma and I were very, very tight, and she was the person I needed to hear from, and she said the things I needed to hear. Did that make that all up in my mind and give it an avatar, which happened to be grandma? Maybe, but what's the difference? What's the difference?
Yeah.
Right. And, with that, I mean, you look at that event and right, you analyze it and you sort of, I assume now, because you've been doing this so long, a lot of events now you look at them and analyze them.
Mm-hmm.
What other, what are some of, your personal beliefs how have they evolved as a result of being in this paranormal game for so long?
Sure.
What is what's that look like, for you now, and where do you think it's going for you?
I'm really, really love dealing with psychic mediums like Kathy. And I've got a couple that I work with, like, unfortunately, see, Kathy, when you're dealing with a psychic medium, you could fall into a trap and become like best pals with this person because you're going on investigations with them, and you shouldn't. I am best pals with this medium who I brought to the merchant's house for the very first time. And I didn't believe in psychic mediums. I live in New York City. There's more psychos than psychics out there. And I wasn't buying into it. I met so many freaking weirdos in New York City who were telling me that they're psychic. Dan, I'm psychic. And okay, whatever. You're not. So I was against all of that in the very beginning. And I met two. And one was a gentleman named Richard Scholler, who I'm still very, very close with. And another was like an 8-year-old girl who I was shooting an episode of a TV pilot with Lloyd. And she was on the set, and she was the medium we were using. She was a little girl, and she was pulling stuff out that there's no way she could know. No way she could know. I had to go back and ask my mom, did Dad's parents send him away when he was a little boy? And she was like, yeah, he doesn't talk about it. And this little girl brought it up.
Wow.
Which
was she talking to a spirit, or I've got my dad's DNA in me? Was she getting it from me? I don't know, but
it's funny you bring that up, because one thing that we talk about here is my theories on spirits, because I do deviate from the normal ideas. I believe that when we die, our consciousness has no vessel anymore. It spreads.
right.
So, for example, when someone says to me, "Hey, John, my grandmother came to me in a dream," I turn around and I say, "I don't think they did. I don't think they ever left you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you got some of that consciousness in you. And for most people that are normal, the
Mm-hmm.
only way they can access you is in dreams." Now,
Right.
other people are sometimes luckier. They'll hear the sound of like their mother, father, grandparents calling them, or
Right.
they'll smell them. Like one person I know was like, it's funny, was like, hey, my father always smelled a certain way after work,
Yeah.
gritty,
Like a
and
martini
yeah, like just like he smelled like menthol cigarettes, cools.
and
he
hookers,
smelled he smelled like cools
Yeah.
and
coconut
gas
body
and
oil.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
and motor oil and everything. Like he worked in a garage and he was always
Right.
smoking cools. And then all of a sudden, like they'll get hit with that smell,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Where does that even come from?" And I
Yeah.
said there could be a scientific explanation to that,
Sure.
or
Sure. Sure.
maybe when your father passed, some of that energy went to you,
Right.
and we kind of see a little bit of this. And I don't know if you've ever like read the studies of people who had organ transplants,
Hmm.
like they get like a heart from somebody, and the next
Sure.
thing you know they start developing the tastes of that person,
Right.
memories of that person, like
Right.
wild stuff like that, weird connections with people they never had.
Hey,
And
I got a crazy one for you. I had a friend of mine.
I love it, I love it. Keep
Yeah.
Let's hear
A
it.
friend of mine had a son from a previous marriage. And the kid was like, I guess at the time, 10, 11, 12 years old. And lived with his mom, but spent a lot of time with his dad. Anyway, his dad, my buddy, started dating a girl who was from Russia. And this kid met her for the first time. He was staying with his dad, woke up the next day and could speak Russian. And this kid was Japanese, and he could speak Russian. And he had a song. He sang it to me. And my buddy did a bunch of research, and it turns out that this song that he was singing, it was like an early version of their like would be Star Spangled Banner, but from like 100 years ago. And he's like, nobody knows this version of this song,
wow.
but this kid was like, I know the song and can still speak Russian. And he's talked to people that speak Russian, and they go, "Yeah, you're speaking like a Russian, and not like somebody who learned Russian, book studied Russian, but you're talking slang, and it's old English, like old Russian slang." So yeah, I think we've got so much in us. I've got, I I've got, my parents, my family, all their DNA is in me. You walk, especially New York City, you're breathing in dead skin cells from somebody else. Who knows if you're going to be able to pick up some of their traits?
Bro, you should
You
start
know?
hanging out on Wall Street then. I would like to get some, like,
Oh,
if I
tell
get
me
an
about
organ,
it.
get like a Lehman Brothers organ or someone in investment banking. Hopefully some of those memories will stick with me. You
Oh.
know what I mean? I wake up one day and just get,
I don't know if it's
have an
Lehman Brothers you
instinct.
want, but maybe a
Have
little
an
Goldman
instinct,
Sachs.
right. Have an instinct for some stocks and how to
Yeah,
play it a little better. You know what I mean? But it's
that's so funny. That's so
uh
funny.
Dan, look, it's a real pleasure. You're a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of experience, and it's fun to hear your perspective on how you look at it and your approach. And the more it's what's really I find fascinating being new to all this, the more I speak to experienced paranormal investigators or experienced mediums or scientists, they are not like, they're on John's wavelength, in terms of how they look at things.
Mhm.
And it's like there really is a very objective perspective on what spirits are, a belief in them for
Yeah.
sure, but it's not. I haven't come across yet, and I'm sure I will, and I'm kind of looking forward to it. To be honest with you, someone who's been around a long time who finds it very evil. I like those people; they make me laugh a lot. But it's like it's like just
Yeah.
like the demonologists or the curses and the spirit. But
I was at a conference a couple of years ago, and I don't buy into the demonology, and that's not my bag. It's that's religion, and I'm more about trying to figure things out and not having the faith. I want to figure
Dan,
it out.
Dan, I am sorry to cut you off. The more you speak, the more and more I like you. You are awesome, dude.
John, are we going to be life partners, John?
I
you'd
think
be
we
best
might be
I
life
can
friends.
feel it.
partners.
I can feel it, man.
Paranormal life partners, man. It's coming.
We might be best friends. You guys gotta hang. It's like, yeah, because John. Look, John is not. He is not. As you say, he's not an investigator. He likes to go out there and do his thing and have conversations and sort of learn
Yeah.
by doing this. You know,
And
not
that's awesome. And you don't have to become a paranormal investigator. You know, I take my friends, if I'm doing an investigation, say down at the house, I go, hey, what are you doing Friday night? What are you doing Saturday night? You want to have a cool night and hold a recorder, and then, you know, I'll buy you a beer afterwards. And it's fun, you know, and you know, you don't have to be, I say, you don't have to take any of the data log or anything like that. Just come and have fun, because it's an energy, you know, that you're giving out to the spirits. And you know, if you're a spirit, because we've already established these are just people without a body, right? What'd you call it? A meat sack? And that's great.
this
Very
is the
very
bar
rarely
room.
do I get a chance to talk
This is
about
the
my
bar
sack
room.
paranormally.
It's the barroom logic of it, right? We're not.
Yeah.
John is raw in terms
Right.
of his every theory and all of his things. Sure, he's read a couple things, but he's basing his. And correct me if I'm wrong, John. You're basing everything you come to through the way you categorize things is because of all of the evidence that you've accumulated.
Yeah.
Am I wrong in saying that, John? I mean, it's like
no, you're not.
his
You're not
theories
wrong
are
at
his
all.
own. He didn't study under Lloyd. I don't even think John knew who Lloyd was until I introduced, you know, until I told him I was interviewing him. You know, so it's like
the only thing I've heard the name before, and the only thing that I knew about him was that he was into chocolate.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
That's it, because I've heard of that. I've heard of him before, and I'm like, wait a minute, is that
Bacon
the chocolate bear?
wasabi chocolate. That's what Lloyd makes. Bacon wasabi chocolate.
Oh, I love wasabi.
Yeah, right.
So Dan, I'm so sorry I cut you off before with your thought. What were you were talking about? What were you saying? I wanted to hear what you were saying.
Oh, we were
I
talking
cut you off.
about, you
My
know,
apologies.
about like the approach when you go on an investigation. And
No, with the demonologist, with the
oh,
you were
demonology.
at a
Yeah. Okay.
conference.
Yeah. It's again, like I said, it's not my bag, but I was at this conference in somewhere in Pennsylvania, and I went to go listen to a demonologist, and because it would be a cool lecture to go see, right? And the lecture he was giving was great, and I didn't want to be the asshole in the back asking, trying, you know, giving him a gotcha question or anything like that. That's not cool. I would hate
dunk on him.
Yeah, and you know, he probably could have just buried me anyway. This guy's been around forever. But you know, he said, okay, you're on. Oh my God, I got another creepy story to tell you. You're on our radar. Okay, he told us there's 300 people in this auditorium. The devil knows you're all here, and he's going to send his minions to check you out and see if you're a candidate for oppression, because they want to oppress you, possess you, and then they want you to die. They want you to kill yourself, which is the biggest affront you can do to God, is commit suicide, which I don't believe. But
yeah, I would say that's not it.
Yeah, that's definitely not it.
But you know, I was back in my hotel room thinking about these little minions running around checking me out, going, this is kind of creepy. But then I started thinking, why did I wait till I was, how come I had to wait till I was in my 40s to find this out? You know, like, don't use a Ouija board. Really? Shouldn't they tell you that, you know, early on, if it's going to be, you know, demon possessed? Why do they sell it at Kmart? Why are they selling it?
I just bought a spirit board at Target for clearance for $4.99.
Yeah, use it all you want. Nothing bad's going to happen. Nothing.
Oh, I do it all the time.
I've interviewed the guy,
and I believe they're for ages 8 and up. Let's just be clear.
Exactly.
It says it on the box.
Yeah, you shouldn't be afraid of something you could find at a garage sale.
Yeah.
And but I called the factory where they build them, which is it was in Salem, Massachusetts. And I talked to the guy that I guess runs the plant, and I said, can you just answer me one question? He goes, yeah. I said, what stage of the process do you put the magic in? Because apparently it's magic, you know, it's slate board, plastic, and a brass pin, and that's going to open a portal to hell. Come on.
That's wonderful.
I would tattoo a Ouija board on my back and go to the scariest place ever, and nothing would happen.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Now I just got a visual. Of Dan with the Ouija board on his back,
right,
and a bunch of people hovering over you
with the planchette, like finding.
It kind of got me excited. I'm not sure.
I told you, like, all that stuff and demonology is not my bag. I respect the people that practice that and use that. Not my thing.
Well, to be
Um,
honest with you, Dan, and I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna be very polarized. I
uh,
have a big gripe with both religion and
yeah,
spiritualism when it comes to any sort of investigations. I
yeah,
think the best way to look at it is through a logical lens
yeah,
and leave religion and spiritualism out, at least in the beginning. If you're
right.
if you're documenting or investigating a place, I believe those. I've seen those things just
You have to leave them out.
cloud
You have to
people's
leave it out.
minds.
Yeah.
And when, just to be clear, when you say spiritualism, it's not sort of you mean more religious, a religious lens, not
Yes, yeah,
the,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
That's
I'm talking about when I mean spiritualism, I mean the wannabe mediums and psychics, not the
Yeah.
credited ones, the ones that the wannabe, the wannabes. And there's tons of them. What was the word that
clear
clairvagueness,
vagueness.
clairvagueness, right?
Yeah.
And also just just as I like to joke around on my live streams, crystals, Jesus, salt and sage,
Yeah.
like that whole
Right.
keep it away
Yeah.
from
I mean,
me, keep
Right.
it away.
um, deathbed apparitions, right? It's when somebody passes away, and they come and they check on family or loved ones just to make sure that they're okay. And that's why people will say, "Oh, he died, the day before. He came to visit me the next day." Deathbed apparition usually happens within 72 hours, right? So on the third day, he rose again. How many hours is the third day? It's 72 hours. So, your religion is based on the biggest paranormal event that probably has ever happened. So you can't have your girls break up with me because I'm going to hell. You
Yeah.
know,
Zombie
like,
Jesus,
listen, we can have fun right now and then, take off
yeah,
when I
yeah,
go to hell. But yeah, people get so wrapped up in that. And those are the
they
people
do.
that are closed minded, you know?
Yeah,
And I got to tell you this demonology story because it's stuck in my
yeah,
head
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
I
please
told you
do,
that I think
please
it's all
do.
kind of,
Let's close it on a great one. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
I
all
love
right.
it.
So I told you guys want to be actor, and I wanted to write a play. Right? What's the scariest movie you guys have ever seen?
I'm gonna say
For
probably The Shining.
Shining,
for
Exorcist.
me,
Yeah.
it's a toss up between the classic Blob,
Right.
because that was just awesome when I was a child, and
Sure.
Night of the Creeps, which is the
Yeah.
one with those little black, like slug things that turn people into
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
zombies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, but what's the scariest play you've ever seen? Nobody's got an answer. There's no scary plays. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to write a scary
No.
play. You write about what you know. I'm like, I know theater. I know this kind of stuff. Let's put them together and write a scary play. And it was turning into like an exorcist type of thing. And I said, let me call a friend of mine who's a demonologist in Texas. And I called him up and I said, listen, man, I don't want it to seem like I'm making fun of this or if I think it's bullshit or anything like that. How do I approach this and not in a disrespectful way to you or other demonologists? Because I don't want to shit on anybody. So
Yeah.
so he was like, no, Dan, it sounds cool, and I'll be there opening night and all this and all that. And he said, but listen, Dan, can I call you like an hour? I was just going to run to the walk-in clinic. I got a really bad headache. He had a stroke and died. Now, he was telling me, Dan, we got to be careful because the demons know that we're having this conversation and they're going to be really upset with me. Really, really upset with me.
They're critics.
So
Apparently.
I have to be careful. And I was like, yeah, okay, all right, thinking, no, you don't. And then he never called me back. And I was like, what the hell, man? And the next day I see a Facebook post from his daughter saying, my dad passed away unexpectedly last night. And I was like, oh my God, I hope that wasn't because of the conversation we were having. Did I just kill my friend? I hope I didn't kill my friend.
That's quite the review your play got before it was even written.
It killed, man. It killed.
It killed. It really, the play killed.
We're going to hell and we're laughing about
Oh my God.
I'll see
Dan,
you guys there.
Dan,
Oh, that's
thank
great.
you so much for your time.
Yeah.
It was a
Oh,
real,
man, my pleasure, guys. A
it
lot
was
of
a
fun
real
talking to
pleasure.
y'all.
That's it, man. Thank you. I really.
Yeah.
That was
Dan,
wonderful.
definitely.
man,
Listen,
anytime.
Dan, we're so close to each other. We got to link up.
Absolutely, and I want to get you down to the house too. If you ever want to do one of your live streams or something at the house,
I'd
at a
love
real
to.
fucking house, 100%.
Yeah, awesome.
It'll be
Yeah.
fun.
Guys, I'll hook you guys up. I will absolutely put your email together.
Yeah, because
We'll
figure that out.
I'm pretty sure John's my new life partner.
Yeah. Hey, awesome.
Dan,
All the good-looking guys have beards, right?
That's
hey,
true.
come on, settle
That's
down.
true.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
Don't be so jealous. Come on.
Yeah, you got hair too, so.
Not much. That's why do you think I wear this thing to cover the,
All right.
the headphones?
I'm gonna have to get a big one. Big babushka.
Dan,
All right,
have yourself a
fellas.
great evening. I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you guys,
Thank
and
you, Dan.
keep up
Thank
the
you.
great work, man. Keep up the great work, man,
We're
and
trying.
you know, good for you guys. I'm so happy for all your success with this. It's great.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was great. I mean, it was really
Yeah.
fun, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Great guest.
You know, I mean, I feel like that's, you know, I don't know how old Dan is, but he's probably like maybe, but it's like, you know, you can see your future a little bit in terms of
Yeah, you see my
investigating,
future,
you
right?
know?
Well,
It's
you
just-
know, he's very. You could tell he has a very logical approach to, you know, to just everything he speaks about and, you know, what he does. And I mean, that's, you know, I'm very much the same as far as logic goes, you know.
Yeah.
So,
I love
yeah,
it.
I
I
mean-
love his approach. Listen, that was everybody. That was Dan Sturgis. This has been Splintered Spirits. Thank you so much for listening and watching.
Yes. Thank you,
Please, if
thank
you like this, follow, subscribe, like everywhere podcasts are. Follow us on all our
Yep.
social media.
And remember, our live podcast we
Every
do
Thursday.
every Thursday on YouTube.
Yep.
Check it out.
Yeah, it's fun. That one's a little loose, a little loosey-goosey, a little more fun.
Yeah.
Submit your ghost stories. Go to splinteredspirits.com, everybody, please. We would love for you to submit. There's our website, splinteredspirits.com. You will find Dan. You can find Dan at sturgisparanormal.com. I will put that too in my link tree for all our guests. But again, go to splinteredspirits.com. Like, follow, and subscribe, and we will see you next time. John?
Gary?
Talking to you.
Always.
As always, my friend. Always.
Always.
Always. Nothing like family and ghosts.
That's
See you,
it. Later.
I'm going to show you a series of cards. There are only 5 shapes and 5 colors. For every color you get right, you get a point. For every shape you get right, you get a point. You get them both right, you get 2 points. I got 10 cards, that's 20 points. You tell me how you do at the end in the comments. Are you ready? I'm going to send this stuff to you telepathically. Let's go, guys. Come on now. Open your mind up. What am I sending you? What is it? You know this. You know it. Let's go. Come on now. Open your mind. Come on, are you feeling this or what? Want to share secrets with someone? Got to work that muscle. Last card. Make it count, guys. Remember, that's 1 point for every color, 1 point for every shape. Tell me how you did in the comments below. Give people some time to get into the chat.
Give them some time. Give them some time. Spirits here have all the time, you know. Except for the ones that straight up tell me they don't have time to talk to me. I've had that happen. It makes no sense to me. It's like, wait a minute. What do you mean you don't have the time to speak with me?
Right.
You know?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Like what? Well,
it's like, what are you doing?
Is it, you know, what is time? You know what I mean?
To them.
Is there time to them?
Yeah. Space time.
Yeah, right?
Maybe it has a cost in the afterlife.
I don't know, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So
That
let's-
music sounds popping.
Oh, does it? It's coming through
yeah,
hard.
yeah. It sounds sharp through here.
Too loud? Is it too loud or no?
I like it. I don't think it's too loud.
Okay. Let's see how I can tell if people are getting in the chat or not.
It's that hot peak.
Live stream chat. This is the internal chat.
Dude, I'm trying to convince my wife to let me either get the gold tooth or the regular tooth with the cat diamond in it.
Okay. Definitely not a gold tooth. No.
No?
No, not gold, dude. It's just not going to look good.
I know. I'm only fucking around. I'm
Oh.
not going to do either. But
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
It's just fun messing with my wife about it, you know?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure she's still excited for you to get that tooth.
Yeah.
Because if you ask your wife, do you want to be married to John with teeth or John without teeth?
Without teeth.
I'm willing the answer is with teeth.
With teeth. It's a great album. Great album.
It is. Hey, what's up, everybody? All right, we're getting some bodies in here.
Hello.
Hello. Let's lower. Welcome, everyone, to Splintered Spirits, the podcast, hosted by me, Gary, and John Santa, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? This is one of our live Thursday episodes. We're going to have a little fun today, for sure.
Yes, we are.
I've been reading a lot about... Well, first, let's talk about what's coming up. Tuesday, new episode with a bona fide Salem witch, Lori Bruno. She is so much fun. 80-something-year-old woman, Salem high priestess, and she can trace her family back to, like, the 1600s, if not earlier. It's bananas. It's bananas.
It's wild.
And, like, our old ancestors were burned at the stake at the Vatican or something, and it's... Yeah,
What's up, guys?
It's
she's wild. She was great.
She's so fun. It's a really
such an energy to her.
I know, right?
Like, it was wild. It was
man.
You wouldn't think that she's as old as she is.
No.
With that fire, you know?
No,
like,
dude, she's got big witch energy.
Big witch energy. She got that witchy sauce.
She's got that big witch
buckets.
Big witch energy.
Yep,
you know, it's crazy. Heather, welcome. Tuesday. Robin, I recognize some of these names. Hey, everybody. Hello.
What's up, guys?
So that's the first thing. That's happening Tuesday. I've also been reading about, you guys are excited. John and I have done some interviews. These episodes will be dropping later in the month with one of the most popular psychics on social media, Amy Belaski. And as as, because you guys asked for it, I'll get a crash course in past life regression, which is... the most mind-trippy thing I've ever
experienced. Grab your battle axe!
It's a whole thing, man. Past life regression is not... the woman's name is Myra Rath. She's amazing. Amazing. She just knows her stuff. And it's not past lives, John. It's everything, everywhere, all at once. And we're talking about interdimensional stuff, which you like to talk about.
Listen, one thing I love to talk about and have a little experience with, and I know it's like diving into like Marvel, but that multiversal theory has so much validity to it and so much strength to it.
That's the only I had to compare it to Marvel. That's what my reference is. I'm a big nerd. How do I explain this to anybody without any sort of understanding?
The multiverse, everything now. My whole thing is, does time move the same way in every universe? I personally don't think it does.
There is no time. If this is to be believed, time is not a thing.
Yeah, space-time is a thing, not actual time, right?
Listen, dude, I don't know, bro. All I know is it's mind-bending. It's mind-bending.
It is. So I think of it like this. What if the act of deja vu, is your magnetic field resonating with another used magnetic field in the multiverse, and you're literally getting those memories. It's just, to you, it seems like deja vu. It's like, wait a minute. I've done this before. I've said this before. I've had this conversation.
It could be which version of you is it?
Exactly. Is there a main version? I highly doubt it.
And then there's this whole concept of the higher self, which is self, and then there's spirit guides, which is a whole other.
Yeah. People love. It's so funny, dude. I have no data on spirit guides. I never have. I've never anything that has to do with anything.
Maybe that's not how they come through.
Years that I've been doing this. The spirits never talk about spirit guides. It's always humans speaking about it. It's a very odd thing. Like when people bring up spirit guides to me, I'm like, hey, I have nothing to talk about with it. I have no data on it.
Yeah, man, and I don't want to spoil the episode because I asked her, like, well, how does this fit into this? What does she do? What she does into what we hear? And she has, you know, she has an interesting explanation for why the energy might still be around to. Anyway, I have to read it.
You don't want to spoil.
And plus, honestly, dude, I have to listen to it. It's like reading a textbook. I have to listen to it again to fully absorb it and memorize it. It's so much information and so new to me.
Wow.
That it's just it's another world of stuff.
It's not new to me, but it's still just so complex.
Yeah, dude.
Like, and how, like, you know, like just like crazy it gets, and it's almost like mythos, man. It's almost like something out of like what's his name, J.J.R. Martin or
Yeah.
You know, like
George R. R. Martin. Yeah.
George R. Martin.
Yeah.
You know, like
it's bananas. It's very Matrixy. It's all this stuff. Snippy on the chat says, mine gave up on me years ago, if they do exist in regards to spirit guides. Yeah, for sure.
I might have mistakenly ate mine. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, dude, but it's crazy. It's really interesting episode. People are gonna really like it, I think.
Real quick, you want to hear something crazy?
I do, please. I love crazy.
That happened today.
Yeah.
I walk into the tower, and there's a pigeon
inside.
Voxy and the pigeon are destroying the tower.
Is she chasing? Is the cat chasing?
She's chasing it, trying to get it. This thing's going back and forth, shitting all over the place. It was
like
pandemonium.
Sylvester and Tweety Bird.
Yeah, so I didn't know what to do. Like, I didn't know what to do. And so I called up my driver, and I'm like, hey, man, one of my drivers, I'm like, hey, man, listen. I was like, he has it's almost like a BB gun, but it doesn't, it's like airsoft or whatever. So it won't hurt whatever it hits.
Okay.
It'll just not, you know, like it's light. It'll just knock it down so we can pillowcase it and get it outside.
Okay.
And, dude, it was like out of a movie from the 90s, dude. He comes in with the certain type of, like, it sure looks like a kid's toy, okay? And he goes and he's like, all right, you know, we're gonna get ready to catch it when it falls. Dude, he pops this thing in such a way. Dude, blood hits the the window. And this thing comes crashing down. I'm like, holy shit. It gets crazy. It gets crazier. So he's freaking out because he loves animals and whatnot. He's like, oh my God, what did I do? What did I do? He goes, I have to eat this now. And I'm like, you have to what? And he's like, I have to eat this. I'm going to eat this. Dude, and I'm like, oh,
no.
Shit. And he's going to straight up make a stir fry with it. Because listen, he's got strong beliefs about the circle of life.
He's going to get like some sort of like bird disease. This is where COVID, by the way, he's going to be patient zero. This is where the next COVID pandemic starts.
Dude,
eating a pigeon.
I felt so bad. I'm like, how can I get this animal out safely? There's no way you could get a broom or whatever. Once you whack them, they're so fragile. They'll dude.
I'll get in my house because I'll leave my door open. I'll get birds in, right? Little ones, you know, sparrows types.
Yeah,
you know,
sometimes,
or sometimes whatever. And they get on the window and they just like freeze. And then I usually have to just like get them in my hat and scoop them and then try to get them out, you know. But it's like I've never had to shoot one with some air gun and blow its brains out.
The first floor and the second floor of the tower are destroyed right now.
Oh, just
there's
feathers,
literally
feathers
and bird shit everywhere, and Voxy just literally knocked everything down in the process. Like,
oh my God.
Like, dude, insane. Like I couldn't believe what I walked into, and I was just like, this is how my freaking day is starting?
Unbelievable. Yeah, Tay, you're right. Bird flu. Exactly. It's going to be.
Yeah, the bird flu. The bird zombie flu.
The bird zombie flu. That's where it starts. It's 28 days later. It's all starting right now. Guys, today we're gonna do something fun. On that note, we got the spirits. Are the spirits here with us?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Guys, we're gonna do a wildly bastardized version of a Zener card test. I thought that I want to check telepathy, spirits, Mind, like we got to get in the zone. John, close your eyes for a second. Close your eyes for a second. I'm going to show the people. Hold on. I'm just going to show the people something.
Yeah, I'll go off like this.
Guys, you guys can all see this. Give it a second to kick in. Right? So, all these stupid, weird symbol things, right? Okay, you can look again.
I can come back.
You can come back. You can come back. So, we're going to see. You can see these cards here, right, John?
I can see them. Yep.
I'm going to shuffle them around like this. There's 25 cards.
Okay.
I'm going to point at one, right? And then they all have symbols and colors. You know, like the Zener card test. You know, you can shapes, various random shapes. But there's only 5 types, so you got a good shot.
Okay.
So first I'm going to touch it. I'm not going to see it. And we're going to see if you feel what it is. Then I'll look at it without showing you and see if then I can transfer it to you. We're going to go through all 25, and then we're going to see what you get right.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
I'm not going to show the people either, but maybe I will. But because then they'll think it's fake anyway. But it's like, but anyway.
I'm ready.
All right, here's the first one. Okay? This one. Feel that energy, bro. Feel it. See if the spirits say anything. If we hear any shapes out of them and whatnot. This one. Tell me if you're getting an image.
It's funny. The spirits just said something about stripes.
They said stripes?
Yeah.
Ghost said stripes. Hold on, I got to write this down. I'm going to look at it.
What do you think that card is? You think it's stripes?
All right, I'm going to look at it.
The spirit was like, John, what?
Hold on. Okay, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
What do you think it is?
I'm going to go with a yellow circle.
Okay.
Spirit just said you're wrong.
The spirit said you're wrong? John,
Yeah.
close your eyes real quick. Close your eyes. Don't look. I'm going to show the people. I'll tell you when to open them.
Okay.
Guys, you see that? Don't say shit on the chat. All right, next card.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
I'm picking one. I'm just picking one at random.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Do you feel it? If you feel it or the spirits feel it, tell me.
Spirits, what card is that? The usual one? What? And what card's the usual one?
What about you, dude? Do you feel it?
Do I feel it?
Yeah. What do you think? What's hitting you?
That card? A slight case of IBS today, but that's about it. All right. I want to go with a. Is there a red triangle with squiggly lines?
It's going to be one shape, one color. They won't be mixed.
Okay.
So just feel.
Let's go with red squiggly lines.
Red squiggles.
Yep.
This
Red
is the blind.
squiggles. Spirit just said, "Good job, John. Thank you, Spirit."
All right. Now I'm going to look at it, and then I'm going to send it to you and see if that changes when I send it to you.
Okay.
I'm sending it to you.
Okay. Choose. Blue circle. Blue circle.
Okay. We getting anything from the spirits? I'll give them one chance.
Spirits, what do you think that card is? No, I'm not hearing anything.
All right, close your eyes. I'm going to show the people. Okay. Ready? Next one.
Yep.
Let's go. We'll just fly through these.
Yep.
All right.
Red square.
Interesting. All right, I'm going to look at it. All right, I'm sending it to you. Does that change?
No, it doesn't, Egon.
Nothing? You're sticking with red square?
Yeah, red square.
What are they saying?
Spirits, what do you think? What color do you think it is? What do you think it is in the card? Yellow? Yellow what? Yellow triangle.
All right, just close your eyes. You don't have to move your whole head. Just close your eyes. I
Okay.
trust you. No, he's not looking.
No, I'm not. My eyes are. I can barely see anyway. I gotta lean forward to see.
You guys see that? Okay. All right, next one.
Okay.
Hold on, let me write down what it was so I don't forget what it was. All right.
Ukraine.
All right.
Red square.
You're going red square again?
Red square again.
Just go. He comes in.
All right. I'm sending it.
Go now.
Blue squigglies.
That's you?
Yeah. Blue squigglies. Blue.
What about the ghosts? Do they agree?
Spirits, what do you think that card is?
It's gonna give us.
I don't know. I didn't hear anything from him.
All right. You said red square when we couldn't see it. When I sent it to you, you said blue squigglies. We got nothing from the ghost. Close your eyes. All right, next one. Okay.
Green circle.
Play it in the. As well.
You get rowdy.
I'm sending it to you.
Actually.
Yellow triangle. Spirits, what do you think? What do you think that card is?
People with.
All right, they're too slow. We'll be here all day if we wait there. You ready?
Okay.
Close your eyes. I'm going to show the people. Just as a reminder, he said green circle first. Then after I looked at it and sent it to him, he said yellow triangle. The spirits, we heard nothing. Here's what it is. All right, next one.
Very spiritual.
Here you go.
Red triangle.
Okay, red triangle. That's what you're feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I have trouble picking these things up. All right. Okay, I'm sending it.
Spectator.
That's.
Blue circle.
Radio.
Okay. Do we get anything from the ghosts?
It's radio.
Spirits, what do you think that card is?
Suppose I wasn't.
Reach them in the mist. You keep playing.
All right, I'll keep playing. Nothing
Okay.
from them.
Yeah, all right, close your eyes.
Cap.
So he said red triangle. I sent him the message, and then he changed to blue circle.
One
All
in
right.
the world.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
You guys gonna tell me this motherfucker's not a medium? Okay, come on, let's go.
Blue triangle.
Okay.
Blue squigglies. Spirits, what do you think the card is? I think it's blue squigglies. That card right there under his hand. Oh, shit. Red circle.
We're excited.
You heard red circle?
I heard red circle, then they said very excited.
All right, close your eyes. Remember, guys, you started out with blue triangle, then said blue squigglies, and the ghosts say red circle. Here we go. All right, next one. If this is boring, we can stop at 10. We're almost at 10.
How many are we at now?
This is we could do 3 more.
Okay. Green circle.
Okay, hold on.
Being on a medical.
Yellow, red square. Red square.
Spirits?
Spirits, what do you think that card is? I said probably not. Green what?
You heard green?
I heard green. I didn't hear a shape.
I'm sending it still.
No, nothing.
All right, close your eyes. Remember, guys, he said green circle, then changed to red square, and then we just heard the spirits say green. But John went from green circle to red square.
Somebody tried to. Tragedy.
All right. 2 more.
2 more. Here we go.
You know.
Feel it. Try to connect to the universe, bro.
Blue circle.
That's way.
Okay.
They're encouraging. Because he can't. COVID.
Connect with me, dude.
Blue lines. Blue lines.
Anything from the spirits?
Spirits, what do you think that card is? Nothing.
All right, close your eyes. Remember, guys, he started with blue circle, then went to blue lines, and we got nothing from the ghost, but this is what it was. All right, last one. We'll stop here at 10.
Okay.
That are gonna give.
Feel it, dude.
Yellow triangle.
What? That was quick, dude. You felt that quick.
Yellow triangle.
Ate me out.
Let's stick with yellow triangle.
You're listening to my thoughts?
I'm trying.
Spirits?
I'm trying to figure out if the voice in my head that keeps saying titties is me or you or a spirit.
It's saying titties?
Yeah, it was a joke. It was a joke.
Well, you know, it's funny that. Anyway, anything from the spirits?
Spirits, what do you think that card is? The one underneath his hand.
He will leave.
Eventually, I'll leave.
Maxine thinks it's a red circle. Interesting.
No, didn't hear
Nothing.
anything.
Close your eyes. All right, dude.
All right. What were the results?
I'm going to tell you the results. Hold on. Let me close this camera. 1 second. Let's get rid of this. All right. Here's the results. All right. So these are the cards. There's only so many shapes. There's like 5 different versions. But, all right. So the first one, nothing came to you in the blind. You said yellow circle. You said yellow circle. And the spirits said blue stripes. And the spirits were correct on the first one.
Really?
Yeah. Spirits were correct on the first one.
Wow.
The second one, so you felt the blind was red squiggles. Then you changed it to blue circle. There was no spirit talk, and that was a green star. So that's wrong.
Ah.
Third one, you felt red square. Then you kept it at red square, but the spirits said yellow triangle, but it was a yellow circle.
Oh, okay.
The fourth one, you said red square. Then you changed it to blue squiggles when I looked at it. Nothing from the spirits. It was, in fact, blue squiggles.
Blue squiggles. Wow, I got one right.
That was
telepathy.
That's, well, sort of one, yeah, one right. The next one, you said at first green circle. Then you switched it to yellow triangle. And the answer was yellow circle. So you got half right. You felt the color.
Half right. Yo, Mars, appreciate that.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are we at? 5. No, wait, sorry. Whoops. Yikes. Hold on.
Appreciate them cat treats. Meow, meow.
Okay. Red circle, red. So we were at number 5. Said green circle, or did I just do 5? No, sorry, we did 5. Sixth one. You said red triangle blind. Then you said blue circle. And after I looked at it, the answer was yellow circle. Again,
Yellow
half
circle.
correct. Switch.
Half correct.
These next 3, you were, they were all wrong, pretty much. Well, no, this one, so number 8, you said green circle, then I read it, then I looked at it and sent it to you, and you changed to red square. The ghost said green, but you changed from green circle to red square. The answer was a red plus sign.
Wow.
You're feeling colors more than you are shapes. And the last one, yellow triangle. Then I looked at it. You said you still felt yellow triangle. We got nothing from the spirits, and in fact was a yellow circle. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4, like 1 totally right, and then 3 others half right.
Yeah.
Out of 10.
Out of 10.
So that's an interesting stat. We got to keep that going once and do it and see, like, what would it be out of 100?
Yeah.
Because is that like, and you don't even know. There's only so many shapes and colors. It's not like there's not like 100 different shapes and colors. So you're guessing totally at random, not
random.
Taking a 1 at a chance. Look, dude. I mean, I'm fucking born for this paranormal psychology and parapsychology. Was it now? Like, be honest. Was it just random guessing, or were you even trying to like sort of get a sense of is anything popping in your head? Because you said titties, but it was a circle.
It was a circle. No, I was just. I don't even know where my mind was. I was like, I don't think it was random guessing because I was taking a second, and I was like, okay, this is what's popping in my head.
Right.
You know.
Well, you talk to all these mediums and everybody we're seeing, and it's like it seems like they can't control what's coming into their head, and it's just a matter of accepting that which is entering your head as being something from another place, as opposed to like, oh yeah, I don't know, it's just the random thought that pops in my head, right? I guess that's sort of the.
Yeah, I mean, that's what most of them say. A lot of them, you know, and some of them have to, you know, try to apply that to things they experienced. You know, some of them just get these downloads in their head. It's not specifics. It's not exacts. You know, a lot of them are like feelings, you know.
Yeah, right.
And, yeah. I wasn't getting necessarily any feelings while we were doing all that. You know,
I gotta tell you, when the thing said blue squiggles out of the gate, I thought we were in for a ride, dude. I thought we were about to go down a road of like
a rabbit hole.
Yeah, like holy shit, the spirits are. But like, they sort of teased us with that first guess.
Yep.
Which is kind of in and of itself.
Well, you got to think of it like this: like, who knows what the spirits were trying to say that entire time that wasn't coming through? You know.
But even this, John. You're sitting in a cemetery. When was the last time you heard a spirit say blue squiggles?
Never.
So it's like, it's just the fact that there's a response.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's.
Yeah.
It's not like.
Never, dude. I don't think I've ever heard blue squiggles.
I mean, that in and of itself. Oh. It's weird to me.
It's weird. Blue squiggles. You know? And it's not like any of the. When was that test developed? In the 70s?
I don't know. I'd have to do a little research.
We'll
The
find
Zener
out
test?
because it's like, you know, here I am. I think dude, 1943, the death date here, 1865, 1912, 1954. I mean, you know, and what are the chances that any of these spirits
the 30s. So the Zener card test, they used a special deck of 25 cards with 5 repeating symbols. That's all we have, 5 repeating symbols. And those are these, right? A circle, a plus sign, 3 wavy lines, a square, and a star. Originally created in the 30s by perceptual psychologist Carl Zener, working with J.B. Rhine. So it's also known as the Rhine test, ESP test, Rhine test. It's an interesting look at consciousness, but right. Why did the app and the spirit say blue squiggles, John?
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Yeah. Yeah. It really, it's like, wait a minute. Like, how would they know that? You're telling me that out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 headstones that are in this vicinity, plus whatever other spirits are wandering by, they knew what that test is? They knew what those cards were?
No, I don't. The more I think about it, the more it freaks me out a little bit. I'm not going to lie. It just sort of seems very...
Yeah.
What cemetery? Where are you right now? Is that the one we were at together?
No. This is another local one.
Gary likes spirits at the best time. Oh, I know that guy. I got a guy, one of the dads. So I have from a buddy of mine, right? I learned this cheers whenever we have a drink, right? And I promise you this works. I don't care who you're with, whenever you're with them. And I did this with you when we were out. It's like, just say, when you cheers, just go, best day of my life. And I guarantee you there's someone in the group is going to laugh. Just make sure you say it straight. I learned this from a friend of mine who's the funniest person on earth. Just like, best day of my life. And it's always funny. No matter how many times you do it, and no matter what the circumstance, somebody will laugh at that, right?
Yep.
Like, cheers, best day of my life. It's just sort of like, it's going to, if they don't laugh, get better friends, right? Because then they have their humor.
Right.
But one of my boys is in there. He's chiming in. But yeah, man, I think that's weird that his spirit just said squiggly lines. Now I'm trapped on it. Yeah. I'm having a mind bend about it. It's weird. What do you guys think? What does the chat think about it?
Yeah, what do you guys think about it? That I want to try something real. You still have the cards available?
Sure, yeah, right here.
You won't even need to set up the other camera. We can do something else real quick.
Okay.
You know?
Do you want me to try to guess? Put it on my forehead or something?
Well, no, what I was gonna say is, well, we could do it. Well, I wish I had I got to get a deck of cards
Yeah.
for that,
Yeah.
and then we could do it on my end.
Yeah.
No, after we figure out what what the chat thinks of it, we could try a lightning round where you throw it up, and I try to think real quick and fire
Okay.
it out without even getting the spirits, and we could do it quick. You could show it too.
Okay.
And be like, nope.
Yeah, we can do it.
Nope. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. What do you guys think, guys? What's everyone thinking in the chat?
What do you
Where
guys
your
think of the
mind's at?
Zener? What do you guys think of the Zener test or consciousness? Can you think consciousness can travel? I think I like bringing it up because John always talks about QDE, a quantum device entanglement, and we're going over the airwaves here, see if that plays out. But I think he also, if he's in the real zone, he can connect. But what do you guys think? Anybody got anything to say interesting on this point? Someone said the spirits like to guess dice. I guess that's something you did.
Yeah. That was a Clapper thing back in the day. Clapper had a gift where you'd roll dice, and it would randomly, we'd guess what it is, and the spirits would guess.
Got it.
Yeah, I like the test. I like tests. I like things like that. That's
All right.
Yeah,
Let's go. You ready for a speed round?
Yeah, let's do it. Speed round.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'll just So I'm just going to look at it and send it.
Okay.
All right. Let me make sure you can see. Okay. Let's do it like this. All right. There's 5 shapes and 5 colors.
Yep.
Okay. So now you have a little bit of make it a little easier to guess. All right. You ready?
And what I'm going to try to do is guess it before you throw it out. So I'm already going to be on the next one. So this first one's going to be a red star. Ah, shit. Blue circle. Damn. Red triangle. Damn. Blue triangle. Shit. Yellow circle. Ah, there we go.
Even if you get it half right, I'm going to put it in the correct pile.
Okay. Black plus. Ooh, shit. Red square. Damn.
Take a second. Think, dude.
Yeah.
Connect. I'm trying to connect with you mentally.
Yeah. Oh, you're trying to connect with me too.
Yes.
Okay. Ready? Blue circle. Black squiggly lines.
Blue squiggly lines.
Red star. Yellow triangle.
Close. Yellow circle.
Close. Blue square. Red plus. Blue plus. Green circle.
Hold on.
Yellow plus. Green circle.
Think, dude. Connect.
Yellow
Connect.
Yellow triangle.
No, you were right the first time. Go with your gut. It was red plus. I'm going to give this to you because you said plus.
I did. Blue circle. Red star. Ooh. Red squigglies. Red plus. Black square. Red square. Green circle.
Now, what's interesting is this. All right, so there's 25 cards here. I'd say you got these half right. Now, the original Zener test doesn't have colors associated with it.
Okay.
Right? It's just shapes. Okay. So that's why I'm giving you the win for the either or. So I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You got 11 out of 25. I want to see what the accuracy rate.
Oh yeah. Let's see what the overall accuracy.
In the Zener card test, pure chance guessing would get you 5 correct out of 25.
Okay.
Right? So if expected by chance is 5, your score is 11. The difference from chance is a +6. Statistically, that's quite a jump. Right?
Okay.
So 11 to 25 would often be flagged for further testing to see if it's a fluke or a repeatable result. So, like, if you went in blind and did that, they would be like,
let's try it again. One more time the same way.
Now,
we got
remember,
time, right?
Yeah. I
This
got
is what
time.
we're doing.
We got
Let's
plenty
test it
of time.
out.
So let's
do it.
test. So listen, just go. Look, they don't. We could do. What do you? Let me ask you this before we play. What are you? What's hitting you first mentally? A color or a shape?
Shape.
The shape. Let's just go with shape.
Okay.
Don't worry about color this time.
Okay.
Let's
go
just
with
go.
shape.
Let's go with shape. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just shaking them up. Remember, there's only 5 shapes.
Yep.
So.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Black. Square. Plus. Plus. Star. Circle. You know, it's funny because I was thinking squigglies too.
Were you seriously? Are you lying?
I seriously was.
I'm gonna put it over. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. No, I really was. I was like,
Okay. I believe.
It was squigglies before too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was
Okay.
thinking. I was like, it's squigglies.
Go with
again.
your
All right.
initial gut, dude, that I'm sending you.
Okay. Square. Square.
Open your mind.
Star.
It's interesting though. Okay.
Yeah. Triangle.
You know what's weird about this? I say this is not a joke. It was underneath the card that you just did, and I looked at that first. And then you said star, but it wasn't the right card. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, it was like this in my hand.
In your hands. Yeah.
It's weird. Anyway, sorry. Okay, next.
Square. Plus. Triangle. Triangle.
Bro, there is no triangle, by the way.
There is no triangle?
There's 5 shapes. Squiggles, plus, circle, star, square.
There's no triangle.
No. You're seeing a triangle?
Yeah.
Maybe that means star in your mind.
All right. So
just think about, remember, there's only 5 shapes.
Got it.
All right, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Square. Circle. Plus. Squigglies. Square. Square. Plus. Circle. Circle. Squigglies. Plus. Squigglies. Is that them all?
That's all of them. But let's see. You still, I think you still got more than 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So only 2 more this time than 5.
Wait, so I did better this time?
No, you did worse this time. But you still did better than 5.
Okay.
The odds are 5 is what most the average.
Right. And I got 7.
You got 7, and the first time you got 11.
I got 11. Wow.
Because we counted color as well.
All right. One more time.
Okay.
And when I think of triangle, I'll say star.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that might have upped the odds. Yeah. You ready?
Ready.
Here we go, guys. You guys can
Square.
play too. You guys can play too. Ready?
Square. I'm ready. Okay. Star. Circle. It's going to be another circle. Star. Squigglies. Squigglies. Plus.
You're not listening to my thoughts. Let's go. Get in my head.
Getting in your head. Getting in your head.
It's not titties.
Star. Squigglies. Square. Star. Ooh. Square. Plus. Star. Squigglies. Star. Square. Squigglies.
I wonder if when I think squiggly, you think square.
Maybe.
As opposed to maybe I got to change my mind to like wavy lines.
Okay.
Like, all right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
All right.
All right. Next.
Plus. Circle. Squiggly.
I thought differently.
Yeah. Star. Plus. Damn it, I was gonna say squigglies.
Go with your
That's
gut.
why I was battling in my head for
Go
it.
with your gut.
Star. I mean, nope.
Ah, shut fuck.
That's all right. That's fine.
All right.
Plus. Square.
So
Is that them all?
That's all of them.
All right.
So that time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So better than last time.
Better
Still-
than last time.
Yeah,
It's still above the average.
above the average.
Still above the average.
We gotta maybe try we'll have to try getting in a meditative state,
Yeah.
maybe.
Actually, you know what? How much time do we have?
I got time.
Okay. I need to try something, and
Is
it's
it-
medically. It's
apples?
What? We'll try apples another time.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a off real quick off candy cane.
Okay.
And see if it sets my brain. Think about it.
Okay.
Think about it. Right.
We're not on. Does that set up? We're not on TikTok or anything.
No, I won't set anything off.
Yeah.
Plus, I'll still keep it off for editing purposes
Okay.
and whatnot.
Got it. All right. Well, just enjoy that for a minute. What else has been going on while you do that? Or do you want to do it while you're doing that? No.
Yeah, we can do it while I'm doing it, so it's like a more relaxed.
Is it more relaxed?
Yeah.
Does it help you? Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. What do you guys think? Is this worth? You guys like this sort of test?
Apples is definitely something to try it on too.
I like to try it with like.
Oh, with some
shrooms.
it's micro dosing. Yeah.
No.
Oh.
It's a real sort of different vibe.
I'm ready.
You sure? Okay. Let me mix it up. Open your mind, dude. Like, get in.
It's open.
Lock it in.
You let me know when you got it.
I am. I'm just shaking them up.
Shake it up.
Remember, there's 5 shapes, 25 cards.
Yep.
Put your mind into my mind. Get in there. Not too far, though. Don't get too deep in there.
Not too deep.
Don't go.
I don't have any mind condoms, man.
You don't get yourself mind aids.
Yeah, mind
Don't do that. You don't want to go in there, dude. It's dark.
MTDs.
Dark.
Mind transmitted diseases.
The dark place. It's like, my uncle's scary. All right.
Ready?
Go.
Square. Plus. Circle. Square. Plus. Circle. Circle. Star. Plus. Circle. Star. Star again. Wow.
Cigarette's not helping.
Yeah, nicotine for the block.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Plus. Wow.
I'm going to say something interesting after this is over, but go ahead. Let's go.
Star. Okay. Squigglies. Circle. Wow. Plus. Star. Okay. Square. Circle. Circle again. Plus. Triangle. Star.
Yeah.
Yeah. Square. Squigglies.
Okay, you got one
Wow.
right. You only got one right that time, but I want to point something out to you. These cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's crazy.
These 8,
Yeah.
they were the card behind the card I was looking at that you got right.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
The card behind the one, so then I made a point to look at both cards.
Yeah.
So I was looking at 2 cards every time. And then 8 times you picked the second card.
Yeah.
That's
Is that interesting?
weird. I don't know what the odds are of that.
Of that in itself. You know.
But you
now,
know what I mean?
does the chemicals in the cigarette inhibit something in the brain, make it delayed?
I don't know, dude. That's weird.
It's weird. That is weird. I started noticing that too. That every time, yeah, it was always the car. I was a card behind.
Yes.
You know. So, and there's no way I can count the cards without knowing exactly I didn't even know I thought there was a triangle. You know what I mean? Like,
no, it's fine. It's not about it. It's weird. That's crazy, dude.
That is crazy.
I don't know.
That's bizarre.
Right? It's really bizarre.
It's really bizarre.
What's your weekend looking like? Lining up, and what are you doing tonight? What's the plan?
So tonight we're gonna do a classic cemetery walk. I've just been listening to the people, and I've just been getting tons of messages that they love all these other spots, but they really miss, the OG walking in the cemetery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm now doing cemetery walks every other live, and so tonight's a cemetery walk. Friday is either the marshlands, the tunnels, or the pre-war burial ground. I haven't decided. And then the weekend is up in the air. There's going to be a day live, at least 2 day lives mixed in between tomorrow and Sunday.
Are you going to do some cleaning, some headstone cleaning?
Yeah, some headstone cleanings. And then
I nicked myself, yeah.
And then I mean, that's
Yeah,
that's
the headstone stuff is awesome.
Yeah. I like cleaning headstones.
I think it's cool. You're the only person I've ever seen in the world do it. What is the? Have you ever done it at night?
Yeah, I've done it at night. I've done 2 headstone cleanings at night so far. I was thinking of starting to do it also in the regular rotation, but like in every other.
Yeah.
Because most of the time I just sit and I connect with the community and I talk to everybody and laugh and have a good time and whatnot before we go for the walks. So.
All right. So it sounds like I was thinking of maybe doing some promo shoots at Hollywood Forever. Just trying to get some, going down there maybe on this weekend at some point.
Cool.
Shoot some just basic stuff to
now
be in the cemetery.
they show old movies on the mausoleums,
dude,
right?
We used to go all the time. So it used to be like I forget what night it was. It was one night a week, and it would be classic movie. Not like old movies, but like older, right? You can go watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off or something called
Caddyshack, things like that.
Fun thing. And you'd sit right in front of it. It would be broadcast on the big mausoleum there, and you'd sit, you get beach chairs, wine, whatever, and you just hang out. And when we first started going, it was cool. It's always cool, but like it wasn't as crowded. And then towards the end of I forget, God, when we stopped going. Because then it would just be a mob scene. Because parking's not easy down there, and then it's like to get there, you're parking a mile away, and then you're walking with your beach chair, like your picnic chairs and stuff. And
it got too much.
It just got to be a big scene, I mean, I don't know what it's like. I don't know if it's died down or if it's just as big as ever. I haven't gone in since I had, kids, really.
Let me tell
so
you
I haven't
something.
gone in 20 years, but it was really an amazing place.
It's cool to hear that because there's been a stigma, I guess, since like the 50s, the 40s, 50s, when it comes to cemeteries, like, and people like hanging out in cemeteries. All these weird like social rules, like you can't do this and you can't do that. When back in the 1800s, people were picnicking.
Oh, and, dude, the thing to do out here that's super fun there that we went to with the kids is on Day of the Dead. Because, we have a big Mexican population and obviously Spanish population, but they have a big Day of the Dead festival. And it was like, it's packed. There's all sorts of people selling stuff. Like it's like going to a street fair. So there's food trucks and booths set up and DJs playing music. And you're just like walk around and you're walking among the graves and around the cemetery. And then you could buy stuff, and it's like whatever. It's just like
it's so
cool.
wild.
It's a wild.
It's so
thing.
Cool, man.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
That's a fun thing. Hollywood Forever is cool, and then there's obviously a lot of famous people buried there. I mean, it's still a cemetery. It's got one of the biggest mausoleums in the world.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful place with the water and the fountains. I'll shoot some stuff down there, and you can see it online. But it's Yeah, I was thinking about doing that and getting some promo stuff in there, and it's fun.
Cool.
I think it'd be fun too to. Well, I don't want to spoil it. I'll tell you about it offline.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
want to spoil
spoil
it.
it. Yeah.
But yeah, it's learning about that, and then I've got some editing to do, and I'm planning the future eps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as we dig into this thing, because it's doing well, guys. And if you're watching, I think you're watching us now on either YouTube, Facebook. If you're on Facebook, be sure to follow both Santa Paranormal and Splintered Spirits page. If you're watching on John's YouTube channel, Santa Paranormal, follow over at Splintered Spirits. Follow the podcast channel. Wherever John is, Splintered Spirits is. So follow in both places. Help us. We are so close to hitting that 1,000 sub mark on
milestone.
YouTube. On YouTube, so close.
Yeah.
Help us get there. Like, share, subscribe. Listen on Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcast. Tuesday's episode with the witch is going to be great. She's so fun.
That's so fun.
It's a real Salem witch, and it's a real interesting, probably oddly enough, the most political episode we've done. She's got a lot to say, remember?
Oh, a lot to say.
She's got a lot.
You know.
She's got a lot to say about our leaders, which is I don't disagree. She's she's great, and I'm like, this woman's gonna put a curse on somebody. She's gonna curse.
Someone's getting it. Someone's
getting
be us.
Someone's getting a curse, and it ain't gonna be me. And it's like, real interesting take on spirit, and just sort of, again, energy, good energy, bad energy, putting it out there. But we're talking to some interesting folks. I'm glad you guys are liking it so far. Everybody share with a friend.
That's it. Spread the word.
Spread the word. Share.
Spread the word. All right, Gary.
All right, there's a good one.
Fun.
There's a fun one.
We'll
come up with more games, games. These are like parapsychologists find this to be an actual test, and I'm making a joke about it, but it is. Yeah, that might have been a very horrible way to do it, but we'll keep at it. We'll see how we do. And see what else. Maybe as the spirits get warmed up, one day we'll come on and we'll just throw a test. If you get a night where it's like hot spirits, give me a call. I'll jump on and we'll do this thing with them and see if they're in the mood to talk. They're feeling chatty.
They're in the mood to talk. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, John. Be safe out there tonight, everybody. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you guys.
Following, for watching. We appreciate you tuning in, everyone. We'll see you next time. Thanks for checking out Splintered Spirits. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Till next time.
Batman wouldn't skip leg day, right? Doesn't mean I think Batman's real, right? Second thing is that most people who say I am a Satanist do not believe in a literal Satan, right? They are atheists. Anton LaVey was an atheist, so-called non-theistic Satanist. For these people, Satan is kind of like their favorite fictional character that inspires them, right? So one way I explain it is like, if I have to go to the gym and it's leg day and I don't want to do leg day, but I think that like Batman's really cool, I might be, Batman wouldn't skip leg day, right? Doesn't mean I think Batman's real, right?
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? By talking to different experts in the paranormal field, mediums, investigators, or evaluating documenting spirit communication. Now, if you ever joined our live stream, you've probably seen the comments, turn to Jesus, or stop talking to demons, or these are Satan's minions. Listen, we get it. People are scared. But scared of what exactly? This week, I'm diving headfirst into the devil's playground, not to summon him, but to understand why Satan has such a grip on our collective imagination. Joining us is Dr. Joseph Laycock, Associate Professor of Religious Studies at Texas State University, and an expert in what most of us were told to stay far, far away from: new religious movements, aka cults, exorcism, spirit possession, and the moral panics that swirl around them. He's the author of Satanism from Cambridge Elements, The Exorcist Effect, Religion, Horror, and Demonic Belief, and the upcoming Penguin Book of Cults out this October. Today we're asking, who is Satan really? Why does his image still terrify millions? And why do some people think talking about ghosts is the first step to inviting the devil into your home? Let's separate the fear from the facts and see if the devil's really in the details. Let's dive into the conversation. Professor Joe, how are you today?
I'm doing great.
Where do I find you?
I am in Austin, Texas.
Is that where you're from originally?
I am from Austin. Yeah, I grew up here.
And you decided to, did growing up in Texas have anything to do with your field of study?
A little bit in the, I was a scrawny, nerdy kid and I liked to play Dungeons and Dragons back in the 80s. And, everybody told me that this was satanic and I was going to end up worshiping the devil and committing suicide. So, and now that Stranger Things is out, everybody was like, oh, yeah, that was a thing in the 80s, wasn't it? That was my life.
Oh my God, that's great. That's funny. Let me throw this on here so I'm getting feedback from all that. Dude, I grew up in, look, I'm 50 years old. I grew up in the 80s and in the 90s as well. And we had all of that satanic panic and all of that stuff, which is insane. And it's hilarious. And the reason really, I'm so glad you were able to join me today, because the reason I wanted to talk to you is because ever since I started this podcast with my nephew, the comment section, I guess I'm going to hell, dude, in a handbasket. I'm going to be delivered there. My nephew gets it constantly. It's like when he's talking to spirits, it's all, these are demons. What are you doing? You're letting yourself in, you're letting them come into your life. The devil, you're letting the devil in. And I wanted to get to the bottom of, basically the devil, or the devil you think, what does that mean? And why do we think the way we do about the devil? Right. So tell me, let's just start at the beginning. What was the Satan originally in text?
Right. So, what I tell my students in religious studies is I can't tell you whether the devil is real or not, right? That's up to you. I work for the state of Texas. We don't want the government telling you what to believe about God or the devil. What I can talk about, though, is how people throughout history have understood the devil, and that has definitely changed. So, if you read the Hebrew Bible, which Christians know as the Old Testament, Satan's basically not in it. And Christians will say, what are you talking about? Satan gives Eve, makes her eat the apple. But if you actually read Genesis 3, it says the serpent was the cleverest of all the wild animals. That's what it says. Nowhere does it say the devil turned himself into a snake and all this kind of stuff. That was later. Christians interpreted the serpent to be the devil. And then later we have the book of Job, which is probably where the devil gets the most play in the Hebrew Bible. And that starts out in heaven, and Satan just walks up to God in heaven. And it's pretty clear that he does this all the time, that he and God are cool, right? If you read the book of Job, Satan and God are basically friends, and they make this bet about, this Job, who's his very loyal follower but has a pretty sweet life. And Satan says, yeah, but I bet if I ruin Job's life, he won't worship you anymore, right? He's just a suck up. So Satan in this story doesn't like people at all. He's very anti-people, but he's very pro-God. And Satan means the adversary in the sense of like a prosecuting attorney, right?
Right. And in the story you just described, isn't that basically then, Trading Places was a remake of the Book of Job, where the two rich guys just, screwed with Dan Aykroyd the entire time in that sense to see if he would turn to crime?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's just essentially.
It's the original riches to rags story, right?
Right.
And what also gets left out, and at the end of the story, Job has this sort of conversation with God where he doesn't curse him, but he says, "Why are you doing this?" And God says, "You don't ever get to question me. I'm freaking God." And then he restores all of Job's wealth and his cattle and stuff like that. But Satan had killed Job's kids, and those kids are still just as dead at the end of the story. Job gets to have new kids. But it's an ancient text, and it's from a very kind of brutal time in human history, right? Also, at no point does Job say, "Oh well, I get to go to heaven because I was loyal." They didn't believe in heaven back then. And he says, "I have nothing to look forward to but descending into Sheol," and Sheol is the underworld, basically. People understood that you die and you just sort of have this shadowy existence in the ground, right? And so when Christianity comes along, things have changed, and Jews are now living under the influence of the Roman Empire. They're shaped by Greek culture and Greek philosophy, and they've encountered a religion out of Persia called Zoroastrianism. And Zoroastrianism says there's a god of good and a god of evil, and they're basically both equally powerful, right? The other thing that's happened is the story that the Jews have told themselves is there's only one God in the whole world, and he only has one temple, and it's in Jerusalem. That's the only place he can be worshipped. And a bunch of people who prayed to Zeus came and conquered it. So how does that work? And they said, okay, well, God is a God of love, and he's all powerful. So he must have let something evil take over the world. So God's not really in control. He's temporarily put this evil power in control of us. Who could it be? Who could this evil power be? Well, when they go and look at the Hebrew scriptures in the Old Testament, they've got two things they can work with. So they've got Satan, who hates humans but is loyal to God. And then in Genesis 6, there's this weird passage that says, the sons of God saw the daughters of men and that they were beautiful. And they came down and they had children, and the children were called the Nephilim, and there were giants in the earth. It's a really weird passage. You see this passage on ancient aliens and stuff like that all the time. Okay, but so now we have Satan, who's loyal to God but doesn't like people, and we have these angels who descend, who like people a little bit too much, actually. That's kind of their problem, but they disobey God. And you put those together and you have what Satan is in Christianity, which is a fallen angel who hates humans and hates God. And now we can say this is why the world isn't working the way it's supposed to work, because this character Satan is temporarily running the show.
That is super interesting. It really is. It's like, I grew up Catholic, and now I would say I'm an atheist of it. And my interpretation of the devil is that he inspires the best music, primarily. Right. So, and it's like, yeah, and it's the coolest. But and it's, I never understood that. Like, wait a minute. It always felt to me when they would tell us, these fire and brimstone, that sort of probably stemmed, come from Dante's Inferno, that sort of imagery or something, then that here's this guy who's punishing all the bad people. And to me, my whole thing growing up in the Catholic faith was like, well, that seems like he's working with God. And so it's like, if he's punishing bad people, that's just, that seems like he's in cahoots. It'd almost be like, if he was luring me in to do bad stuff, I'd be rewarded by that guy. Why would he make me try to trick me and then hurt me later? That's weird. If he's trying to get even with that guy, I'd be like, hey, come to my house. My parties are better. That's how I always thought of it. So it never made sense that there was and then, God would punish you. Well, that goes against everything that you're taught that what God is about. So it's like, you know what? You did a bad thing. Sorry, you're going to jail, run by my guy down there. But then you're trying to also tell me he's not your guy. He's your adversary who wants to be you. So why would he help you with this prison system? And then I was out. I'm like, you know what? There's clearly just a scare tactic to try to, to keep me in control. I just always felt it was a control tactic. When did that sort of idea, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to have that idea. So how did that start to come about, or when did that sort of philosophy or thing start to break through the system in a way?
Yeah, so God has always had, a big stick, right? And the traditional Israelite understanding of course God is going to hurt you if you don't follow God's laws. Of course he will, and he probably won't do it in person. God has all kinds of monsters that do his bidding. God has hitmen. He'll have you swallowed by a whale. He'll send flying venomous serpents at you. I mean, he'll do all this awful stuff. And I think if you were to
it's quite the video game, isn't it, Joe? It's quite the video game.
Yeah, there's a book that just came out by Esther Hamori called God's Monsters, and it describes all these messed up creatures in the Hebrew Bible. And basically, God is king of the monsters. God made all these things in case you ever cross him. And I think if you went to the ancient Israelites and you said, your God sounds really cruel, they would probably say, yeah, he's cruel. Like, so what? He's powerful. He's the
Right.
most powerful thing in the universe. So we're going to follow him no matter what he says. I'll
Right.
kill my own kid if he tells me to. Right?
Right.
It's
Right.
only later when you have this idea of God loves us, God doesn't want anything bad to happen to humans. Now we have a problem, right? Now we have to find some way to justify what in religious studies is called the problem of evil, right? Why is it so terrible to be a human being with all the stuff we have to deal with if the world is being run by this all-powerful, all-loving God? And an attempt to solve that is to say, well, there's this figure, the devil. The devil causes all the bad stuff. God causes all the good stuff.
That's crazy. That's right. You said earlier, you mentioned like you described him as a prosecutor or like an attorney. Is that like that's what the word means?
Yeah, it's in the sense of like one who is accusing you, right? And not like accusing you in like a mean girl making up a rumor about you, but really trying to say like you haven't done what you said you're going to do. Like you're in breach of contract, right? You had a covenant with God, you didn't keep it. And maybe Satan is right and you really actually deserve to be punished. And maybe Satan's doing his job a little too enthusiastically and you actually deserve some mercy. But that's what the word Satan kind of originally signified.
It's fascinating. So as I said, like in our chat, in our podcast, and in the chats and in our live streams, we get a lot of people telling us to turn to Jesus or rebuke Satan, right? What do you think it is about the paranormal, that triggers this like evangelical panic in people who are super religious to do that to us?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So we know sociologically from sociologists who study paranormal beliefs, if you believe in God, you're more likely to hold a paranormal belief. And they define paranormal beliefs as believing in ghosts, believing in UFOs, believing in psychic abilities and things like this. But they also found that if you go to church services every week, you're less likely to believe in paranormal things. And what they attribute that to is you have pastors and priests saying, all this stuff, it's demonic, it's of the devil, right? And to some extent, sociologically, this is about brand, right? If you're telling people our church and our Bible and our tradition, we know about the supernatural, we know about all the secret forces in the universe, you don't want people then going and talking to a psychic, right? Or talking to a medium. You want them to be coming to you and kind of getting all of their truth from you. And so very early on in the history of Christianity, by about the 2nd century, there was this idea of, well, the other gods that people pray to, Zeus and the gods of Rome and all this stuff, it's not that they aren't real. They're real, but they're actually demons. These are actually fallen angels who have tricked humanity into thinking that they are gods of thunder and love and war and wisdom and so forth. And what they really want humans to do is, first of all, worship them instead of the one true God. And second, to give them blood sacrifices, because that was a common practice in the Roman Empire when Christianity was beginning, is you would make animal sacrifices to the gods. And Christian writers,
Christianity
would not make animal sacrifices. I mean, that's one reason why Christians were kind of singled out, as they said,
because it wasn't doing what the Romans were doing. Like the Romans were into it, Christians were like, no, okay.
Exactly. And the pagans would say, look, look at all the wonderful things that Rome has done, and the gods have given us victory over enemies, and you won't sacrifice like a dove? What's wrong with you? Right? But the Christians would say, because you're not giving that bloody animal to, some benevolent god like Zeus, you're giving it to a demon. You're giving it to someone who lost a war thousands of years ago in heaven. And that idea is pretty firmly established in Christianity within only a couple centuries.
That's okay. Right. It's so amazing. What are some of the most comparable, in other faiths? How does that all tie into this idea of Satan and Jesus? And it's like when you start looking at like, yeah, this guy over here had 12 apostles and this person here had, like, where does the devil sit in other faiths and other practices, and how does that compare to what we all know, or what these other people believe is the devil today?
Yeah, so most Jews don't really believe in a devil, right? Because they would say it's really not in our sacred texts. There
Mhm.
are Judaism's a very old, diverse religion. There's lots of different forms of Judaism, and there are things like the Dybbuk, which is a possessing spirit that appears in Jewish folklore and things like that. There are stories of rabbis who are exorcising demons. And the other religion of the book is Islam, and in Islam, the devil is called Iblis, which means the whisperer, and pretty similar to the devil in Christianity. But the difference is that the devil is either an angel or something called a jinn, and the jinn are made from fire, and they're like human beings. Angels don't really have free will in Islam, but jinn can choose to be good or they can choose to be evil. And so Iblis is told by God, I've created this thing. It's called Adam. It's a human. It's awesome. I want everybody to come and bow to it. It's my best creation. And Iblis refuses. He says, I'm not going to bow to this thing that you made out of dirt because that would make me a bad Muslim, right? Muslims are only to honor God. I'm not going to honor something that's not yours. And they get into this argument. And Iblis says, I'm going to show you your creation actually isn't that great. And so Iblis means the whisperer. So the idea is Iblis is constantly kind of tempting us to disobey a God, to choose our own path instead of what God wants for us. And there are traditions in Islam that eventually this squabble between God and Iblis will be reconciled. So it's a somewhat more sympathetic view of this figure than in Christianity, where it's really just absolute evil and has to be destroyed. And then other religions also have to explain the problem of evil. And so, if, for example, in Buddhism, we have this figure called Mara, who's often associated with the devil by Christians when they look at Buddhism. And Mara is basically the god of reality as we know it, right? So Buddhism says we're kind of living in the matrix and we have to become enlightened and sort of transcend the cycle of death and reincarnation. And Mara doesn't want anybody to do that. And so when Buddha is about to become enlightened after years of meditation, Mara sends like sexy like nymph women to try to distract him. Mara unleashes an army of demons on him, and the Buddha turns their arrows into flower blossoms, just like we see in the Matrix. So it's a different tradition from a different part of the world, but there are some similarities. There's kind of this invisible force that controls the world, and our religion is helping us to fight back against it.
So it sounds like every person or religion needs a scapegoat, and the easiest one is Satan. Is that fair to say? It's like we have to figure out how to.
Yeah, everybody wants to explain the problem of evil, right? Now, if you have a religion like the Yoruba religion of West Africa, where you have multiple gods and goddesses, they might just say, well, yeah, some of those gods are jerks, right? So that's why bad things are going to happen. But if you have a religion that says, well, kind of there's this order to the universe, right? Or especially there's an all-powerful, all-loving God, well, now the problem of evil is much harder to solve. And the sort of Christian version of, well, God caused all the good stuff, Satan caused all the bad stuff, doesn't act, from a philosophical perspective, does not fully solve it, right? Because Christians say, well, God will punish Satan, though, right? Jesus will return and Satan will be cast into a lake of fire. God's only allowing us to go on for a little while. But a philosopher might say, okay, but if I have a vicious pit bull and I just let it loose at a park and it starts mauling children, and I say, don't worry, in 5 minutes, I'm going to leash my pit bull and it won't maul children anymore. Well, I'm going to jail for that.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
I'm not innocent of the damage that my pet pit bull that I've unleashed is doing. And Christians might say, well, but that's trying to judge God by the standards that we would judge a human or whatever. But in philosophy, when you really get to questions like, why are some babies born with leukemia?
Yeah.
Right. It's really hard to say that fact of our life can be reconciled with this idea of an all-powerful, all-loving God. It's hard.
Right. Yeah, for sure. It's like I think in my philosophy class back in the day, it was, if God is all powerful, can he create a rock so heavy that even he can't lift it? Right. Like that was the fun game. So how was the start? Satanism or the Church of Satan, or these sort of like as a religion? How far back is that can that be true? Is that like the late 60s or is it even earlier? And then what is, how did that come about in this thing?
Right. So I mean, this is contentious history, right? What we can all agree on is in 1966, Anton LaVey creates this religion called the Church of Satan, and it's an above ground religion with members, and there's people who are saying, "I am a Satanist. Here's my membership card," and so forth. Right.
Right.
Did Satanism exist before that? It's pretty murky, right? I mean, there are conspiracy theorists who will actually say, well, Satanism is older than Christianity, which historically speaking, that doesn't make any sense. But those kinds of claims are out there that this is this ancient a cult that goes back to child sacrifice in the Old Testament, stuff like that. The word Satanism appears in the 1500s when we have the Protestant Reformation and Europe enters 200 years of wars over religion, right? So prior to that, the only church in Europe was the Catholic Church. Now you have Catholics and Protestants fighting each other, and pretty quickly these accusations get made of, you say you're a Christian, but you are actually a Satanist, right? You actually worship Satan. And then the Catholic Church says, well, we believe in transubstantiation. So when we do communion, we believe that the bread and wine, so transubstantiation, Catholics begin to say, when we do communion, the priest has the power to miraculously turn the wine into Jesus' blood and turn the wafer into Jesus' flesh. And these rumors start to form that Satanists are sneaking into Catholic churches, and they're trying to wait until communion when those holy wafers are passed out and sneak them away and take them home, because that's actually Jesus' body. And now the Satanists, because the Satanists know that everything the Catholic Church says is really true, can now stomp on that wafer in a black mass and basically torture Jesus, right? And
dude, let me tell you this real quick. When I went to Catholic school for 8 years. A lot of the kids in my class were altar boys. They would constantly sneak into the rectory and steal the wafers and keep them in their pockets to have a snack in class. Yeah. And it was like some of the unused ones that were blessed, during the daily masses that didn't get taken. It's like they would just take those, they have them in their pocket, and they're just sitting there snacking during the, you know what I mean? It was like, it's Satanists. A lot of them.
So if it hasn't been blessed, it's just a cracker. But once it's blessed, that's actually Jesus'
they
flesh.
were blessed.
But what's important here is, as far as we know, there were no Satanists, right? Nobody was coming to steal these wafers. This was an argument that they were using against Protestants, right? And it was basically the logic of like the old cereal commercials with like Lucky the Leprechaun, the Trix Rabbit and stuff, right? The cereal's got to be good because all these cartoon characters are trying to steal it all the time, right? Our interpretation of communion must be true because why are the Satanists coming for it all the time? So beginning in the 1500s, we have all these people being accused of being Satanists. We even have some people who are put on trial for basically holding black masses and are executed and stuff like that. What's not clear, though, was any of this ever real? Was anybody ever actually doing this? And some historians disagree. Most historians, I think, would say probably not, right? Probably these were just sort of urban legends. Some of them say, well, maybe there's a little grain of truth to this. And, if you tell an urban legend enough, people will kind of act it out. So we don't really know if there were any Satanists before Anton LaVey. But Anton LaVey sort of took all these rumors, which he learned about through novels and horror movies, and said, I'm going to do this in real life. I'm going to take the parts of Satanism I saw in these horror movies that I think are cool, which is the rebellion and the kind of, resistance to authority, and the parts about, killing babies or whatever, that I'm just going to leave behind because I'm making this up anyway, so I can just use the parts that I like.
Right. I mean, did you get a lot of inspiration from like, Crowley, like Aleister Crowley and stuff like that? Isn't that part of his whole...
Yeah, I mean,
and that's like isn't that the early 1900s? Like, what's Aleister Crowley, the 20s?
Yeah, Aleister Crowley's heyday was basically the 20s, right? So Crowley definitely studied Aleister Crowley. He said that he didn't take anything from him, but he definitely did. If you read the Satanic Bible, which by the way, the Satanic Bible came about because of the movie Rosemary's Baby in 1968. And that was a novel. First, it was a best-selling novel. So Avon came to Anton LaVey and said, could you write something? It could be really anything, but as long as it mentions like Satan and witchcraft, we can sell this book. There's a huge market. So LaVey kind of slammed together the Satanic Bible And so for parts of it, he took the so-called Enochian keys, which are part of kind of ceremonial magic that he would have learned about through studying Crowley. So that's part of the contents of that book. So Crowley was an influence. There was a French novel called La Basse, which describes a black mass in Paris. And he took that and kind of used the novel to kind of make a black mass a ritual. There were movies from the 30s and 40s, old black and white movies that depicted satanic cults. So he drew on that as well. And so he was just really good at kind of taking bits and pieces from all over the place and putting together a religion and also a kind of philosophy, a kind of humanist philosophy of trying to be your best self and kind of have the most fun.
So, and unlike L. Ron Hubbard, he really couldn't figure out how to make that kind of money out of it either. So, unfortunately, so it's like, which is that's amazing to me. So, you know, that, so if he started that in around the 60s, I guess, then that would lead you to like the 80s, which is that satanic panic. You know, and I'm actually, I think I mentioned you, I have another project, a documentary project I'm working on about the West Memphis 3, and I know one of the attorneys from that case with those kids, those teens were railroaded, and it was due to the satanic panic of the late 80s, early 90s. What again, does it just still come down to the same thing? Is it's just the unexplained and just finding a reason to hate, and it must be Satan? I mean, is that really what the satanic panic was all about back then, like in that level?
Well, it's interesting because Christianity has always taught that there's a devil, but in certain periods in Christian history, the idea of the devil has been very much downplayed. In other parts, it's been really amped up. And occasionally, you get not only is there the devil, but the devil has human agents, which in early modern Europe they would have said are witches, right? They would have gone on witch hunts. And the 80s was basically just a witch hunt, except now we're calling the witches Satanists. So the question sociologists try to answer is what is it? What's going on in the culture where this flares up? What causes it to flare up? And one interpretation I think is plausible is that when society starts to change too fast, some people freak out and start basically accusing their neighbor, right, of being a witch or a Satanist or something like that, right? So the Dark Ages in Europe really didn't have a lot of witch hunting. People believed in witches, but they generally were not burning people at the stake. And then once the wars of religion start and things start changing very fast, now I have thousands of people accused of witchcraft. So one interpretation is the 60s, a lot of change real fast, a lot of changes to the culture.
Yeah.
And the 70s, which is really where the satanic panic begins, is kind of the hangover, right, for that revolution of the 1960s. And so you get very early on Christians kind of making these wild claims about satanic conspiracies. And then the 80s, it really explodes. And there's a couple of reasons for that. But one thing that people have noticed is it was mostly daycare providers who were being accused of being Satanists. So they would say, you drop your kid off at daycare, you pick them up at the end of the day. Well, the daycare provider is a Satanist, and they were like torturing your kid and things like this all day, and they have them cleaned up when you pick them up from school. So the longest, most expensive trial in American history before the O.J. Simpson trial was the McMartin preschool trial, where this whole family was accused of basically running a satanic daycare center. And of course, it was all made up. So here's the thing: why, if you said someone in your town is a Satanist, you probably wouldn't think it must be the preschool teacher. Right?
Not today, for
right.
sure. But was that because people started to work, or when people started to use daycare more? Is that where you're going?
Exactly. Because in the 80s, we switched from the kind of Leave It to Beaver family where dad goes to work and mom stays home to now the norm is the 2-income family. So what sociologists think happened is a lot of parents felt, I'm forced to send my kid to all these people that I don't know, these strangers. And so it felt like there was this evil force trying to, undermine your authority as a parent and mess up your kids. And the claim of the daycare is run by Satanists, it kind of gave expression to that frustration. So we don't really know quite why the satanic panic got so bad when it did in the 80s, but definitely changing economics was a factor. the realization that child abuse is a thing, that there really are people who abuse children, was probably a factor as well. And then repealing the fairness doctrine in media set the stage for things like the Geraldo Satanism special, right, which really scared the hell out of a lot of Americans. So sensational media was part of it too.
It's amazing how many things can be traced back to Geraldo, by the way. When you really start to dig into it, like some of the stuff that he discovered and stories he broke and culturally changed, fascinating to me.
Well, I was on Geraldo in 2009. I had lunch with the guy who produced that Satanism special in 1988, and he just said our ratings were so good, we just killed it with the Satanism special. He was so proud. All these years later.
So many people's lives have been ruined by it. So thank you. I'm so glad the ratings were so high. Poor kids who just liked heavy metal music. You know, how does this lead to, you know, this belief and, you know, whether the psychological aspect of Satanism or believing in Satan, how does that play into possession as a religious concept and as a psychological or cultural phenomenon? You know, like when you're talking about possession, and if you're possessed, it's never by anybody cool. It's always by the devil. It's like, you know, it's just like, it's not, you know, Frank Sinatra isn't possessed me. I didn't learn to sing really well and start picking up chicks at every bar. It's like, no, it's the devil. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the deal? How did that roll out?
Yeah, so possession is also, it's one of these things where there's really no possession in the Old Testament. No one's getting possessed by demons. If they are, it actually says it's an evil spirit of the Lord, right? So God wants you to be possessed and freak out. In the New Testament, though, first of all, people are getting possessed everywhere. Everybody's possessed. Jesus has to cast out demons. His apostles has to cast out demons. And these are demons, right? And it's not quite clear. It's not quite clear what people in the first century understood a demon to be, but they're definitely not from God. These are kind of evil things, and the way that we know Jesus is the Messiah is he has this ability to command them. So that's really baked into core Christian text, right? People get possessed by demons, and Christians are the true religion because they have the power to cast this out, right? And in other religions, there is also spirit possession, but in most cultures that are not Christian, like you said, it's a little bit more neutral. So if you're getting possessed, it could be something really bad. It could be something that's fairly like neutral. We just have to figure out why the spirit is here and make it move on. It could even be good, right? You could be like a shaman and you're being possessed by helpful spirits, right? So
or it could be undiagnosed epilepsy as well. Is that not right?
Well, absolutely right. You know, possession is it is a way of diagnosing something is wrong with somebody. And actually, in the Gospels, most of the people that Jesus is casting spirits out of, the symptoms that they are possessed are things like they are deaf or they are lame, they can't walk. It's a disease of the body, right? It's later that we come to think of possession as being a disease of the soul, right? Where you act like a different person, right? Or a little girl, you know, growls in a man's voice, right? That she's Pazuzu or something like that, right? So then once people are possessed, well, the question is, well, why is this person possessed? And the church has had different thoughts on that over the years, but very early on, they said, well, it could be that someone cursed you, right? That someone used magic to basically get a demon to attach itself to you. So very early on, there's a connection between basically witchcraft or Satanism and possession. And in the era of witch hunts, if people thought you were possessed by a demon, you could freely say, you know, Billy over there is the person who sent me into this person. They're a witch, and if you do that, Billy's probably going to die. Right? So being possessed actually gives you a lot of power within this culture.
Oh my God, that is awesome. I mean, it really is quite. It's really it's. I mean, they really did, right? They really used it. It was a useful tool to get rid of your enemies or adversaries or people you might have been jealous of, or
yeah, absolutely.
Right?
And you know, we don't think of the Salem witch trials as a possession story, but really it was, right? The Puritans understood to be bewitched, right? To have these spasms and things like that. That was because a witch had sent a demon to basically attack you, right? And so once these girls are diagnosed as being bewitched, they can pretty much accuse anybody of being a witch, right? And a lot of people are saying, oh, well, there was hallucinogenic fungus. I don't believe that that was true. Those theories were pretty much all debunked very early on. I think that most of these girls were just doing this. One of them even said, well, we did it for the sport. Right? It was fun to act possessed. And then once somebody's dead, you can't really say, oh gosh, I was just kidding. I didn't really want you to hang somebody. Now you've got to ride this out, right? So that seems to have been what was happening.
Right. Oh, oops. Yeah, you can't really do it. That's funny, man. What so in the Bible, how many actual as you were saying, it's primarily what? It's the New Testament where the devil is around. Like, so I'm just trying to think of the stories that I can remember, from growing up. Obviously, like Revelations, there's references to the devil. Jesus in the desert, right? That's like the big one, right? Like Mr. Temptation himself. And what's the biggest misunderstood thing about those two stories in regards to the devil? That might not have that has been lost in translation.
Right. So the logic of both of those stories is the devil is running the show, right? That God has sort of temporarily left the building or is asleep at the wheel, sort of, and the devil is running everything. And the arrival of Jesus means that this is about to end, right? That the kingdom of Satan is about to come to an end, and Jesus, as the Messiah, is going to sort of restore the world to the way that God meant it to be. So all the demons recognize Jesus before the humans do, right? So with the story of the Gerasene demoniac, which is where our modern ideas of exorcism come from, where this guy is living in a cemetery and he can rip through chains because he's super strong, and Jesus ends up sending all of the demons out of him into pigs. Those demons recognize who Jesus is immediately before the humans do. And so Satan coming and sort of confronting Jesus in the desert, this is also kind of signifying that Jesus' arrival has cosmic significance, right? This is going to change the order of everything. And then Revelation, which is the last book written of the Bible, this is kind of the early days of the church where, well, okay, Jesus has come and gone and things actually are worse than before. Right?
Okay.
Because not long after Jesus's crucifixion, there was an uprising against the Romans, and the Romans came in and destroyed the temple in Jerusalem. They crucified everybody trying to defend the city, and it was really, really brutal and awful, right? So clearly, if you think all the bad stuff is coming from Satan, Satan's still very much in power, right? By 70 CE. And so Revelation is saying, yeah, but actually we're going to get our revenge, right? Things are going to get really nasty and terrible, but in the end, we will be avenged, and everyone who ever persecuted us, including Satan, they're going to be cast into a lake of fire for eternity. And when they actually sort of decided what books are going to go in the Bible, there were early Christians who said Revelation is this really nasty book. Like, I thought our religion was about love, and this is all about punishment and war and lakes of fire. But they decided that, it was important enough that for this sort of vision of where history will end according to Christianity to include it. And then today we have Christians who are totally obsessed with Revelation and read everything that happens in the news as sort of, the next step in this ancient book, which of course is written in symbolic language, so it can be interpreted kind of however you want.
Right. There was a great meme that was traveling around a few years ago. I'm sure if you saw it, it was like a guy, he travels through time and he meets up with himself and he's like, what's going on? And he's like, it's like, no, dude, everything's great. He's like, the world is safer. It's better. It's like, what happened? He's like, well, a couple of years ago, Jesus came back. He's like, oh, that happened. He's like, oh my God. So everyone was saved. He's like, well, no. It's like he took all the Christians away. And once they, like he promised, and he left us here. And it's like, once they were gone, we started, really focusing on science. We sort of came up with real rules. It's like, we didn't have any of the problems. And it's really, he's like, well, I'll be damned. He's like, you kind of are, but it's great. You know what I mean? It's a really funny sort of bit. And I'm not doing it justice, but it was like that whole idea of revelation in a new way of like, yeah, finally get rid of these people who are holding us all back from civilization. What would you? So look, what would you recommend? How would you handle, other than just ignoring them? But like, what's the message to somebody who's like says John and I are talking to the devil, or we're doing the devil's work, or like, what is that sort of like? Listen, like how do you? I don't even know if you can ever change someone's mind these days. But what's the messaging on it other than mocking them?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I study religious cultures. I don't really try to change them so much. And I am, like you said, I'm pretty dubious that anything that you say would make them be like, "Gosh, you're right. I guess I was being a little bit,
No, you can't. You can't change.
dogmatic."
Those days are over.
I will say though that William Peter Blatty, who wrote The Exorcist, he was Catholic and he believed in demonic possession. And he, in his last book, he said, the more I look into this, the more I think that these are not demons; these are spirits of the dead, and these are in some cases spirits of the dead behaving very, very badly. But I actually think that these are the dead, and these are not, fallen angels or beings of pure hellfire and evil, like my church taught me. So he made that change. I think he made it himself by just sort of being thoughtful about the evidence for a long time. But I find that significant.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's a pretty wild way to think about it, for sure. Let's see. I'm just looking at I have so many questions for you, dude. I'm sure I'm not gonna be able to get through them all. Do you find that that people, the more intense that people believe in Satan, is how intense they are in their belief in God? Is it like an equal sort of? Is it a coin? I mean, is it really like the other side of a coin for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can definitely have people who totally believe in God and don't believe in the devil at all, right? The Nicene Creed doesn't actually say anything about the devil, right? Nicene Creed was composed as sort of the official version of Christianity when the Emperor Constantine convened a council of bishops. And there's a lot of stuff you got to believe according to the Nicene Creed to be a good Christian, right? You got to believe in the
Right. Yep.
resurrection of the dead. Jesus was born of a virgin, spoken of by the prophets. Also, you don't have to believe in a devil, right? So there are some Christians who have said you can have Christianity without the devil. Now, if you believe in the devil, you're probably also going to be a very religious person, and you're gonna also believe in God. The sociologists I mentioned studied who believes in demonic possession and the devil the most, and they mapped this out by cross-referencing that with things like your age, your education level, and so forth. And they found out, well, first of all, they found out if you believe in the devil and demonic possession, you're more likely to live in the South if you live in the United States. That was one big pattern, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're more likely to be screwed by society, right? You're more likely to make less money, have less education, so forth. So one thing that they kind of postulated is if you have kind of been sort of left behind by society, you are more likely to adopt a view of, yeah, my life could be a lot better, but I know that this is all because of the devil, right? These are the forces of evil doing this to me.
Have they, other people have said this, and I'm tend to believer in it, that in every accusation is a confession. And has there ever been any studies from people who are, this is not the right word, but satanic zealots, people who proselytize about Satan at you, and like you're with the devil, that they've either had some history of doing wrongdoing or something bad in the past? You know what I mean? Are they more likely? Is there any correlation or connection between people who have done some pretty bad shit who are then accusing people of being Satanists themselves?
Yeah, I think there is. So I wrote a book called Dangerous Games, which was about Christians attacking Dungeons and Dragons in the 1980s, which was this huge thing back in the 80s.
I remember, dude. I know it well, for sure.
Yeah. So the people at the core of that, like one thing that they were saying is, well, when people play this game of imagination, they basically make themselves insane and they can't distinguish fantasy from reality anymore, right?
Sure.
But if you look at the people making those claims, they were the ones who had a very weak grasp on reality, right? They were the ones saying stuff that was totally bonkers. So, for example, there was a chick track, and for folks who don't know, chick tracks are these little comic books, smaller than a postcard, and they usually have some story about someone going to hell. And this guy, Jack Chick, made them, and you're supposed to leave them at bus stops and things like that to evangelize people. And there was one about Dungeons and Dragons called Dark Dungeon. And you can Google Dark Dungeon and you can go find this. And at the end of it, there's this pastor with his handlebar mustache, and he says, "We're going to burn all of our D&D books." Well, that guy with the handlebar mustache was named John Todd. And John Todd said that he was raised in a witchcraft family in New England, and that his witchcraft name was Lance Collins, and he was part of the Illuminati that controls the whole world. And he would go to churches and he'd say, "I'm raising money to help other witches come to Jesus, but it's going to take a lot of money."
Dude, always
happen, right?
It takes money, dude. It takes money to get people to Jesus.
And then people said, this is the 70s, so people said, your name was Lance Collins and you're from a witch family in New England. Everything you're saying sounds a lot like this soap opera called Dark Shadows that was really big back then. And he said, "Well, you see, when I was a witch, I went to Hollywood and I showed my family diary to these Hollywood producers. So actually that show is ripping off my life. I'm not making up this bullshit story based on a TV show." And then he eventually like sexually assaulted someone, and a trial was declared, basically too mentally ill to stand trial, and died in a mental institution, right? So you'll talk about someone with a poor grasp on reality, but this was the guy telling everybody, right, witches are everywhere. D&D will cause people to worship the devil. And most of the people that I found making these claims were like this. I found so many people making utterly insane claims. There's this guy, William Schnobelin, big anti-D&D guy, said that he literally was a vampire and fed on human blood exclusively.
Of course.
Just
Of course
absolutely bizarre stuff. Mike Warnke said he was in charge of 5,000 Satanists in Los Angeles. This was all debunked by an evangelical magazine. So yeah, all these people are big, big liars. And some of them are also doing pretty nasty stuff when they're not making these accusations about others.
Right. It's right. It's like, that's sort of the thing to me that I feel like when someone accuse us or in the chat of, being Satanist, I'm like, dude, there's something going on with you that you don't like about yourself that I worry about. That it's really, it's fascinating.
Well, and one of my mentors is David Frankfurter at Boston University. He wrote a book called Evil Incarnate. And that book is basically saying, how come throughout history we have said, all our problems are caused by this group of people. They look like everybody else, but they're actually pure evil. And they do these evil rituals, and they eat babies, and they do weird sex stuff, right? These were the claims made in the 80s. But going back in time, these claims were made about witches and Jews. And
now it's Democrats,
right? Democrats. Yeah, now it's
Democrats.
Crap. Yeah. And these were the same stuff that the early Roman pagans said about Christians. They said Christians eat babies and they do weird sex stuff, right?
That's interesting.
So Frankfurter says we seem to be kind of hardwired to do this. And he says, I think this is a form of intellectual laziness, right? That when you have a problem, you could think really hard about what's actually causing a problem, maybe think of some ways to try to solve it. Or you could just say, it's my neighbor, they're a witch.
They're baby eaters, right? Blame them for being babies. What's the, we talked a lot about it, but what would you say? Thank you so much for your time. I really do. I love it. I think it's wonderful. I think our audience is going to love hearing all of this. What are some of the biggest myths about Satanism that should be debunked? What is and Satan and Satanism, when they use these phrases, what are the biggest ones?
Yeah, so I mean, Satanism, it's a very nebulous word. It doesn't really mean very much. So in 1992, the FBI looked into claims of satanic child abuse, and what the FBI agent said was, it seems to me that Satan means something different to everybody, right? And this was, they said, the Ayatollah of Iran says we're the great Satan, that the entire United States is Satan. So it doesn't really help us solve crimes to focus on, are they satanic or not? Because that word doesn't really mean much, right? So that's the first thing to understand. The second thing is that most people who say I am a Satanist do not believe in a literal Satan, right? They are atheists. Anton LaVey was an atheist, so-called non-theistic Satanist. For these people, Satan is kind of like their favorite fictional character that inspires them, right? So one way I explain it is like, if I have to go to the gym and it's leg day and I don't want to do leg day, but I think that like Batman's really cool, I might be, Batman wouldn't skip leg day, right? Doesn't mean I think Batman's real, right? And the other thing is, they do not understand Satan as being the Satan of the Bible who hates all mankind. Their idea of Satan comes much later from the Romantic poets of the 1800s. So people like Lord Byron and Percy Shelley, and they kind of reimagine Satan as being kind of the ultimate rebel, someone who won't back down to authority, someone who believes in justice and so on. So that's the Satan that they are kind of looking to as a role model, not the Satan that Christians know of being sort of pure evil and hating humanity.
Now, when did the idea of, I think I might know the answer, but you can just confirm it for me. Like the idea of, this horned demon Satan versus, isn't he supposed to be like super good looking and charming, right? Like when did that sort of, and how do we take hold of those two versions of him?
Yeah, so the Bible never really says what Satan looks like, right? And there are passages saying, Satan can appear as an angel of light. Most people think that the images that we associate with the devil today are because early Christians were interacting with pagans, right? And so it comes from pagan gods. So the god Pan had horns and goat legs. Hades, the lord of the underworld, had a pitchfork, right? It was actually called a bident because it has two prongs instead of three. So Satan gets a pitchfork. But there's also an idea that Satan's a spirit. Satan can have whatever body he wants to have. He can look however he wants. He can appear as a snake, for example. And in the Middle Ages, Thomas Aquinas, the Catholic theologian, said, I think that what happens is spirits, they don't have bodies, but they're super fast, so they can smush together air real fast and condense it into whatever body they want. And so really they can appear however they want to look. They don't have a true form.
So where does that idea of like the super good looking Satan or Lucifer, come from versus, I totally get like, Pan and the half goat thing, and that image of him. But where did the handsome Lucifer come from?
I mean, probably the earliest roots of it are in that passage in Genesis 6, which describes angels taking human women and having sex with them and getting them pregnant, right? And I guess the angels could be really ugly, right? But I think when people hear that story, they think, well, these says they were beautiful women in the text. They probably took the form of beautiful humans. And then in the New Testament, when Satan appears to Jesus in the desert, he takes the form of a tempter. So he is probably trying to appear in a way that will at least make you lower your guard. And then in the early modern period, part of the lore becomes that demons are having sex with humans all the time. Right? This is where we get the idea of the incubus and the succubus and so on.
Sure.
And in witch trials, people were basically being tortured and made to confess, you had sex with the devil, right? So we get all these images of sexy demons and devils. And some people have said, it really seems like it was the religious people interrogating these accused witches who were preoccupied with the devil, and literally asking these women accused of witchcraft questions like, was the devil's penis bigger or the same size as a human? Right? These really kind of salacious questions. They seem to have kind of dirty minds. And one theory of this is there was sort of an idea of maybe this isn't even real. Maybe these people aren't really witches. Maybe there aren't really demons and so forth. But there was an idea that if you have sex with something, it's definitely real, right? This is like to know something in the biblical sense.
Right.
So that by creating this archive of all these witches have admitted that they not only saw demons, they had sex with them. This is sort of helping to prove that this sort of supernatural worldview must be really real. It can't just be a rumor or a hallucination or something.
And then again, it goes back to like, every accusation is a confession, where that guy accusing that poor woman was just coveting her and jealous of her. She was probably sleeping with somebody else. And he's like, did that devil have is he bigger than me? Is he like, I just want to just before we burn you alive for, if I can't have you, no one will, sort of thing. Which is, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it went down.
Right. And of course, these women will say anything because they're being tortured. So it's like, yes, the devil has this huge barbed penis,
but not as big as yours.
That's
brother John. It's like, it's like, just in case, is that get me off the stakes? I don't, it's like, what do we do here? Joe, I can't thank you enough. I find this conversation super fascinating. You make me want to go back to school. I bet your class is a blast. I mean, it's super fun because these kind of myths and this kind of the constant, religious implications of paranormal that we deal with. Like my nephew and I tend to believe in what my nephew believes. If you do believe in spirits, and do you believe in spirits?
So I am agnostic about all of these things, but I will say that some of the texts that I have found in my research are so weird that I'm really flummoxed as to think of any explanation for what they could be describing. So I teach my students when we look at these things to have modesty, right? We weren't there when these things reportedly occurred. So yeah, it could be things like undiagnosed mental illness or something, but we don't know that, right? So if we weren't there, I think that we shouldn't rush to assumptions one way or the other.
My nephew's of the belief that he believes that spirits are, because we all have energy in us, right? Brain synapses, literal electric energy that cannot be created or destroyed. And he just is of the mindset and the belief. And I tend to, based on the things I've seen and heard these days being around him, that when we pass, that energy is dispersed. So spirits or ghosts are the memories of the living that is attached to this energy that is dispersed. Because nobody really knows what's going on or how the mind works and what happens to our energy. It has to go somewhere. And it's a fun thing and also it's a fun sort of theory to prove and try to talk to other people about it from all different aspects, from like yourself, from a very religious and, based on the accusations we get, I want to answer to these people somehow about what this is versus, pure scientists who are like, it's nonsense. But again, Joe, thank you so much for your time. It is incredibly enlightening, to get into all this, because it's like, look, I love to taunt the audience a little bit with a good Hail Satan every now and again. It's like, I should put an Ozzy picture up here. It's like, that's how I grew up, and I love it. It's like, it means nothing to me one way or the other than it had the coolest music, like I said before.
Yeah.
And the people that get scared by it, man, they get so scared. And it makes me wonder, like, well, what's going on in your life that this is what you're worried about, me talking to a spirit and accusing me and pulling me away from it. But that's it, man. That's all I got for you. And I really appreciate your time. And I will certainly point everybody to your books. They should read them. I read the one at the Cambridge books on Satan, it's awesome. It's just great. It's just a wake up. It really is. It's just like, get educated. You know what I mean? It's like, it could so easily have been Mother Goose that could have been the Bible and those stories. You know what I mean? It's like, let's just wise up. But that's it, man. Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate your time.
All right. Thanks for having me. This was fun.
Good. Thank you. Take care, man.
All right.
See ya. Thank you all for listening to this episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to our YouTube channel and wherever you get your podcasts. Now go put on that Ozzy record, even that Beatles record. Maybe even play it backwards, see what happens. I bet nothing does. Just have some fun. Have a good one, guys. See you next time.